All right, this is the Code Breakers. This is Paradox.
What's going on? What's going on? This is DC and the place to be.
All right,
What's
we are live. It is Saturday, August 3rd, 2024.
August 3rd, 2024. So we have been told. Shout out to Gus T, Renegade, and the crew of the cows. If you don't know, now you know. So what's going on, man? What's going on, man? Whole lot of stuff going on in these politics, man.
That's true.
People are
We're doing.
projecting. People are projecting. People are a lot of people don't understand
No,
American politics, which is a lot of
I had to
pomp and
get my
circumstance, but
I had to get
you
my
know.
notepad out on this thing today. Like going on in my country voice. Like going on, son, man.
Man.
Yeah, trying to explain. I guess not trying to explain it because I think I did title it "Understanding American Politics," but
Yeah, it's perfect actually. It's a perfect title
right.
to what
I
we're going to
figured
be talking about.
right. 'Cause I think we got about 90 days, 92 days left.
Is it
Uh,
92? Let me check on
something
that.
like that.
Okay.
Yeah, today is the third, right?
3rd of August, yeah.
We got 30 and 31 in September, 31 in October, or 30 in September, or 31.
30 in September.
So that's
31.
61 plus
Okay.
five is
Okay.
66, and then 66
October
plus
31.
31 for August, right?
31
So
for
what's
August.
66, 76, 86, 96? Not math ain't right. Maybe it is 95, 90. Maybe it's not 93. Maybe I'm wrong about
Uh,
that.
it's uh it's in the window. Let's just put it like
Yeah, we're
that.
close. We'll just say 90.
We're in the window. Down the home stretch.
Hmm.
Coming down to the home stretch, man. To really figure out what's it going to be. So,
All right. And everybody's being like you were saying, just a lot of well, like you said, you have to kind of filter through. I don't know where you would want to start on it, but is that you kind of have to filter through where where you want to go with it, right? Because if you talk, like I've been telling people, depending on what conversation that you want to have, right? And so if you said, well, what really matters? Well, 43 states are out of the conversation.
right.
So if you live in those 43 states, we have nothing to talk about.
We can talk, but we got to have a realistic conversation that,
We have
you know.
nothing to talk about. I mean, we can have fun and just talk, just to talk, right? But to be honest with you, what are we talking about? We already know people gonna go vote. The
Mhm.
energy's there to vote, so it's not like it's one of those years where we say, "Oh, you know what, man? We might lose 5 million people, or 10 million people may not show up." Or we not in that election cycle. We are. It's what's the word they use? Not fervor, but like it is. It's people are fired up on the left and the right. I mean, these are remember we're what do you call it? Polarized.
Very
And so there's
polarized.
a tremendous so that means you're going to get people to be more political than normal.
Very polarized. And in fact,
Right.
so polarized that depending on where you sit or what your view is, when you see something happen, you can have a whole different point of view. I mean, from the person that's seeing the same thing, the exact same thing. And one person is saying, nah, that's stupid what that person just did. The other person said, nah, that's smart. Look at them. They so intelligent. Look, they I have heard even people stating what I don't like. Let me get it out the way. So this is just me just getting this out the way. Um, where DC was wrong, right? So I am very particular, when I'm speaking to people about, especially about politics, I try to keep in mind where somebody's point of view is, right? And not really hammer them on it. But there are certain things where if I know something is not true, then either what I'm saying, you got to understand, some things are opinions or hypothesis, but that's just what it is at the end of the day. You can make an hypothesis, you can have an opinion, you can make a projection. That doesn't make it true because what? It didn't happen yet. I'm never going to be to the point where I'm going to say, hey, what I say when I'm projecting out into the future, that's what's going to happen because I know it. No, I'm saying there are a list of facts. There are some things in the history that's given historical record why this can happen. And that's what I'm seeing that it may end up being. Don't mean that I'm right though. And I think people have a hard time with that part. The part where you making a projection or making a hypothesis on something doesn't mean that it's true. And I don't like to be lied on. You know what I mean? Like I said, like this to me, this isn't like me trying to create beef and stuff like that. To me, this is just sharing
What?
thoughts and views. No, I know
What
you
the
don't. I know you don't have any
hell
idea
are
what
you
this.
talking about?
Yeah, so this is
I
just
don't want
me.
to know.
Yeah, this is just me just
No,
talking
we talking
about
about the
talking about
presidential
different things.
elections. I do not give a crap about no individual people in their personal lives and what they think they are, who they are. Who cares? You have
Right,
no power.
right.
You control nothing. You're in charge of nothing. I do
Hold on.
not care, bro.
Let me get to
You
it.
don't run nothing. You don't control nothing. You have no power. You don't move anything. You cannot even project power beyond maybe your household, and that might not even be the case. You might not even have no power in that situation, for all I know. But you definitely predict no global or no national power, not even no local power for that matter. It's a joke. Kill the ego. Kill
You
your
have
ego.
you have to get control of your ego. It's
Uh,
okay. Everybody is not right all the time, man. Like I said, man,
But it's good that everybody's engaged though, so I'm not mad about that
yeah,
part. But like you said, you
yeah.
have people who are grifters though, people who eat off this stuff. So I don't trust nothing or no one. That's why I don't like talking to strangers. Cause I don't people are just trying to get clicks and views, and it's nothing. It's not even it's not. It's nothing, right? Because when those people get up on that stage at this level, at least maybe not your local people, your governors and stuff like that, but on this stage here, because it's our leader, you know, it's going to generate a lot of clicks, and so every single space in America, it will create energy, right?
Right.
So the conspiracy space, the Christian space. I mean, pick a space. It doesn't matter, right? The comedy space is gonna love it. The comedy space eats up this stuff, and it does America, unlike other nations, to a large degree. We have the space to criticize, and because of that, that creates the conversations, the conflicts. I understand it, of course. And I love it, by the way, because I do not want to be in a place where you can't have an opinion, you can't say what you want to say, and
Right.
you don't get picked up in the black van and taken away, obviously, right?
Right.
Or your neighbor snitches on you. So I like my
Right.
freedoms that we have, that we can just say whatever we want to say. So
But
not,
at the yeah, but at the end of the day, it's your opinion. Now,
but
some
it's just an
opinions,
opinion, and that's
right?
just where it stays at.
Now, some opinions are more informed than others. So at the end of the day, then you check the track record of that particular person.
Not only
Not
that, stay
not
humble, but stay
yeah,
humble though.
and not only that, but not ballpark, not you kind of waffle in between both, two or three lines, this and that other.
Right.
I've always kind of like put it on record about what I think about certain thing,
Well,
this and that other, and the
do you?
kind
Well,
of,
one thing is that, but do
missing
you move
pieces on that.
elections? Do you move elections though? I
No,
know
of
I know
course
people
not. Of
I know people
course not.
who have tens of millions of followers. They still don't move elections.
Of course not.
They don't move
Mm-mm.
elections. Now, there are a couple of people who are not politicians who can make something happen. But
Right.
it's only a couple that has so much control over individuals that they can actually make them do something in that world. But for the most part, 99%, 99.9%, you're not moving nobody. You will sure up the bases of places, right? So like you'll bring out somebody or you will have whatever's going on, and that will sort of sure up your base or give your base confidence in you or whatever, right? But it won't go and get new people to sign up for something. It won't go and get people to swing to the other side. It won't do that. I
No.
have seen no evidence of that. And so if you're that far down on that list of what I'm talking about, then I mean, what are we really? That's nothing that really. I mean, outside of having fun, of course, there's not much there to take to be too serious about it, you know. But you know how activists are, and like people who are like too intense. And I be thinking to myself sometimes, as intense as you are, you probably should leave this country. You know what I'm saying, right? Like you know how somebody's so angry. You know how like a Chelsea handler or what was it Chelsea? I forgot who. One of them went on the Ellen show. You know all that stuff is ridiculous anyway, right? But one of them went on the Ellen show back in 2016 or 15 and said, once Trump had won, that they had to go to therapy. And I'm thinking to myself, and I follow this guy. I don't know if you. I'm not gonna shout out the show, but it's a big channel that has a lot of people in politics that come on, right? And what's so funny is that the guy who hosts the show, he says, "I have committed my life. I have committed my life to destroying Trump," right? And so I was thinking to myself, and he's a nobody in a sense, right? But he does his little 0.0000% part. But what's so funny though is that as many people he have on his show that are very well connected in politics, if for that to motivate you, it's very strange to me. Is that one individual can have that much power over you that you want to destroy them? It also makes me nervous about things just in general, right? Is that people can get that obsessed with a person, right? They've been so brainwashed that they can get that upset at a person. Because what exactly is this person who's been here for 70 years have done to you until now for you to commit your life to destroying him? It's like it's not even real in a sense, right? You're not going to fight them. You're not going to actually do anything. You're just running your mouth at the end of the day.
Mhm.
And my bigger point was that I said, if y'all really hate things so much, nobody wants to go to Canada, but they all claim that they want to go to Canada. But no one ever leaves though. I haven't found a TikTok or Instagram post of somebody of importance, right? Quote unquote, like out of Hollywood or something, right? I ain't seen it. Y'all Canadians are still moving here. Go look at the numbers, right? They're actually moving. They've been coming here since they never stopped coming here. Right, and Australians, by the way, they love coming. They love moving, and England for that matter, and other places too, right? So even though these are more liberal places, I know that you're playing games. You're trying to project to your followers or to your view. You're trying to project that you are what's the word for it? DC is like it's like you're trying to project this insanity or this you're so furious at everything, but but not really though. You're a spoiled, petulant child, whining and complaining. You know what I'm saying? That dad took the popsicle from you or whatever, right? Like that's what you look like to me. I don't see anything. It doesn't penetrate me, right? I'm just looking like you a grown ass man, right? With millions of followers, and you got these political pundits on your show, and you talking about how much you hate somebody. It doesn't make any sense to me. You know what I'm saying? But I could be
Well, I
wrong
mean,
about that. But
you
it's
can
strange.
but you can
Like, calm
juxtapose.
down.
You
But
can
calm down,
juxtapose.
though.
You can juxtapose the same energy when someone says that they hate Kamala the same way.
Bro, they called the man Hitler, bro.
I understand that,
Just stay
but
right there.
what I'm
No,
saying,
let's just don't leave
it's
that spot.
it's
I want you to
juxtaposed
just
though.
stay right there,
It's
though.
always you
Hitler,
have to
though?
always look at it from the opposite side. You always have to look at it from the opposite side. It's both
No, if
both
it's
extremes
politics,
are
I know it's
bullshit.
messy. No, I'm
Yeah.
saying I understand that politics is messy, and I get that it's crazy. That's why I love it so much. My point is that it doesn't have an impact on me necessarily because I think it's funny because I see spoiled children who may have money, who may have influence, who may have power, whining and complaining, and it's entertaining to me, obviously, right? But it makes me laugh, to be honest with you, because I be thinking to myself, man, because I want to make sure I don't get like that. Just so you know how you can kind of lose yourself sometimes. Like, let me not ever get like. Let me always try to always try to find my footing, because there is no way it could be who. And by the way, matter of fact, it doesn't matter who it is. By the way, if you're an American, no one hates another American. In my opinion, I mean, you may, but let me not say it that way. That's not true. I won't say it like that because of rape and murder and stuff, right? So let me leave that out. But I'll just say that in normal situations, right? If you run for office, or if you're a famous person, or who hates? Tell me this: who hates someone as much as they hate Trump in Hollywood? Like a civilian or another Hollywood person. Like, who actually intensely, year over year, has that much venom for a person that we can see online or on television over the years, right? I can't even think of anybody where people are dedicating themselves to like destroying people out loud. Now, I know people do that quietly, of course, but dedicating themselves to destroy one person.
Yeah, the only close. There's nobody, to be honest with
George
you.
Bush genocided a whole country of over and displaced over 3 million people and killed 1 million people. Obama drone struck and killed thousands and thousands and thousands of people for 8 years straight. Deported over 10 million people. And but they good though, right? They good though. What I mean by that is this: I know the far left hates them and want them to go to prison. George Bush,
Right.
I get that. That's the extreme, but that's the extreme left.
And Obama
Very
too.
small group of people.
And
Obama
President
too,
Obama too.
very small group of people, right? Very
Yeah.
small, with no
Yeah.
power. But anyway, they just always activated though. But anyway, and then go back through history. I'm thinking to myself, I would want you to have more hate for the presidents who exterminated the native people. I would want you to have more this. I would want you to have this energy for maybe the founding fathers and what they did to African people, right? Or something like that, right? Like, I've just never seen a person offer just pure propaganda because he won't obey and comply to traditions. And I'm like, well, in America, we have very strong systems. What are y'all really concerned about? Not saying he's not a problem if you're on the left. Not saying he's not an issue. Not saying that he's not a fascist, which he's not. That's ridiculous. But we'll just say he's Hitler. He's fascist. He's trying to do this stuff. He's stealing votes. He's trying to destroy the democracy, right? Maybe that's all true. I don't believe it. But maybe it's all true, right? But that's why we have systems in place, though, right? To mitigate that, to deal with that, to control that, to manage that. But to watch individual people hate a person, I'm like, what did he do though? Who has he killed? Right? Who has he deported? What has he done? Well, he's friends with Putin and Kim Jong. Stop playing, bro. It's literally made up fear, in my opinion, because he trolls all the time.
I think it's the trolling part.
He trolls all the time. He won't pivot and act presidential.
The trolling part.
Trump is literally what it means, in my personal opinion. I don't mean to cut you off, brother.
Go ahead.
But let me just say this part and I'll stop talking. Donald Trump is, in my personal opinion, to the core of me, is truly what it means to conquer a nation, to conquer the planet. I think this is what it looked like. This is what it feels like. And a part of me thinks to myself, is it that y'all just want this stuff to be kind of suppressed and kind of hidden? Like, we can, y'all can act like this, but just kind of keep it quiet. But I'm thinking to myself, this is what it looks like.
Yeah, that's what it is.
I said, well, hold up now. Y'all telling me that the founding fathers, who had to roll over people, bro, had to commit mass genocide to take this land. All the wars that the French and the Spanish kings and the Portuguese, just the sheer amount of death and murder to do the things they do to get us to this point that we're in. I just don't see how it rises to the level, right? Hitler conquered Europe. How do you equate that to Donald Trump, a real estate dude? How? From New York, beloved. But because he's being himself, by the way, cultivated in Manhattan, right? To be him, matter of fact, was patted on the back, right? Wasn't he? Good job, Don. No, am I wrong about that? Give
Patted
him a
on the
TV.
back by
Give him
who?
a TV show.
Oh
What do you mean by
yeah,
Hollywood? By the
yeah,
real estate
yeah,
industry,
yeah.
by the
By
stock
by
market industry, by the
the entertainment,
politicians.
yeah, by the
He
entertainment
he
industry.
set up on stage and said, I gave all y'all money and all y'all came to my office. Mitt Romney, you was just in my office asking me for money. Oh, but he Hitler though. He's a fascist though. Right? Elon Musk is a fascist. At the same time, Obama is the one who gave him all the money to get his company started and supported his company. Right? They love Elon Musk. Loved him. The moment the man gets another opinion, now he's the enemy. Because you're that simple-minded and controlled by politics and the media.
I think
Let me ask you this, DC. If
yeah,
people, if we say we were very powerful and very popular, and we told people what we thought about things, what would they call us?
if we was very powerful,
What I mean is that we had millions of followers, or we ran a company, or if the government gave us grants and big $1 billion grants, we was a mover and a shaker, and
mhm.
popular, like the Koch brothers and stuff. Like we was popular people, and me and you, how we are right now. But now millions of people know who we are, and they ask us our opinions, and we said, "Go listen to our program," and that'll tell you who we are. What would they? What when they assess us? What would they call us?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Would they call us this? Would they call us capitalist?
No,
Would they call us lovers of democracy, lovers of the Constitution, lovers of the founding fathers, lovers of America?
no.
Right? What would they
Um,
call us?
Probably call us
Will we
radical.
be, will we be able to stay in this country?
Radical, you know,
Anti-American,
anti
anti-West, right?
anti-American.
Anti-democracy, anti-capitalist, anti-everything, right?
Yeah, to a degree. Yeah.
Right. Hate Europeans, hate their society, hate the West, and on and on and on. Right? We would literally, they would literally make us the enemy of this country. And individual people need to ask themselves that. If people knew what your actual opinions were and you was putting your opinions out there, how would the media frame you? And then put yourself next to the people that you claim that you hate.
It's a
All
good
your
way of
thoughts,
looking at
all
it.
the decisions that you make is out there on Big Street. Right?
That's a
Maybe you
that's a
avoided
good way of looking at it.
maybe 1 year you avoided paying taxes. Well, let me put that in the public and let me make you popular and watch me frame you and then tell you that you're something, and then you can't shake that off you. But I'm going to be a goofy on the internet with no influence and no power, pretending, and then making these broad statements about individual people. It's stupidity at the highest level. But I'll leave it there.
So what do you think will be a better way to actually look at these things? Just from your point of view.
We call ourselves observers,
I mean, not
right? For a reason, right?
being an observer is it's very
So the
hard to
thing is
do.
this though, we're not going to have feelings about. We can play the game. We want to play the game, of course, right? But we're not going to have feelings about either side or about we're not going to lock ourselves into either side, right? To where we're speaking for them. I don't work for the Republicans, and you don't work for Democrats. I
Absolutely
don't
not.
get paid by the RNC. You don't get paid by the RNC.
I
Last
don't
time
get
I
paid
checked.
by the RNC or the DNC.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly, right?
I know a
Right.
lot of
So
people think I
there's
do,
no
but I
there's
don't
no
get
there's
paid
no
by-
super PACs and there's no PACs funding us. We're not having secret meetings to give us talking points to come out online and discuss. Right?
completely organic.
Right. Free flow of thought.
Mhm.
Right? Pressurized, basically, right? And so like I was saying, so when you're trying to understand how politics is operating at any particular cycle, we're just working from that position forward, right? Because things change all the time, right?
Things change
If you would have told me
all the
Donald
time.
Trump was going to be president at the moment he came on stage against the other 16, I would have just said let's talk about it, right? It wasn't going to be no automatic because it's competition.
Hmm.
And we kind of got to work through where America is and trying to understand that coming out of 2000s with Bush and them, and for whatever reason, the Democrats sort of getting off of working class whites and all this, and just all the layers of things, right? Just layers and layers and layers of things. You get what you get at the moment you get it, and you got to kind of deal with that, right? Because that environment is going to manipulate and bend and manage and deal with where it's at the moment in time. And we're at another moment in time and trying to figure out which way we're going to swing. It doesn't matter. And like I told you, a lot of people in their opinions aren't going to really matter because it's going to come down to a very thin margin, supposedly, right? That's what we're believing at the moment. We'll feel differently probably, but mid-October we may have a different feeling for it based off some of the numbers that we're looking at. But
Hmm.
me and so guess what? A lot of people who are posting things online or on television, we're talking, it's literally for clicks and views and entertainment, which is cool. I love it. I watch it all day long, all night long, nonstop, right? But um I don't know what better way to explain it besides observing, looking at all the sides, looking at how things are just moving. Because you're not gonna stop it, right? So you know what I'm saying? It's gonna be what it's gonna be. And guess what?
That's my
You
that's
can
my
look at it
point.
like you can look at it like not
Hey,
getting nothing or getting something, whatever that's supposed to mean. That's what I wanted to talk about, by the way, stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? You're much smarter than me, and people online are much smarter than me. So I like to talk about stuff where people are trying to make a point like what you're getting and not getting.
nah,
And what does that
I
mean?
I
At the
I
presidential level, right?
I think what we both do well, we work as a check for each other. When we go too far one side, we kind of pull each other the other side, and then vice versa. So it's almost like a balance. But I think that the way I the way I want to look at things, I want to kind of separate myself. Like, okay, let me separate myself
Uh-huh.
about whatever I think about a situation, whatever I think. Let's leave it alone and just look at what just happened here. And I can't ignore like the whole Kamala thing. Like I said, I don't understand how you can ignore what took place over the last 2 weeks if you don't see that. Is what I'm saying. And when you talk to people, they're saying that no, that's not really what happened. This happened, and I'm like, no, this took place. And me,
All right.
just because if, like for instance, when we made the statement back, there were people that was in the DNC that did not want her to be at the top of the ticket.
Mm-hmm.
Me and you know that that is actually a true statement, not something that I wanted. That's not something that I said. It's not something that I thought that would be the best thing. And that's what I'm saying. So when you say stuff like that, people put that on you, like that's you making the so-called opinion that somebody else should do this, somebody else should do that. No, that's just what it was. There were other people that they thought would be better to run against Trump than Harris.
Well, the thing is
But
that
when you bring that
and that
when you bring that back up, it seems like they're putting that on you. And I'm like, no, that's not on me. That's just a fact that I acknowledge. That's enough. That's a fact. Now,
yeah.
do I
But
have
when
an
you get
opinion about that? Yeah, we can get into the opinion, but other than that, I'm just listing what took place. That's
right, the
all.
details are the details, but you can interpret it based off your own personal life if you want to do that, maybe.
Right.
But what
Right.
I look
Right.
at it as is in any situation, if you knew the details when they're discussing, if you're, I know you've been in a hiring situation, right? You working with HR, y'all doing hiring, and you're trying to go through different potential hirees or whatever, right? Potential candidates, and
Mhm.
if people heard the conversation, right? They were like, well, dang, why didn't they pick this person? Or why didn't they pick that? What are they talking about? This person's more qualified. It's like, but you're kind of hearing people have a conversation, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if somebody says, I'm not really sure, then somebody says, well, look, think about this. Like, oh, that does make sense. It's but you're getting insight to them discussing, and people have their favorites. And like I said, when you made that statement, or I made that statement, or whatever, it's not a statement to kind of be overly sensitive about, right? It's kind of like they're trying to figure it. I interpreted it that way. I'm sorry. My personal opinion was they're just trying to figure it out. Biden wanted what he wanted. Hillary wants what she wants. Obama wants what they want. The DNC wants what they want. Right? Nancy wants what she wants. And other lobbyists, other people are putting in and saying, hey, we want this, we want that. We've been wanting this for the last 3-4 years, etc. Right? People had previous plans that were saying, if we beat Trump and get him out, we know that we want Joe Biden to do 4. Joe Biden said, fine, I'll do 4. The moment Joe Biden says that, you have to start preparing for what, DC? You got to start preparing some candidates, because you're going to have to run people if he decides, unless he changes his mind, which is what he did, to be ready for 2024, right? In 2022, really right away, really in 2020 once he
That's
said it,
right.
right?
That's right.
And so you're grooming people, you've invested in people. I mean, you understand what I'm trying to say, right? I shouldn't have to explain all this stuff. This just kind of just should be known, obviously, in my mind, but it's not that heavy. People want who they want, and then you make moves, chessboard stuff, right? Then you start making moves. Me and you are detailing, at least from my perspective, that's why I got
Mm-hmm.
that song that we're going to play for Joe Biden. Just for Joe Biden. That's your Joe Biden song. But anyway, because he's making now, like you said, now I cannot prove this, and she still has to win to make the argument stick. But if this man's plan was to groom this woman and to say what he said and did what he has done, right, with his appointments, etc., right, and a lot of it is tied to grievances historically, I have to stay right in that pocket, right? I'm in that pocket. So I'm not gonna talk about reparations, what they doing for these people, what they're doing for that people who ain't getting this, who ain't getting that. It's all a show, twerking, blah blah blah, yada yada. I don't care. Don't care means nothing, right? All irrelevant. I'm gonna stay right. I'm gonna stay right there in that. I'm gonna stay right there, DC. I said, hold up, this
I
man
just
at his in his this man the history of in his history, his life. Please do not tell me that his ending part of his life, of him wrapping up his legacy, right? And he has legacy. Common folks, you're not gonna have much of a legacy. Maybe your kids, right? He's tying up global empire legacy stuff, world changing stuff when it comes to racial global dynamics. I don't think we're really. I don't like you said these. I know you don't like talking about it too much these days, right? But when you look at this
mm-hmm.
system on this planet, right? And if you don't understand how this all works, I know you do, and I won't get into it right now, but it's very important, regardless of how you may feel or think about it, if it's a dog and pony show or not. But like you said, if you understand politics and diplomacy and empire and how all this works, a lot of things are dog and pony shows. A lot of things are orchestrated. A lot of things are to send a certain message or to project a
Mm-hmm.
certain idea. That's why that's why they use that little that remember that little Middle Eastern girl, I forget her name, who didn't want to get off the bus or got hit by a brick by somebody, and they used her to represent all women in the Middle East to try to get them free, right? Then you can spin that lots of
Right.
ways, right?
Right.
They're trying to bring it into Islam. They're trying to bring it into traditional kingdom life, whatever, right? You can just go on and on. But the West is going to do what the West is going to do. It will create and project all those perceptions to generate a certain energy to influence people to change. Then you get Saudi Arabia, women are allowed to drive, right? Slowly moving, inching
Mm-hmm.
closer to secularizing a little bit more, relaxing things a little bit more. That's just a part of how the world operates and how different groups of people influence other groups of people, especially when you have the maximum amount of power, meaning that you can project the most amount of power, right? So America can project global power. Everybody else around the world is going to be mostly regional power, right? Or local. And because of that,
Mm-hmm.
the people who are in charge, they can influence. And they're going to influence. That's how the world works. But anyway.
It's 94 days, by the way.
There we
To
go. What I said? I said 93. I was off by one day.
yeah, I'm saying you was close. It was close.
You know
It was
what though?
close.
That is so not enough time to do anything. It is. It's man, it's impressive. I'm gonna tell you why I said it again, DC. If they deliver right, and we'll get into the details of this stuff, but I just want to tell you this part. This just to give you big ups, and I hate it, by the way. It tears me apart.
Nothing to hate, man.
So I've been I was on all her sites and stuff, right? And I said, oh my God, just to see the infrastructure that's already in place, just to see his infrastructure that she's used, man, bro. Like I said, I don't care about like the whole she's coordinated. There's no, no one picked her, no one voted to get her in there in the who she's the VP, she's a part of the ticket. It's all the same to me. Don't care about that stuff. Irrelevant, left, right wing, irrelevant talking points, right? Look at the master stroke that we said on that. The reason we went live the first time is that if you look at the details of it, if you look at all her stuff, right? If you go on all the sites and stuff, right? I said, oh my, it's seamless. I
Very
said
seamless.
he has planned it. Him and his people have probably, if I had to guess, has probably pre-planned this a while back in case something happened.
In case.
And she had to take over the election. We need to have her prepared, and we need to be able to transition everything over to her.
Because we got to handle
right.
Because we got to handle the resistance within the party itself.
Yes, that's the only thing that's important, by the way.
Yeah,
that's the only thing that's important is inside. And so back to what I said, that's why a lot of people in their opinions means nothing to me. Because if you're not a Democrat, if you're not really a part of the Democratic Party, right? If you're not a supporter and a voter and you're not participating, again, I don't care what you're talking about. You're looking for clicks and views on the internet. It means nothing because the whole goal of that party is to do what, DC?
To win at the end of the day.
It's to shore up all loose ends.
Oh yeah,
it's to coalesce. It's to put energy in. It's to provide. It's the what people don't understand about Obama. I said, well, Obama needs this guy. Said no, for the DNC to be comfortable, they had to put Joe Biden there. Same with Dick Cheney. Same with Mike Pence, etc. Right? Those people are put in place as VPs. In my personal opinion, of course, is to make sure that you have your people in check, that they're energized, that they're focused, that they're committed, that they're excited, and then it will work itself outward from there. No one is going to go outside of that to run a campaign. It doesn't work like that. It's not even nothing to talk about. It's irrelevant. And so these goofies on the internet that be talking, I said, I get it. You just running a show. It's just a show. It ain't heavy. That's why I don't engage it, by the way.
If you don't have a transitional or a transcendent candidate, somebody that's personality that can kind of win over people on both sides of the aisle, the next best thing that you can have at your disposal was energy and energizing people
and great infrastructure.
That
critical,
great infrastructure and energizing people.
All politics are local.
Your side of the ticket, and to come out above the fray, because when you get somebody slinging, whatever the case may be, whatever their issue is, and how other people feel about them, if you just keep it strictly on the thing that you're looking for, because this is about getting the 270 at the end of the day. I think people misunderstand that part.
Hold that thought. 270. Hold that thought. What did Biden just do 2 days ago? Or yesterday?
Free some.
Come on.
Free some.
Can't make it up, right? Can't make it up, right? Can't make it up, right?
Which was said that it wasn't going to get done before Donald got back in office. That was something that he was going to use as a ploy.
Let's make that less important. Let's highlight this. I thought he was dead. So how is he negotiating a very complex trade deal?
He's cloned, man.
But he's dead.
You know that? He's cloned. He might as well go full Alex Jones up in here. We're gonna go full Alex Jones. Let's go full Alex Jones.
No, what I'm telling you, what it's showing you is it's levels to this, right? You have peons and peasants and clowns thinking that they're things they're not. You are not in charge of anything. He's master strokes, DC. I hate to give it to him. I hate to give it to him. Master strokes. He literally took the news cycle back from Trump because Trump made a masterful play. Going to the National Black Journalists Association, going to the
absolutely
the NABJ.
National Association of Black Journalists. Yeah, NABJ. Yeah.
Right. So the common peasant is worried about 3 women interviewing him. The real conversation is about Donald Trump said, you know what? And I know he did this himself. They probably said, don't do it. Don't go. Remember, they've been asking him to come there since 2016, by the way. You know what he probably said? I need to get back into the news cycle.
I got to get back energy.
I don't care how to get back in the news cycle.
Energy.
They haven't said his name in 11 days, bro.
Not in a good way.
11 days.
Not in a good way.
They weren't about his VP having sex with a couch, bro. Like it's terrible. Trump said, "I'm gonna go to these black people. It don't matter what. I'm just narrating. It doesn't matter what I say, what I do. I'm gonna just be there. Whatever it is, right? Guess what it did? What did it do, DC? What did it do?
Bull in China shop
mode,
man.
What did it do? What did it do though?
Full metal jacket. I'm going all
national media on the Democratic side. Let's forget the right. Forget the right. Go to every single podcast, YouTube channel, Instagram, TikTok, every news show, ABC, NBC, CBS, Fox. I mean, not Fox, MSNBC, CNN. What were they talking about? Sports shows. What were they talking about, DC?
Oh, talking about what he did at the NABJ. Yeah.
Who are they not talking about?
Not talking about Harris.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah,
masterful. And then
she had the VP thing was going to be the next news cycle for the whole week. That was going to be the news cycle. For the
whole week. So Trump says,
you can't let them just run 3 weeks roughshod over you.
That'd be crazy. That'd be crazy.
And if people think that this got something to do with policy, you're fooling yourself. This is not policy. We're not talking about that right now. So this is strictly just trying to build back the narrative, man. This is politics, right? So he does that. He gets what, 2 days, maybe 3. Well, we're still kind of talking about it, so I'll just say 3 days, right? And then I wake up and hostages. I'm saying, what? Hostages are being released. What's going on? Give him the week. I would say give him the week, man. Give him the week.
Joe Biden said, whatever Putin, whatever we got. I think it was Putin. There was a bunch of people involved, of course, a whole list of countries that was involved. But they made a deal, and I said that's perfect timing, on purpose or not, because it knocks Trump out the news cycle, right? Trump did make a comment about it, but it doesn't mean anything. Joe Biden getting it done, and guess who he had? Who did he have next to him, DC? You saw who was next to him, right?
Harris. Yeah.
Did she speak or not? Did she speak or didn't she speak?
Oh, she spoke.
And gave a speech.
Yeah.
Oh, I did this too.
Been here all the time. Always been here. That's funny.
So the left wing pundits are saying, well, Kamala she was really engaged and she really did help free the hostages. I said, back in the news cycle again. We back.
I would give people a suggestion on. Maybe I will wait to the end, because what you think that you're doing, you're energizing the side that you don't want to energize. That's what's so jacked up about it, because like I said, the energy that you're reverberating back about this type of situation, you don't give it that kind of noise when you got people ready to defend it. So now you're creating the politician that you don't want to beat you. That's we talked about that already. Like you almost creating the actual person in a vacuum. So it's like you go in and you run a race, right? And you're thinking, okay, I got this on lock. All of a sudden, the faster you go, the faster this person go. You know what I'm saying? You speed up, they speed up. All of a sudden, everything that you're reverberating back at them, they're hitting you back with it. So now you are caught at a crossroads of, okay, so now I just got to slow down. We gather, and we're gonna have to attack head up. We're gonna have to go head up. We can't go this kind of
head up.
We can't yeah, I can't run around you. I can't do all what I've been doing. Like I can't do the diversion tactics and stuff
Well,
like that.
well,
You got to go
well.
ahead
You
up.
like, but like you said, we knew. I don't know where we're going to go with the conversation at this point, but we knew that. I don't like I said they were all caught flat footed basically. Yeah, I said I was texting you like crazy this week, right? 'Cause I'm just everything is
Mhm.
rolling, and I'm like, bruh, y'all taking this long to catch up on what you can't miss until you had to see the ATL thing for it to click. Like y'all you are expert. Y'all getting paid millions of dollars. I'm like, man, DC, we need to open up our own think tank. Cause
Man,
I could have told you in 24 hours, like,
uh,
you need to throw everything at her right now. Right now. Don't look, the talking points was black people don't like her. These people are out their mind. I said, who are y'all talking to?
look, man, a lot of
Because
people
you're
say
getting
that, bro.
robbed. You're getting robbed.
Nah, a lot of people believe that a lot of black people don't like her. I think there are a lot of black people that don't like her. I think a lot of black people that don't like gonna still vote for it too.
I don't, I don't, I
That's
don't,
what you're
I just,
missing, though.
no, I don't care about that.
Well, that's what I'm talking about at the end of the day, because it's almost. Remember we talked about the pussy
People,
hat
people,
situation.
people hate Trump. They're
Hold on.
still voting for Trump, bro.
That is that.
Mike Pence is
I
voting
was
for Trump, bro.
I was
And
just
they
about
said
to get what
hang Mike Pence. Pence is still voting for Trump.
if Trump
He's not
if
voting
Trump
for no.
if Trump gets in office, it's going to be the same as 2016.
Right, right,
What you're looking
right.
at
Who
is
cares about your feelings
the most
in
duplicitous
that way?
voting electorate in this country are white women, hands down. Whether they're liberal, ultra
Oh,
conservative, on
yeah,
both
yeah.
sides of the aisle, you
It's
don't
terrible.
know what they're going to
No,
do, and they lie in your face every single
they
time. Oh
lie.
no, I'm voting for Trump. Oh, vote for Biden. Oh, I'm voting for Biden. Vote for Trump. These people are
Monsters,
duplicitous, man.
monsters,
You cannot have after Donald Trump gets elected. Well, we had a million white
monsters,
women
bro.
in DC, a
At
million white
least,
women in DC
at
with
least a
pussy hats
million.
on, and you
At least a
telling me that
million.
all of these people, if all of those women were voting for Hillary, dude,
She
it
would
would
have
have been
won.
a landslide. They would not be out there if
They
all of
cold
those
blood. They
people voted
cold
for
blooded,
Hillary.
bro. They
They
cold blooded,
all
bro.
had the
They
nerve to
cold
show up
blooded,
the
bro.
next day and protest the man after you had voted for him. If it's at
The
50, I'm
man
saying,
literally goes against.
listen what I'm saying. If it's at 52% that white women voted, what was it, 52, 53% that
It
they
was, it was,
voted for
it was,
Donald
it was crazy.
President Trump? If you
I
vote
thought
for
it was
this man,
60.
if you vote whatever it was over
I thought it
half.
was 60-40.
If you vote for this man, and then you had a million white women out there protesting the next day due to
Right,
him being elected, that
right.
math don't math.
And then look, and
It
then you
don't
lose.
math,
And look,
dog.
and watch this though.
Any,
And then you lose your reproductive rights.
that's what I'm saying.
White men are like, well, I thought y'all wanted to lose those
Here,
rights. So what are we doing? And then they all
here
flipped on them and started voting for
here's another
Democrats
thing. Here's another thing that
in
y'all
the
don't know about.
midterms.
Here's another thing that y'all don't know about DC. Do I think they should pack the courts? No, I don't think so.
Oh hell
You
no!
should
Take your poison.
you should
Take your
pay
poison for
for
your
your
sins.
negligence. Absolutely. You
Barack Obama, Hillary
fucked around and
Clinton,
found out. Yeah, you couldn't get
Ruth Gator
Ginsburg out of there.
Ginsburg,
You couldn't get Ginsburg out of there in a decent time.
and the
You
other two
pay,
dudes. I forget their
yeah,
names.
you pay the price, man.
I'm still mad
The
about that.
that that that
And I
that
like the court the way it
Supreme
is, but I'm
Court,
still mad about that.
the
You're
Supreme
blaming
Court
other people.
being the Supreme Court being 6-3 is due to the arrogance of the Democratic Party.
Arrogance.
Bottom line.
Arrogance.
Bottom line. You thought you had time, but you didn't. That's the other thing that you get down to. You thought it was one way, but it's really the other way. Yeah, so you got to deal with the court because that is at the end of the day your fault. You got spanked on that. That's your fault. Like you said, when you look, I'm saying when I see these white women out there protesting, it's not like you voted for this. That's what y'all did. He put a conservative white woman in there that's going to vote against your rights. He did that. That means, it doesn't. That's what I'm saying. White women, that's what I'm saying. So the wild card at the end of the day, when it comes down to politics, especially when we're polarized this way and we don't have a transcendent politician that reaches across both aisles, where for whatever reason, because best believe there were a lot of white people that did not like Obama but voted for him, man. A lot of them.
They held their nose.
A lot of them, man.
Mm-hmm.
You can't deny that.
Wasn't that
But
fun though
if
for a
you had to even
while? Wasn't it fun for a while though? And white
listen,
folks was like,
man.
"We're not racist no more." I
Listen,
voted for
dude.
Obama.
Exactly.
That
Listen.
lasted. That lasted until Donald Trump showed up. Isn't that funny? How all of a sudden they stopped talking about that? Oh, y'all forgot y'all was racist. Then Trump shows up. Oh, everything's back to normal.
Listen, man. That's the reason. That's the reason why. Like I love this because this shows you what the country is at the end of the day.
Let me ask you this
Like I
question.
said, so to me, this is where it comes down.
Let me get messy a little bit. So when they was at the NABJ, right? Trump said, "I've done more for black people than any other president."
Mm-hmm.
All right. What did the women say? More than what? Who do they say?
More than LBJ, more than
Right
more than
there. Stay
Abraham,
right there.
more
Stay
than
right.
Abraham
Right.
Lincoln.
Aren't we missing? Aren't we missing somebody?
Oh, but they didn't say more than President Obama, more than
Isn't that interesting?
more
And the
than
first black president, Bill
more than
Clinton, they
Bill
didn't say that
Clinton.
either.
Yeah, more than Bill Clinton. Which
I find that
that's
strange.
it.
Now I understand that the
It's
civil rights
weird.
and the Civil War, obviously that's mega. That's you're not gonna be able to, I don't know. I mean, outside of reparations, I don't even know what, right? Like what can compare to that, right?
Well,
But
the thing about
it was
journalists,
funny. It was funny to me though.
yeah, the thing about
You
journalists, you
did
got
more
to
than Obama,
understand.
because at least Trump. But I tell you, I didn't mean to cut you off. I apologize. I was trying to
No,
make
go
a
ahead.
finish a point. My point was you can't do the Civil War and you can't do civil rights. But for a white man that everybody's claiming is the worst person ever, Hitler based, and hate black people and a racist, for him to say I was the best president, and if you can't counter that by saying Obama or at least Bill, and you got to go back to LBJ, you know what's going on back then, or going to the Civil War, you don't find that curious? That Trump can stand on stage for the last how many years and say, I've done more for black people. I've done more for black people than any other president. And I have never heard of black. Think about this now. I watch everything. I read, look at everything, right? I
I
have
just would have
never
went.
heard
I would have
one
just
person.
said Biden. I would have just
I
said
have
Biden
never
Harris.
heard
I just
one
would have said
person.
Biden Harris.
You could have just said that.
I would have just said Biden Harris. You haven't done more for black people than Biden
All
Harris.
right.
Here's the
But
reason
my
why. Boom,
question is
boom, boom,
this
boom,
though.
boom.
Why isn't
Go
your
down the
first
list of
thought
things.
Obama though? It's just a funny thing to me. Because
Because I
remember
think
something, it's
I'm gonna
all
tell you.
politics. So
I'm gonna tell you.
it's not like what he's saying is
I'm gonna
true.
tell.
So
I'm gonna
why
tell
wouldn't
you
we
what they.
just
That's
say
what I'm saying.
Obama?
So I'm
Or
gonna tell
even
you.
Biden. That's a good one too. I didn't think
Yeah,
about that. Or
yeah,
Biden.
you're not better than the last administration. But
He's
see,
not
that's
been
what
in the
I'm
last
saying.
administration.
You don't know who you're dealing with when you get in front of this person to shoot for the moon. So he made you go and dig into your resources of mind of a so-called argument that you can't make because he's gonna
Not
say,
even close to those arguments.
look, he
You
said
shouldn't even
since
be saying. You
he
shouldn't even
said
be
since
saying
Abraham Lincoln,
LBJ or
right.
you shouldn't even be saying that. You should be saying Obama or Biden or
he
Bill.
said since Abraham Lincoln. So
I know it's crazy.
So if you're gonna automatically go into the recesses of trying to bring up LBJ or any of these Kennedy and all these people,
Or Kennedy.
you could go modern with this. You don't have to go that far. Like there isn't.
But what it does is that what they don't understand is that what you're doing is you're undercutting Obama. My point is that it's almost like, do y'all know what he's really doing? He's attacking Obama.
Right.
He hates Obama, dummies. This ain't about doing more for black people. He's challenging you and he's testing you, and you're failing the test, in my personal opinion. He wants to destroy Obama's legacy.
That's right.
He's not from here. The birther movement. He's not a real blah, blah, blah. He's doing it to Kamala right now. My point is that it's funny to me that these black journalists in this black place don't know what he is, who he is, and what his plans are. He makes that statement all over the place. And I keep thinking to myself, is anybody going to, why am I the only one? And like I said, maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I thought I was crazy. Because I'm thinking to myself, why would y'all let him keep hitting Obama? Like to me, he's attacking Obama. You don't think so?
Absolutely.
But that's what it sounds like to me. I may be crazy.
I would not even go back to Obama. I would just be like,
you hit him with Jim. You hit him with Jim. You hit him with Joe Biden.
Yeah, I would hit him with Biden.
Yeah.
That would really frustrate him because here's the thing: he know that you're not going to do that because he could bring up all the crime bills. But the thing is, then you go back to who supported it. You supported that crime bill, right? You wrote about it in Art of the
Boom,
Deal. You
boom.
did that. Is that
Uh-huh.
true?
Right.
You said it wasn't. You
Facts.
said it wasn't. You said it wasn't
Wasn't
harsh
strong
enough,
enough.
right?
Right.
Is that why you flipped parties at the beginning with, that they wasn't going tough enough for some of this stuff? I mean, look, man, it is what it is. You was a Democrat during that time, right? Bill? I mean, not Bill, right?
Trump.
President Trump? Mr. President, you were a Democrat in the 90s. Is that true? Didn't you give to Bill Clinton's campaign? Wasn't y'all
And
best
Hillary.
buddies? Y'all friends. Yeah, you knew these people. I mean,
Uh-huh.
is that true? Yeah. So just like any of these other people
But
that were
but
popular pundits, like say like a George Clooney, the acolyte, and all this
right.
type of stuff. Just like Jon Stewart or any of these
But
other people
DC, but isn't
that
that your
may,
point though?
supported
Isn't
these
that your point?
ideas.
But that's your point. I think, and my point is that understanding what this is. Trump is giving money to whoever he needs to give money to get whatever he needs to do to get done. It ain't about emotions and feelings and who said what and who did
He's
this and
trying.
who did that,
He's
right?
trying to win at the end of the day, bro. He
Trying to
whatever
win.
he can do to win, man, he gonna do
That's
it. Bro.
all that matters. The American way, right?
He's going about it in a way that he can try to get there, man. It ain't the best way, in my opinion. But he's gonna do it his way. I think he'd rather do it his way than try to take somebody else's advice and do it their way and lose still. He'd rather go down with the ship, baby. And it is what it is. That's the man you're dealing with. I would like, we don't have to go back that far. You're not better than the current administration. Boom. And this is the reason why. Boom, 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 boom. Like you go down the list. You said you gave the most money to HBCUs. That's not true. They came in with 25 billion that they gave to HBCUs. That's more than you basically allotted them to them. You know what I'm saying? And Senator Kamala Harris was on the actual committee to get the funding for the college for the HBCUs when you was in office. Isn't that accurate too? Wasn't they there with you when you signed that? When you signed it into existence? When you gave money there? Tim Scott and her? Yeah, you give Tim Scott the credit, but you go give Tim Scott the credit and not admit that the person right next to Tim Scott is representing Senator Kamala Harris before she was vice president. And the actual person, we don't have that many people that's in higher ranks in the U.S. government that went to HBCUs, man.
Nope.
She's the highest ranking person that went to an actual HBCU, and
you know what's so funny?
And part of the Defined Nine. Why would she try to be? Why would she be one of the people to say no? Don't give money to the HBCUs. Just doesn't. It doesn't make sense to. But when I hear people make that argument, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't align. That's not true, guys. That's
but most people are programmed. Most people are programmed. They're parrots, and it's monkey see, monkey do. Because every time I hear somebody, every time I hear a common person make a statement, I'm like, that's not your opinion. That's somebody else's opinion. You're just parroting their opinion. You're not even thinking about it. You're just a drone. You're a mindless drone repeating points, and at least give them credit for the talking points, at least.
But forget about the talking points. Talking points is just basically you're opining about something, about what you think that somebody actually did.
Somebody said, unless you're trying to debate a person, so you just being an ass about it, which I do it all the time, of course. But if you say, what have they done for me, or what are they doing for me? I'm like, what are you asking? But what have they done for us, or what are they doing for me? I'm like, what are you really asking? Right? Because they're maintaining systems that benefit you every single day. Right? They're maintaining, just on a very simplistic level, right? They're maintaining an entire nation. Right? Globally, for that matter. So I always wonder about that question. What are they doing for me exactly? It's the reason why your grandparents are still getting that Social Security check on time. And the Medicare check on time, and getting this and getting that, and on and on. It's a very, very funny question.
See, here's an opinion time. Okay, here's the difference. What do you think is the main issues that the American people are voting on, or that are they going to vote on during the 2024 election?
All the same stuff. It just moves around on the list. Whatever that top 10 list is. economy, border, whatever's popular. Economy, border, inflation, border, uh,
Keep going.
funding or not funding the war,
Okay.
wars, plural S.
Mm-hmm.
What am I missing? And then the standard stuff, Medicare, protecting Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid.
Okay.
Is that four?
So let's deal with the first one, right? You said the economy, right?
Yeah.
So the economy, of course, is out of whack, right? Because of the inflation and everything. And that
Uh,
people I'm
I
saying
don't.
this what people
You can politicize.
yeah, people
It's in a place where you can politicize it because corporations and companies, I argue, is price gouging more so than inflation. But that's my personal opinion. Now they're saying it out loud politically now, but years back, maybe what year we in 2024? So probably a few years back, there were experts already coming out and saying that you got to be careful because this is coming. Is that you're going to see price hikes outside of inflation because of the dynamics of what was going on in the past, and we're here and we're seeing it. But when you look at some of the inflation numbers, it's not as high as coming down in a lot of places, and we're still seeing prices not following along in different places around the country.
Right. So it's coming down basically, but the pricing still seems to be skyrocketing, which means that the people that are
some things aren't going to. I mean, like I said, it's. I don't want to say it's complicated. Let me not do that because what do I? How much can I know about it, right? But if you look at pricing in different places, you see that prices are coming down, right? Now, what does that mean when I say coming down? That's where is it going to go back to 2020 price or 2015 prices? I don't know if it's ever going to do that, right? But will it come down some? It has to come down some. I would say yes. Is it still going up? I would say no.
Do you think the economy is a bipartisan issue, or is it just an issue for either the Democrats or the Republicans to fix?
No, the economy is political, so you can spend it however you want to spend it. Spin it.
So it doesn't matter who.
And by the way, it depends on your.
Right. So it doesn't matter who's always in office. You can always
spin it
towards whoever the actual opposing party is.
It depends on it. When they're running statistics, it depends on how people feel during that time. Overall, how does the nation feel? People who are rich, people who are upper middle class, it doesn't matter really either.
No,
way.
but that's
right. But as you come down to people who are poor and poor, but see if you come down too far, those poor folks, they don't even vote. So then you're talking about the voters and how they feel, and then how well is the political spin on the left or the right, depending on who's saying it. So I would say this: Trump.
It's never perfect. It's
Trump is the perfect candidate. Right. Trump is the perfect candidate in a sense that if you feel any pain, he's the kind of politician that you want to run, right? Because he's gonna hammer it and drill and hammer it. He's not gonna get off of it, even if it's not true.
Right.
Meaning that unless gas is $1 and unless eggs is 10 cents, he gonna hammer you, and he's gonna convince a lot of people that
why prices so high. About it?
Well, prices actually went back to what they were for a lot of things.
You know what's so genius about that? The fact that he's the one that's doing that such a fervent rate. You don't even understand that the pricing was pretty much going up while he was still in office anyway, on his way out. So you're not gonna equate him to the blame of it. So
there
even
was
if he
nothing
in office,
cheap in 2020, bro.
No, I'm listening.
It wasn't cheap living in his country in 2020. He didn't make it easier for nobody. It's ridiculous.
So even if he gets elected, the fact that he hammers it so hard, you're not going to attribute it to being his fault. You're going to still attribute it to the previous administration. So that's why I separate it and just let's pull that to the side of the economy. So I will call that a bipartisan issue. It's argued from both sides. Some people have
it's spanned on both sides,
right.
And depending on how well you sell the argument and where the American people are as a whole, how they feel.
It's how you communicate the argument.
Because I'm gonna tell you why I say that, right? He would say, well, I had gas at X price. That's fine. It fluctuates. Now, he would say that Biden's gas price is a little bit high, which is true. But I know that gas isn't what it used to be when it was $5 in certain places. I
It
know it's
stabilized.
high in California. In other places, it's higher, of course.
Yeah,
But I remember in certain areas where people was truly feeling it, and we
it was
saw how
tough.
the nation responded to it when it was really going crazy. I
It
think in
was
Cali it was
tough,
maybe
man.
$9 or something,
That
eight
shit was
dollars.
like $5 sometimes.
Right,
Like what the hell?
right.
5.5 for some
And
regular?
diesel prices still won't. Diesel prices won't ever. It's never coming back down for
Yeah,
some reason.
they crushing that diesel right now.
Even before, no, I mean for some years now. I've been waiting for it because it used
That's
to
what I'm
be a
saying.
lot
Yeah,
lower
diesel they're
than
crushing.
regular, but it hasn't. And so I'll put it this way, because the thing is this, right? Like on anyway, I don't want to get into the oil stuff. That's a whole nother conversation. But
Yeah, let's not. I didn't
I don't
bring
want
it
to
up.
deep dive
I
anything
didn't
because we
bring it
start
up
getting
to
into
get into a deep dive because nobody gets to the deep dive in economics when it comes down to bringing out these talking points. It's just something that they're hammering, but they can hammer from both sides. Biden and them going to say we gave 11 million jobs into the actual sector, which is true.
yeah.
They're going to talk about the inflation
Oh
and the,
yeah, I
and the
forgot
pricing,
unemployment.
which is
That was
true,
the other one.
right?
Unemployment is the
So
other one.
so
Yeah, there
so
we go.
they're going to, you see how they arguing from 2 points of the same thing,
Yeah, it's spin.
2 points of the
It's
same
spin.
thing. So
One
it's
thing is this though: unemployment has been low. Most unemployment has been low pretty much for years at this point,
yeah,
right? Really, really low.
unemployment. You have to, if you want to work, you can work. Put it like
But
that.
like you
And
said, but that's a but
there are opportunities out there, like I said, for you to get to decent work. That is pretty much across the board, whether it was Trump in
right.
office or Biden in office. That's why I kind of like I lean on. Now, are you a person that's gonna be so-called at the point where people are creating this kind of mentality where everybody's going to
Well,
have the same opportunities economically? No, but you can stay above the board and have a decent life. Not to say that this is, see, that's what I'm saying. Like when you say
yeah.
things like this, people are equating you
Really?
saying that the economy is healthy. I'm not saying that. Like I'm not saying that the economy
No,
is
no, no, no,
without
no,
a
no,
sudden
no, 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 no,
recovery.
no.
You know,
Let's not do well, like you said. See that it gets sticky when you do details. That's where the spin comes. That's where the play comes
that's
in
what
at,
I
right?
mean. That's
So I
what I
would
mean.
say,
Exactly.
this: if you keep it on the surface,
That's
right,
what it
and
always is.
just act like you said, we can get economists, we can play economist stuff, and can kind of show
Right.
the kind of the nitty gritty of like different things. But if you keep it, but like you said, most people don't even care and won't even watch any of it anyway. You have to keep a lot of this stuff very, very simple. You're talking about the masses, right? But I think online and even on CNN or CNBC, they want to battle. And so they are battle about, well, we have plenty of oil, keep drilling, oil prices go down, but you
There
can't
goes
go
to
but
the
so low because it
details.
ruins the oil businesses.
It's
So
like,
this,
yo,
that, we can go to OPEC and the OPEC issue. You can start to get into little
right.
things with gold and printing money. And those are the people on the internet just driving clicks and views to make money off of.
Oh my
Nobody cares. Nobody cares.
God.
We're not going back on gold. We're going to keep printing money. The debt's going to keep going up, and we're going to keep it moving. But you can make it a political spin. Remember this? Remember what's my man name who used to do the tax pledge for the Republicans? He's I don't know if he's passed away or he's just old or whatever. Grover Cleveland, How do you say his name? Grover Cleveland. I don't know if you remember him. He would always make the Republicans sign a tax pledge, or at
I
least
know
try to get the president signed back in the day.
right.
And that sort of kind of faded, right? Remember, there was a time where people there not that long ago, right? That the debt and deficit mattered. Remember all that stuff, right? And then the country moves on. Now, good or bad, experts can say down the road it's horrible. We won't be able to pay for this. Social Security's bankrupt. We don't have anything, right? At the end of
We
the day,
we have
regular
been
people, the masses, do not. Bro, we've been here for like 50 years, bro.
we have
We
been
have
at
noticed
financial,
something.
hold on.
No one cares.
We have been at financial
If it
collapse.
all goes, it goes.
It had they have been
Right?
they have been playing a volley with the economy
Oh
since
no, not forget the
1929,
bro.
bro. I mean,
Right,
I'm talking
right.
about where it was supposed to crash and everything was supposed to crash and burn and
Everything
it was
is over
all
with.
over.
End of the world.
Right. It was all
Right,
over.
right.
And
All the animals are dying off. We're killing the planet. The planet's going to
what I'm
die
saying is
tomorrow. It's going to heat up in there. That's
there
all that
there are
internet nonsense
there are a
propaganda
lot of
to get people turned up.
there are a lot of smart people, smarter than me, you, even people that's on this line listening right now. This is all they do all
All
day,
day long.
every day, and they have got constituencies, plans in place. Even if the economy falls apart, even if the banks fall under, on how we can still carry on, move on. Now, like I say, there may be more restrictions in place. It may get harder for people to move a certain way, but you get used to it. Just like I mean, we have proven to be a certain kind of people that can get used to certain things, man. I have seen it. I have
Dude, we were slaves.
after what has happened, what four
Dude, we
years
were
4 years
slaves.
ago,
We was
4
in
years ago.
bondage.
After 4 years ago,
Society,
I'm saying
societies
not just
will
us though.
continue to
That's what I'm saying.
move.
Not just us though. I'm saying there are certain things that you can put in place. Like I say,
Jim Crow, no voting rights, just here, living,
as long as you
surviving.
can give people a good reason on the reason why you're doing something, and everybody can agree to it, then you can move on. You can move on. So I mean, I'm saying that for a particular reason. Immigration, bipartisan.
Gotta have it.
Yeah, bipartisan.
Don't mean nothing. Irrelevant. Irrelevant.
At the most basic
all
point,
spin. All spin.
All spin.
Gotta have. Listen to me. Gotta have it. All spin.
All cap, man. All day long. All cap, bro.
Check this out. You can try to make Americans protectionists. You can try to make them nativists, and I get it. It's a thing that happens in civilization, and you can run politics on it. But they're just running politics on it. I 1000% know this for a absolute fact. America is not homogenized, and it's not pasteurized. Right?
Me and you know.
It's going to bring them in.
We could go to any government building with the highest security clearance. I don't care what building it is. We could go into the Pentagon itself, on the lawn, in the city, on Constitution Avenue, and you can walk around and you cannot tell me that you don't see people that are out there doing manual labor jobs, cleaning up, stuff like that, are so-called what people would deem these people that we call so-called illegals.
It's irrelevant.
And but that's what I'm saying. It doesn't make sense at the end.
And you know what's so funny about it. And you know what's so funny about it. It is a political issue. I get it. It's real, and it does move people in some states, obviously, right? But generally speaking, it's a I don't want to tell a story. It was a very good story about slavery. The Arabs in the North Africa is going into sub-Saharan Africa thousands of years ago to get labor, right? And basically get slaves, right? Not to go too heavy into that, but it was very interesting with scripture and Muhammad and even with Christianity and Judaism about God and their sons or prophets or whatever being against slavery, right? The problem was it was a necessity. It was like breathing. You had to have it, but you don't have a civilization, right? And so it's interesting that we live in this modern system, global system. You got to have cheap labor. Automation is great, AI is great, robots are great, but we still live in a time where we need billions of people to provide straight up labor, right? That's going to require what? You got to have immigration. There is no options. Now you can change your entire civilization and your entire economy, but we're not doing that. We're a global economy. That's not happening anytime soon.
For us to do immigration the right way, the economy has to change. It has to fundamentally change. I mean, at a very
it's a stupid level. Conversation. It's irrelevant. It's not happening, bro. It's not happening.
I'm not making an argument for it. That's what I'm saying.
It's just a fun conversation to have. It doesn't matter.
Just saying.
I hear these conversations all the time, man. We will automate. We will advance civilization. Matter of fact, because of our technology, we do need less human labor. Thank God, right? We need less humans risking their lives to build stuff, right?
Exactly.
But you still need billions of people up until today to keep making stuff and digging things and knocking things down and picking things up. And guess what? America needs about 3 million people here a year. 3 million a year to maintain where it's at right now. That's what I've read, at least.
And all legislation is
don't care how they get here.
And here's the thing that's really going to shock people. All legislation is supposed to do is to basically get it at a sweet spot. That's it. Yep. It's to control it. That's it.
It's to make sure that the native people don't get too mad.
Don't
It's
get
all
too mad.
balanced, right?
That's what I'm saying. It's balanced.
Oh, okay, y'all are
It's to
mad.
balance it
Okay,
out.
fine. We'll make a
It's to
couple of
balance
changes
it
to make
out.
you feel good. Okay, fine. You're mad. Put Trump in the office.
We're not shipping. We're not
He's gonna
shipping
break.
people
Right,
here. We're not shipping people
right,
there.
right,
We getting
right,
things. We getting things. We getting things on the
right.
books and stuff
No,
like
no,
that.
no.
We're getting things
DC.
documented. All that
America,
type of stuff.
America's gonna come to the end. It's gonna come to its end because Trump is here. I said Trump is just a part of the system. Y'all are mad. You vote for him. He
Oh
breaks
man.
things. Y'all feel better, right? Because they feel better, don't they? Don't they feel good? They feel so good, Joe. This man is
Man.
having rallies every day since 2016. All that angst and anger and
Get it
energy of
out.
not being
Yeah.
heard
You
by
got
the
to get it out.
Clintons and by the Bushes and about the Wall Street not hearing them, the banks not hearing them, Silicon Valley not hearing them. Now they can be heard. Trump is literally a megaphone of all white American, what's the word that we use for people who are always angry on the internet? Grievances.
Mm-hmm.
That he spews their grievances out. And you got to think about it. This is a big, powerful country. So it's a
Unapologetically.
lot to get out of his system. It's a lot for them to get out of their system, right?
Unapologetically, by the way. It's unapologetic.
Unapologetically. We
And
angry,
I
we
think
mad.
that's
So
the
guess
biggest
what?
thing.
America, the reason why it's a great country and a great nation and it's a global empire, it knows how to adapt and adjust on the fly. So hey, you need
It
someone in
filters.
here to break traditions and to shake things up. Everybody's gonna be mad. But
Yeah.
so what? Be mad. Whatever.
So,
Whatever though, right?
but
It's
not only
whatever.
that, but you know what that does at the end of the day? It still generates energy and it suppresses the ones that it needs to suppress. So it still works out at the end of the day. It suppresses the ones that need to
It's a
suppress. And it
living
generates.
organism.
It's a
It's not
living
that
organism.
heavy.
He is a living
He
organism.
will be here and do what he do, and the outcome will be whatever the outcome is. We all will adapt to it. Whatever it is, right? Like you just said, right? One day, if you was a part of the USSR, you was a part of the USSR. The next day it was gone and you're no longer a part of it, right? Life will keep
Right.
moving. You'll be fine. You'll survive. Who cares? There's no point in me putting a lot of energy into that, right? Let's just keep it on politics, right? Let's keep all that other nonsense. You know what I'm saying? I've listened to these shows, bro. I said, y'all wasting so much energy on UFOs and all this other irrelevant, waste of time, distractional conversations. And I said, y'all must know how the world works. But it's fun though. I get the entertainment side of it. But we're gonna keep rolling though, right? And then you bring on your girl, Kamala. I wanna play that song before we talk about her and Joe.
So you want to play it right now?
What better time to play? I can take a 60-second break.
All right, so we're gonna have a little intermission here and go ahead and play "Wake Your Ass Up" MCA. Should have
Like
played.
I said, you don't got to play the whole. You don't got to play the whole thing if you don't want to.
I may do that, man. It depends.
See how you vibing. How you vibe? This is for Joe Biden though. This is your boy.
Okay.
I'm a straight up Phoenix. Yeah.
Chill.
That's 1993. What came out in 94?
Oh man, 1993. Golly, boy. Whew. That was a long, long time ago.
1993.
Yeah, we were youngins. Whew. Trying to be straight up menace. Chill. Yeah, man. That it's reading the tea leaves, man. I don't get it, man. I don't get why people just can't observe a situation, see something for what it is. You don't have to like it. I mean, I see a lot of things I don't like, actually, but doesn't mean that it ain't true. And I think that that's one thing Black people, man, as a whole, I think that we have a problem with that. Pro-Blacks, conservatives, liberals. I don't care what side of the aisle that you on. When you see something and you know it to be objectively true, you have to be able to acknowledge it. And you could I mean, if you really feel a certain way about it, then try to say that you can do something to try to make a difference. I don't think that you are in that position to do so. I think that that's a delusion for most people. You can get online, you could Tariq Nasheed it, what I call what Tariq Nasheed do, and form a so-called small movement of people and coalesce a thought cult and do it that way. But I mean, me and you, we talked about that, man. It's almost been 10 years now. We talked about how that was gonna break apart. Like, it just doesn't.
Hey, like you said, you're free. You're free to
You're
do
free
whatever
to
you
do
want.
it. Yeah.
On the
So
internet, enjoy yourself.
it's just enjoy yourself. But your
I
frustration is
always
going to
I
be your
always think about the
frustration,
man in the train station in the Matrix style. That's all I see. When I see these little cult groups on the internet, that's all my brain. I just can't get out of. That's where you are.
Oh my
You're so
God.
far. You're so far in. You're so deep in. It's you thinking you're in a different reality,
That's what I'm saying. You have created your own
bro.
reality
I
because, like,
watch
you are.
Alex Jones, the biggest conspiracy
Oh
theory
my
on the
God,
planet,
man. He
break
is
down
out
and
of
crack because they
control.
took everything from him, sued him
Ooh,
for $1 billion. We taking it
begging
all.
the
We taking it
judge,
all. We taking it
begging the
all.
judge, walking up to the parents of Sandy Hook and apologizing to each one of them with tears in their eyes.
Bend
I'm
that
sorry.
knee. Bend that
Uh,
knee,
I'm sorry.
white boy.
I don't know what I was thinking. I'm so sorry for your loss.
Oh, and here the white boys. Here the white boys take up for him too. Oh my God.
It is
He
insane.
didn't know what he was doing. He didn't understand. He went too far with it. He got issues. I said, what am I? What the hell? The
That's what I'm
hell is going
saying.
on?
The brain, you can make it work. The brain can make it work,
Yo,
man.
we live in
The
the we li-
brain can make it work, brother.
if you study race, if you don't think you're living in a really good time, because we're living in a time where they feel a certain type of way, and so instead of them kind of hiding it and being more deceptive, you're getting a little bit more because of social media. Honestly, just because of everything is this videotape, you're
Yeah,
getting a better if you're spending time in that world like I am. You're getting a better sense of just the way people think and
yeah,
how they see themselves. And even like you said, even with Trump in a weird kind of way has a lot of sympathy that people see in him in this country.
hmm
A victimized character, a sympathetic character. It's very, 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 very interesting how all that works and how people shift and move and things.
Well, yeah, and like I said,
Depending on how you're
they'll
being treated,
defend
and what
it.
you look like when you're being treated that way.
Yeah, and they will defend it to the end, good or bad, both sides. Like I said, people will make room in their head for the indefensible. Like
Well,
I
the thing
said,
is this though, me and you pay taxes. Me and you support
right?
America, regardless, right?
Absolutely,
That means that the empire we support, we're a part of it.
right.
We're not dismantling the empire. We're not on the other side. We're not in Afghanistan right now trying to fight.
Mm-mm,
We didn't join up the Taliban, right? We didn't denounce our
mm-mm,
citizenship, right? So
mm-mm.
we are a part of all this stuff. We're not separate from
Tangibles.
this stuff.
Hold on, hold
We're
on.
responsible for all of it.
Watch how cold I am. Tangibles or not. Tangibles or
Right.
not. And and best believe if you think that somebody that stays in these states like California, New York, Chicago, which is Illinois, these extremely so-called, you already said at the beginning, there's 43 states where, like, people are
We ain't talking about. I'm not even talking to you. If
projecting
you live in
power
those
out
states,
of
we're not
these.
talking about nothing, bro.
You projecting power out of these headquarters, and it's just like, dude, like, that is not what's happening. Like, anyway, it's just reality at the end of the day. And
I
when
want to talk to.
reality
I
hits,
want to talk to the.
it
How many
hits.
independent voters are there
No,
that's going to
it
decide the
is what it
election? What is it?
is.
70,000, 80,000, a couple 100,000. I just want to talk to those people because even in the swing states, most of that's already checked too. By the way.
It's gonna be difficult because like I said, I don't think people understand what they're saying. Like, you got to understand. Okay, they're like I said, this could have went a different way. It could have always went a different way. It could have fell on its face. They didn't
Oh,
know. Like,
absolutely.
nobody knows.
You don't
Like
know.
like I say, you
You
roll
don't
it
know.
out, you try it out, and this thing could have just failed
I didn't think. Did you
on
think Biden was going to just
arrival.
automatically work? I didn't
Dude,
think he was going to automatically work. I said, okay, it makes sense. I understand it, but you
dude,
really don't know until it gets up there on the campaign trail. You kind of see
absolutely.
it play itself. I'm like, oh, okay, I
You
see it.
see it
There we
play
go.
itself out, man. You cannot tell me that this is something that people basically foresaw. It's not true. Now the support for one side of it was there, but like just where it ended up at where it is now, nobody saw this, man.
Well, no, you
Like I
said
said,
it. It's perfect time. And remember something: the DNC and the Democrats, the actual people who are actual Democrats, not the freaks on the internet, not people who are anti-American or anti-politics or anti-everything, and what are they doing for me, people, and I don't care. All that to the side, because I'm watching people argue who don't vote and don't participate, but they're arguing about what we're not getting. I'm like, well, you don't even believe in voting.
Tangibles what?
You don't believe in the system.
But no, I'm saying tangibles what? Don't you still pay taxes? Are you talking about tangibles? If you really want to talk about really
get all the benefits,
if you really want to get into protesting, talking all kinds of big
left,
shit, why don't you go ahead and go the way of Ron Isley or Wesley Snipes? And you know what I mean by that. Go ahead and do what they do.
Right.
Talk about tax code don't exist. I won't pay taxes because I'm so-called sovereign citizen. Do that. And then holler at me later on that. See,
no. Not only that.
I'm saying don't act like a political. I'm saying don't act like a political choice, whether it's for Trump or for Harris. Whether
don't
it's
use
a
democratic policies.
Don't
use democratic policies. You live in a blue state using democratic gifts that you get in a super majority blue state. You get all the
basket. I'm talking about in a basket, in a big old basket.
Right. You're applying for all those loans and all those grants.
The goodies. That's what I'm saying. All the goodie bag. Right. You got the goodie bag. Yeah. What are you doing, dude? And you want to talk about
funny.
Tangibles?
It's funny, bro. That's funny.
You're not even talking about your brethren that's in the so-called states where it is going to make the difference. Where they're talking about water, where they need subsidies, where they need disability stuff and all Alabama, that type of stuff in Wisconsin. I'm saying, Wisconsin, Michigan. We're talking about where it really counts. Indiana. Yeah, like what are you, nigga? What are you talking about, bro?
Missouri.
I'm just saying, man. Like you flip it on his head, and you flip it to the other side of reality because
it's like it's just like being trying to relate to regular people. It's the same thing. It's all the same stuff. we don't have anything in common, bro.
Your argument always work in a vacuum because you're doing it against what you project to be the perfect situation. Oh, not until we get reparations. Who's discussing reparations? Like I said,
not on the ballot.
If you're going to get to that, who
gets
you closer? Not only that, but who gets you closer to that discussion?
Oh, the left, of course.
And I'm saying. But not just the left.
But
Paradox. Let me just be real clear. Your race automatically shifts you there automatically, good or bad. And then after that, if you're talking about anything that's going to be so-called projecting anything that's specifically for that group, whether you think it's FBA, whether you call yourself ADOS, FBA, whatever, beyond, it's going to be an exclusive identity politic issue with where are identity politics at? Paradox. Where are they at? Where are they located at? On the left side of the aisle, on the right side of the aisle?
I will say both, but we're gonna go with the left.
No, I'm saying when it comes down to your race, being black.
Well, I was gonna say both sides, but I know
then reparations. I'm saying reparations, though, bro. You talking about reparations?
Well, white people are getting reparations, and the right side is all identity. It's all about white males.
But you miss it.
Blue eyes.
The identity is mixed in with race. When they say identity, they're talking about I'm an American. Hold on. So when you say an American, then of course that automatically on that side it automatically means white American male, white forward thinking type of deal. We lead
all identity politics on the right, bro.
That's what I'm saying, bro. But I'm saying, but they would use the words American, stuff like that. They're not going to segue it into the so-called sub-identity politics. So that's the difference when you speak in those type of terms. Like I get it. I mean, there is nobody that's going to be a perfect kind of there is no perfect kind of discussion when it comes down to this to me.
Well, no, on reparations, I'm not an expert, of course, obviously. I'm just a guy, but I will just say I wonder it will makes more sense to go through all the courts, so and attack the courts very aggressively, and then push black politicians to also push it as well. But my issue with the left, in my opinion, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, I think they hate black people. That's just me. I know the right does. I know the right does. No, I know the right does.
Hold on, no.
But I'm gonna tell you something.
No, we talked about it.
But
there's a
there's
very
some liberals and some progressives over there
powerful
that I
there's
be
a very
sideways looking at them,
powerful
bro.
Faction of liberal left
Yeah,
that
there's some
despise
weirdness
black
over there,
people.
bro. I don't know
Despise black
why.
people.
I don't know why, but it's something.
I just think that
It's
they
something,
want
bro.
distance. They just want distance, bro. They want distance from
No,
if it's not a
a lot of them
chosen
seem like a
if
lot
it's
of
not a
them.
chosen black person to be in their space, then they don't want to be
No, a
around
lot
black
of them.
people.
No. A lot of them say, and I'm just talking about a lot of the talking heads and stuff. A lot of them seem like they don't like talking about us, even though we run the
Seem like
party. I'm just trying to be nice. I'm being nice about it. I don't want to go in, obviously, right? I'm just saying it just seems like I be listening to them. I listen to them all day long, right? I be thinking to myself, I don't think you like black people.
no.
I just don't, I know it ain't about feelings. I get it. But I was like, I don't know though. It's just the way they be talking sometimes. I'm like, I know, because I mean, it's always like, well, we gotta talk about them. Here we go again, talking about. It's like it's a weird, like like stress almost. And I'm like, are we serious right now?
I
And
think
matter of fact, I'm even seeing it with I'm even seeing it with the vice president. I'll be thinking to myself, why aren't y'all? What y'all? Because I'm contrasting it, and I do get the dynamics, right? Because since she's not a progressive, I understand that they're going to be somewhat apprehensive, and they don't want necessarily the race to override their political positions, right? Because they're strong in their positions, right? But for her to be a minority, a double minority, maybe even a triple, isn't she? No, she's not. She's not retirement age yet, but she's close, right? So I was gonna give her the old person one as well. Give her all three of them, right? But she's older. She's an old person, right? So we could put her.
Yeah,
So ageism.
she's about one
Also,
more year. Yeah, she there, yo. Yeah, she
no,
got the
not one more year.
she got the turkey neck.
Her birthday is in October, I think.
That's what I'm saying. She got the turkey neck. Yeah.
Yeah. So my point is that it almost seems like they don't want
she's
to.
not young.
Yeah, she's not young. My point is that she's everything that you guys, in my opinion, have created based on how you running certain things, right? And using that to run a lot of your politics. So now you got what you want.
Yeah.
And she's not a far crazy left person. So I understand their apprehension there. But it is what you want, though.
That's what you want. Yeah, exactly.
But it is what you want. Regardless of her actual politics, she's on the left. You can pull her to the left. Even she may come to the right to get elected,
and you can pull a center. You can pull a center too. Yeah, absolutely.
No. She's coming to the center. Ain't no doubt about that. You're not getting elected.
Yeah.
But she's gonna run back to the left, in my opinion, once she get elected, right? So they'll get some of the goodies that they want. But it's a negotiation at the end of the day, right? My point is that they still don't seem as comfortable as I saw the exact same people when it was Bernie Sanders. Or Hillary Clinton, for that matter. By the way,
it's really
even Hillary Clinton. No, it's both. I've seen
Bernie
being a moderate and
him
being a socialist Democrat. I looked at their energy, and even Elizabeth Warren. I just look how they respond. Even Amy Klobuchar. I was looking at certain people that I follow, females, white, on the far left, and I was just thinking to myself, like, yeah, you don't seem as the same. It's just not the same. You know what I'm saying, right? It ain't just at the same. You don't got the same energy in your voice. Your tone ain't the same. And I was just like, I just thought it was kind of funny. That's all I'm saying. Like, oh, that's very interesting, huh? Now, if she still needs to prove things to them, and maybe they get a little more excited, then maybe. Because remember something, they've been whining about the genocide in the Middle East. She didn't meet with Netanyahu. I don't think she met with him, and she said, ceasefire, end the war, etc. And she's been saying that. Actually, said that last year. I think maybe in December, November, early. She said ceasefire. And so I'm thinking to myself, isn't that what y'all want? But see, I know how they are, by the way. They're never happy on the far, and on the far right either, of course. They're never happy anyway. But I was like, could you give her at least that? So she's going to be closer to you than Joe, but she's still not happy. And she's a minority. I mean, what are you asking for?
Oh, man.
And she ain't even quote unquote all necessarily what we classify as African American or Caribbean American, right? She's also part Southeast Asian. I figure at least that would make them more happy and more excited.
Give them more
about
fluidity.
it. More fluidity, but for some reason they're not as excited as I thought they would be.
Right.
Unless they're hiding it, and they could be hiding it. Now, some of them are super excited, by the way. I'm just making a point. Many of them are super excited. It's just a few that I follow that I like to watch how they behave because they're always kind of funny when it comes
It's
to us.
that's what I'm saying. There is space for it, but it's a limited space, is what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
yeah, yeah. It's limited.
Limited
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
space for
Because like, cause watch
that
this.
that
Cause
particular
cause
group.
now this is why I'm trying to make a point. They're the same people that say he's a fascist and he's Hitler. So I'm thinking, well, wouldn't you be excited regardless of who it was?
Hmm.
So you got a woman of color that's mixed as well.
You
You should
you are
be out of
the
your
yeah,
damn brain.
you the inclusive people, right?
You should be
You the big
crazy.
tent.
But you not have, and again, like I said, I understand that's the characteristics of those people. So they're negative no matter what. So I do get that part. I just think it's funny. That's all.
Yeah, like it's funny because like you see the young turds go through their
Oh
I
my
mean
god, bro.
they
Oh
just
my
blow all
god.
kinds of blood
Oh my
vessels
god.
over there. Like they're not
Oh
happy,
man.
man. You're
They're
right.
not happy people, bro.
They're just sick on a
They're
fire.
not happy, man. They're not happy, man.
Making all the money, all the
Making
bread,
all
all the
rich,
money.
live in mansions, bro.
Ah,
Live in a mansion, bro. In California, for that matter. Rich, rich.
they got all the
Stupid
bread too,
rich.
man. Crazy money.
Crazy money.
Ain't
And want
nothing
and
like
want and
liberal
want and want
money
to
on
put
this
on and want to put
side
facts
of the
and
country,
want to
man.
put on this sympathetic. I love the world. I care about the world. I said, man, come on, bro, stop it, bro.
Anyway.
That dude makes me angry. I don't even know why. But I just don't. I don't like middle. I just don't like certain types of people from certain places for certain reasons.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to be on much longer, man. I didn't even really get to discuss what I want to discuss. I'll save that for another
What you want to touch? We got how much time we got?
I gotta run, man. I gotta
Oh,
be
okay.
somewhere like around 7 o'clock. So you
I'm
can
about to say
stay
it's
on.
only been an
I
hour and
can't stay
40.
I can't stay on too much longer. But if you want to drop the link, we could drop the link. If anybody want to come up and have their feel about said or share their views. Now the thing is that I'm telling you guys now, man. You get up here, you say something that's not true. I'm gonna hammer you on it. You know what I'm saying? That's just how I'm going to be today. So to just know that is. You can come up here and have your opinion.
What did you just say? I missed it. My phone dropped out for a second.
Now I was just saying that we can drop the link, but I was just saying that if people come up here saying things that are like blatantly untrue, you will be fact checked immediately. like we on the debate immediately. I just don't want false narratives to run, man. Not over here. So,
Yeah,
other than
I mean,
that, man, you can come up and share your views. It's all good. It's all good. We're gonna be here for
when you get starting all these
30
rules
minutes.
all of a sudden?
Well, what I'm saying
All
is
these new
that
restrictions that you had.
well, no,
What
it's
happened
not
to freedom of
restrictions.
speech?
Not restrictions, but I get lied on, man. Like people be people be misappropriating my statements and saying that
It
I
don't
said
matter.
something and stuff like
It's
that.
not.
And it ain't
It's not.
true.
It's not. It's not real anyway.
It's not true, man. So
They're
that's
they're
I'm
just
doing that to defend myself.
they're all ghosts in the machines, man.
You're right. You're right. At the end of the day, you're right. But I'm doing that to defend myself on our channel. At least I could do that. So that's all I'm saying. I'm keeping the integrity locked in on our channel, so it's in real time. They can see the difference between what they think it is and what it really is.
You know, I spent 3 hours discussing with a professor today about religion and trying to explain to them and understand how our religions work. They was breaking it down to me, but I had my counterpoints as far as like
Mm-hmm.
just your belief system versus how it's used to keep it
Right.
simple,
Right.
and how I believe that it has retarded historically. It was great, and then at some point it started to retard, and unfortunately we was captured in that, and we've lost a lot. We've inefficiently we have lost a lot of time that we could have used to learn and develop. And I was holding to one main position, right? And you tell me if this is crazy or not. My main position was when I was 3 and 4 years old, I was going to this place learning about pharaohs and emperors, right, from 3,000 years ago, right? So I know words like Moses and Joshua, right, and Abraham. I know those words, right? just different like cultural things, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I said, I'm 3 and 4 years old. That stuff is from 3,000 years ago, and it's 3,000 miles away from me, 5,000 miles away from me, right? And I was like, but I never learned my own history. Isn't that weird? I spent all that time. Think about that. I'm in school. Well, not even then. It was not even school yet. It was actually in like daycare and stuff, right? But you 2, 3, and 4 years old going to Sunday school, learning about ancient Middle Eastern history and some strangers and people who are in a whole nother society, right? You know all their names, not their maybe their original names, of course, but you know all their names, everything they've done. You know what I'm saying? You know everything. 3, 4. I can recite. Right? I can recite names to you. And if you would have asked me when I'm 3, 4, 5 years old, tell me something about X, I'm gonna look at you like I don't know what you're talking about. Isn't that crazy?
Crazy.
Think about that, right? And when I said that, it was just crickets on the call. It was crickets because I'm thinking to myself, has anyone thought about like all those hours, all that time that I'm learning Bible verses and not even the ancient versions of it, by the way, right? The English, the King James version of it. Not even learning the original language, which is a whole other conversation, right?
Goodness
But
gracious.
I'm learning the empire's bastardized version of things in their reality, right? And I'm sitting here now. I understand historically because of the dynamics of it, right? But
Mhm.
the 80s and 90s, the amount of hours that I'm studying and learning, and I'm like, huh, didn't spend 5 seconds learning about history. By the way, real time history. You know that, right? Like real time. Like not even when
Mhm.
it didn't even have to go back. The things that were just happening in the environment to us real time. Forget 50 years, 100 years, or 500 years back. Now, how am I 3 or 4 years old? I'm burning what? What do you think? 10 hours, 20 hours a week, 30 hours a week,
Mhm.
depending on how religious your family is. And it's all the time. Because you know people who don't did you know people who when they became very religious that every other word like when they would speak within their sentence structures it will always be like a religious word mixed in there, like they were so uh uh uh, propagandized or so dogmatic about it, right, that they would even speak in you know what I'm talking about, right, where it's praise the Lord thing, like it's all in the language, like every. And I was thinking to myself, like, man, how much history we could have learned at a very young age, man. Just the amount of information that we would have had before the age of say 12. If we spent that exact same amount of time learning about who we were in our actual slave history. Not about what happened to some goat herders that went to Egypt, that was lost in the desert somewhere at some think about remember, you study global history,
They
right? So
don't.
you know
Yeah,
that
the people
people
don't
have
look at
been
it.
right. But people have been lost all over the world for all types of reasons, and all kind of things have happened with kingdoms and empires and belief systems all over the world, all different times, right? And I'm like, you got me spending all my time. Matter of fact, even if I wouldn't have learned my own history, you could have taught me all other histories too. This is a random one. Teach me all the other ones too, then, right?
Well, the basis
It's
of teaching
stupid,
somebody
man.
history is to get them kind of program leaning a certain way anyway.
I
So
know. I hate that, man. I hate it, bro.
it's not taught. It's not taught object. I don't think we have the ability to even teach history objectively. To be honest with you, it's just
But there,
always
but no. Oh my,
in the prism of the person that's giving out the
right.
information.
But my argument that's absolute fact. But my main argument was still my main argument was our history is being erased. And so I use the DMV as an example of
Yeah,
casual history. If you're from the South and your family was a part of the Confederacy, the language and the culture of you growing up, you can be completely stupid and illiterate. You're gonna know about that stuff because it's
that's true.
literally in the conversation, right?
Right.
If you're in the DMV, I said you live in one of the greatest places historically on this land, period. Right?
So much history.
Original, OG, everything is here. Everything is here.
Yeah.
Even the freedom stories are here.
Yeah.
And you're telling me when I walk up to random people and I'm asking just to look at myself like, oh my God, even now we don't really know basic general. It should be in the conversation. Is my whole point, right? It should just be within conversation. And it's just it doesn't. It's just interesting. Because if you think about the wiring of our brains, if you're getting that information, you're the way you visualize the reality that you're in would be very different. Like when you see things, like you know how when we ride around the cities, right? I know your
Mhm.
brain is actually seeing the history because you know the history, right?
Yeah,
So
most of the
you're
time. Yeah.
seeing things in a way, right, that looks completely different than
Mhm.
everybody else, even though it's the exact same thing.
Right.
Your brain is processing something completely different though, because you understand the treks that we took. You know what the churches in downtown DC that was used for the Underground Railroad. You know what we
Mhm.
had to walk through. You can visualize it regardless of all the new buildings that are. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, I digress. I got people on the live. Let me add somebody else who's trying to come up. I think.
Hey, what's up, Paradox? What's up, panel?
What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? Yeah, this thing, man. We went all kind of around the rosy, man. But yeah. What's going on? What's going on? It's Renaissance
Yeah,
Man, right? What's going on?
yeah. What's up, DC? What's up?
What's up? What's up?
Um,
What's up? What you
no,
got?
I was gonna say, I guess for Paradox, I'll start going backwards a little bit. No, it's funny. I thought about that the other day. I was like, if you had a K through 12 education, it was very, unless you went to like one of these Afrocentric type of schools, you did have a very Eurocentric view of the world as far as history. Like I remember, I had to take like Western Civ. I think it was what like European history or something like that. So you're studying all
Yeah.
these things. I just wonder, like, yo, what would that really be like from the time went to school, like walked into the institution to the time you left the 12th grade? That was all African centered. You were learning all about the history, of our history here, over on the continent, all of those things. Just what type of people would you turn out? I mean, I know it'd be very different, and I know that's not there for a reason. So I definitely hear where he's coming from there.
Mhm.
Um, the one thing I will say also, you were talking about Trump. Um, I think Trump is different from the system. I sort of took from him that, hey, this is a way for whites to let off steam. I think Trump is something else. I think in 16 the establishment was like, okay, we got to deal with this guy. Like, we can bring him in, we can work with him, because he's won, so he's got to have some level of reasonableness. We'll put some people around him, and we'll kind of keep things steady. So that may have been 2016 Trump, but throughout the administration, I think they learned just what this guy really was. And then after he lost the whole January 6th thing, and then sort of what his behavior has been afterwards, whether it be, taking classified documents from nuclear secrets. I think this dude he's an insurgent to the establishment. Um, he has some very shady dealings. They had the stuff come out this week with him taking $10 million, or allegedly taking $10 million from the Egyptian president before, a few days before the election. I think this guy, if he gets in, I think he is very problematic, and there are a lot of people in the establishment who actually want him nowhere near the government, just because of the incompetence, the arrogance. I mean, you saw that this week. With that interview in NABJ. I was sitting there flabbergasted. I was surprised that they were going to actually let this guy go and do the interview. I mean, Trump gave me what I expected from it. Like I was like, oh, this is going to be a disaster. Like, you know,
But you
but
you
his
you do
campaign.
but you do
Wait,
know
what?
that there's like two separate people have two separate realities when they look at that whole interview, right? Like people think that he went there and he got them told, basically.
No, no.
He told those black women off, and that it looked weak for them the way that. No, seriously. And then you
I
have another
mean,
side. You have another side that believes that he went in there and made a fool of himself. And I just
no,
lean that I think it's a little bit of both. I think he did what he did. He made a fool of himself, but that's just his personality. That leans into his
but
weaknesses. But
but here's the thing with, like, I think from a standpoint, I'm coming at purely from a standpoint of winning an election. You can go
okay.
in and say that fired up your base. You can, or hey, some of these people who want to see black women checked, you can say, oh, but I mean, if you're talking about swing voters, if you're talking about purely from winning an election, that did not
Mhm.
help you. That made you look like unhinged. It kind of reminded you of why people had concerns about Trump. of, hey, if you put this guy in an interview where you challenge him, he's going to go all over the place. Stuff is not going to make sense. I mean, maybe I'm being biased of it, but I just don't think that helped him from that standpoint. And to be honest with you, from the standpoint of, oh, well, he checked these black women, this and that. I mean, I kind of feel like that's a very small, like, not even small. That's a very weird, and I know that word's been going around. That's a very weird group of people who are gonna. That's a very weird.
There's a lot of black people that believe that, though. It is. There's a lot of black people. I mean, but that.
Look at the optics. You're sitting up here cheering that this white man who, you know, kind of represents this untamed type of white man is checking a black woman like that, and I'm kind of like, could you go and flip the scripts and do something like that? And like white men be sitting up there like, oh, ha, ha, you know, so and so went in there and he really put those white women in their place. Like,
well, they tried that with Kevin Samuels.
Yeah, and that failed because when Kevin Samuels checked that white girl, you know, all the white dudes in the white manosphere lost their mind. And I was talking about
only one white girl, not three, just one.
Yeah, it was one. Yeah, it was one. Yeah, but here,
turn down your is it the
hold
game?
Is my mic? Yeah, I don't know. Is my mic loud for y'all?
Yeah, your mic is spiking up, man. It's a little bit too loud. So just
is my mic
turn it down.
Now?
Yeah, that's better. That's a lot better.
Okay,
go ahead.
But like I was saying, let me just and we went through the whole thing with the black manosphere and white dudes and all that white supremacy and stuff like that. So that was the issue I had a problem with BGS supporting Pearl. But with that being said, look, addressing Trump going to the national, I think it was a black journalist conference with 3 black women, that was a disgrace. And the only way you can look at that situation and think that Trump did well is that you have to be so biased. It's insane. And look, I don't like BC knows I don't like Kamala. I'm not a liberal. I've traditionally been concerned on the right, but I'm not so far gone where I just can't be objective. The reality of the conversation is that him going on that panel, he couldn't answer basic questions. He was attacking everyone. Yes, if you're a Trumper or MAGA supporter, that's great. But for the moderate, the people you actually need to vote for Trump, that was horrific. And to respond to DC, I have to do this, to respond to BJ's email because he wanted to respond to the chat. Yes, Kamala does have a chance. Now, DC, when I was last time, you know that, at that specific time, I told you that I believe Trump still at the event. I told you the 4 checkpoints that she would need to do. And so far, since then, maybe they were listening to our stream, I don't know. But they've been meticulously doing those points. I've seen them consolidate the black vote, although it was a push, but I'm seeing it happen. I'm seeing them really push Roe versus Wade and the whole female issue, which could help them gather enough white female voters. I'm seeing talks about picking a white man from a blue-collar background. I'm seeing that happen a lot. And just today, I just saw a Republican mayor in Arizona endorse Donald Trump, which is shocking to me. Which, if he goes ahead and does that tells me that there's a lot of anti-Trumpers who may go for Kamala. And if all of that happens in place, then I could see Kamala win the election. But see, you have to be objective on these things. Go ahead.
Well, Hammer, here's the thing too. I don't know where people are thinking she doesn't have a chance. Like, whether you want to look at 538, if you look at 538,
and by the way, Trump's a loser. He lost.
Yeah, well, I was going to say
he's not the president, right?
Yeah.
If you look at 538 polls right now, the average, Kamala is ahead by 1.5. If you look
you're right.
If you look at Nate Silver, he's calling the race a toss-up. Like, I don't get where people think this is not a winnable race. Like,
this is all pre-convention right now. This is all pre-convention and pre-VP and
the big guns ain't came out yet. The big guns ain't even happened yet.
And pre-VP rollout. So that's what you got right now. That's what you got going on right now.
Paradox. This is pre-Oprah. This is pre-Beyonce.
It's pre all of it.
Yeah,
it's all of it.
It's pre all of it, man. It's pre all of it. You guys,
all of it.
That's why I'm just like, we can have opinions, but at the end of the day, facts are facts, and like I said, I stand on that. I don't have to.
But you don't want anyone dropping viruses in conversations, though. So
no,
to make what it does is that it triggers a response that you shouldn't even have to engage it. Honestly, I wouldn't. I don't engage it anyway.
Yeah.
In my mind, it's like if you got some irrelevant random person making a comment that's going to trigger a discussion, it doesn't even make any sense. They're not in charge of anything, so anyway.
And the non-fact and the non-fact givers, your how would I say, your culture warriors and the rest of those, like you say, the rest of them weirdos, they're not getting on this panel. They will not come up here.
They can come up. Like I said,
I'll
give them. Like I said,
of course they can.
Yeah,
I don't want any freakazoids or weirdos or JD Vances, bro. I'm good with that. I'm trying to protect my psychology over here. I'm good. No viruses over here.
The only thing is that, like I said, what's going to end up happening, I see this going to happen. People are going to change their opinions in midstream, and they're going to reverberate and be like, well, no, I told you this was going to happen. No, that's not true.
DC. The man lost to Joe Biden.
I know.
To Joe Biden.
I know, bro.
Who got on the ticket?
Jim Crow Joe at that. With head down too, bro.
Last minute, they moved out all the popular people who was loved by America. They brought in. Come on, man. Just go do some research. And then they ran a number of polls that against Trump because he's so disliked. His unfavorable is so high. When they ran all the polls over the last 2 or 3 years, consistently running polls, they're saying that we can put any Democrat against him and the numbers are going to be tight.
Yeah. She's already
so that means you just gotta that means you just have to run a very smart, intelligent, discipline. That's all that means. Now, if you don't do that,
you have to be disciplined.
No, I was gonna say, like, her favorability, she went from, because people don't realize your favorability if you're the VP is gonna be tied to the previous administration. She's already above like a plus, I believe +2 favorability. Trump's has not moved. On top of that, now you're talking about big guns. You're seeing people from the Obama campaign. You're seeing people like David Plouffe, other people who were previous Obama people coming onto her campaign as senior advisors. I mean, they have.
Yo, you got goofies on the internet worrying about Meg Thee Stallion. We talking about global politics here. You think that's going to have an impact?
Let me say this. If you think that Trump,
that's a waste of conversation.
If you think that Trump wouldn't have loved to have Megan Thee Stallion shake her ass in a red pantsuit the exact same way that she did for the DNC in Atlanta,
DC, as a Christian conservative, which I'm probably going libertarian, but as a Christian conservative, at the RNC, you brought the chick that is the whole walking chick. Is that what it's called? The whole walk? Is that what she came up with?
No. The slut
walk. Boom.
Slut walk up and down. And ain't nobody saying nothing. You said anything about it.
Everybody hurt over Meg, who is phenomenal, but I'm a fan.
Wait, Paradox. You say you think you're going libertarian?
Yeah, that's a different conversation, but that's
okay. No. The only reason I mentioned that is real quickly is you're not the only. You're not a Trumper, but I've heard other Trumpers start talking about, I may vote libertarian now. Like Trump just
not vote libertarian, but
okay.
That it's going to be a process of that happening over the next some years.
We're gonna. I'm calling.
I'm trolling.
I just heard a Trumper say that. I was listening to him talk from. I may vote libertarian. Trump just he even said that interview was horrible.
I get it. I know. There's a lot.
DC, you said I'm trying to run, huh? I'm trying to hide.
It's tough. Joe Biden gone, man. Like I said, Joe is out of there here. Like I said, this is everything. No, but I'm saying because with him, it was always Joe,
I can't do it.
he ain't gonna do it. You know what I'm saying? But we have reintroduced the conversation to those because think about this: the lieutenant governor, I forget his name, for Georgia, is going to endorse Kamala.
Yeah, I saw that.
I know.
Yeah.
I mean, paradox. Like I said, man, you got to think about this. Is what I'm saying about understanding politics.
It's just the beginning, too, by the way, of Republicans.
People don't understand. There is just like there was
it's
a
blood
fraction,
in the water, bro.
Just like
it's blood in the water.
Just like there's a fraction within the Democratic Party. This has been simmering for like 6 years now. There is a split in the Republican, a serious split in the Republican.
We can't get nothing done. The maggots are in charge.
That's why you can't go libertarian. That's why you got to take your L and you got to camp out over there when
just take it,
breaks. And they got to hold on. No, you got to take your L, and then when people finally realize, hey, Trump is not a good politician, his politics are bad, we've got to get him out. You got to be part of the rebuild.
Yeah.
That's gonna be. But always remember, there was a Republican that just tried to split his wig. So you have to look at this thing that he's definitely got people on that right side that are not down with that program. And we're gonna see. I think we're gonna see a little bit more of that coming down the pike.
The blood's in the water. The only thing they can stop. The left at this point is gonna be because even the Senate races and other races are polling really good for the left. But I would say, like it has, like we in DC keeps saying, avoiding any kind of calamities or catastrophes or any kind of like some sort of weird event that happens somewhere. I mean, outside of that, it's gonna be very difficult. It's gonna be very difficult, I think. So far.
Well, I think it's important to also understand. A piece of the panel, piece of the chat. I think it's also important to understand that the national security community doesn't want Trump back in there.
Right.
John Kelly.
Yep.
John Bolton.
Right.
Pompeo was actually supposed to be the VP pick, and not J.D. Vance. That was a last minute decision that they made.
Oh, what? I missed that.
Yeah. So that's the issue here, and I think that with this documents case in Mar-a-Lago, with what's going on in Georgia, I think that
a lot of DC too.
Yeah, the case in DC as well. Thank you. I think that there are a lot of people in that inner circle from that previous administration that's looking at this and saying, by any means necessary, stop this guy. This is not a Democrat issue. This is the legacy, the GOP looking at this and saying, this guy messed up our house. We're gonna have to evict him. And that's where they are right now. And I think I don't really want to go into that portion of what happened in Western Pennsylvania, but I think that's a that's a part of the takedown or the beginning of the takedown, because I don't know if you saw it, DC, or in Paradox, but supposedly Trump may have taken $10 million from
we saw that. Yeah,
from LCC, right? From Fatah LCC, right? And so usually they don't put things like that out unless they're 100% sure that you did what you did. I mean, with Senator Menendez, it was pretty much guaranteed he had took money from the Turks. They're not putting that out there unless they have 100% evidence and confidence that you took some money. 10 million is a lot of money, and they pay attention to everything. So, number one, he's a convicted felon. That means you can't hold a top secret clearance up in that White House. You may not even get clearance up in the White House, for that matter. And two, that $10 million is something they're not gonna let go. And if it's true that he took that $10 million, just like Menendez, you're gonna have to step aside, or get run over, man. So that's how they're looking at this. And so I don't see how anybody thinks that Republicans are gonna it's gonna be a slam dunk in November, because they have not expanded their voter base since 2020. In fact, if you look at 8 of the 8 last special elections, Democrats have won since 2020. And there's no way that they can justify
and 22.
Yeah, the midterms as well. The midterms told you what was going to happen in 2024. Republicans haven't expanded their base at all. So that's where we are with this.
Listen, it's not to me, even with everything that everybody has that's going against Trump, which is valid. The fact that he doesn't follow protocol at the very base level for people that are even trying to protect him, and then he throws everybody under the bus and he blames them for things when they don't turn out the way that he wants them to turn out,
So
for all the
strange.
failures. That's the issue, because they know that he doesn't have an accountability bone in his body, and that's hard to govern people when you're dealing with so many moving parts as a
But
president.
it
You
is to
got
be a
so
white
many
man,
different
boy.
people that you right. You
Boy.
got so many different people that you're dealing with that it makes it hard for them to work for him. That's
Well,
why people that are competent, they got to get out the way, and you got to put people that are like so-called, yes men or yes women, people that's going to agree to everything that he says, which is not helpful for the way you want to run the country.
they're enablers, yeah, enablers, and
Right.
that's where the national
Right.
security risk comes in, right?
That's where the risk comes in. Absolutely.
Because when he met with Putin, and he said what he said about about Russian interfering in the election, which is actually true. I know a lot of people want to say that is BS, but there's a reason why Obama, during the Obama administration, the last year or so, put in a wiretap on Trump Towers. Okay, there were Russian delegates coming out of Trump Towers. And matter of fact, there was going in and out of the building pretty frequently. And what they were trying to get out of Trump was some concessions if he was to be elected. That was the interference that a lot of the Dems and a lot of the national security community was pointing out, that there was some interference going on here, trying to get concessions going into the new administration. Can't do things like that. At least not here, not in this country. You're not getting away with that. And so that's the national security concerns that they have. When he had the press conference with Putin, I think it was in Helsinki.
Yep.
All the hugging and the bromance that he had with him. People are looking at that in the national security community, saying, "Hey, this guy is a huge risk." He could let. And in fact, he openly said it. During the during his campaign pitch.
It's just stupid.
If Russia wants to take over
No
Ukraine,
discipline, man.
I would let him do it. Right?
No discipline.
Yeah, the Europeans are
Well,
looking at this and
it's really
saying,
just
"Hey,
small. It's really small mindedness is the problem. It's just small. He just doesn't get how this thing works, man. It's kind of funny actually.
And not only that, but just real quick,
yes, sir."
didn't Fox News get hit with like an actual suit of
$1 billion.
upwards of $1 billion something, and then
Almost.
Newsmax for delivering false information, and then you
Almost.
basically
Paradox.
throw them under the bus. That to me, that alone should just let you know, once it goes to litigation and once it goes
Bro,
to
Fox
court,
News
and it
said
gets-
we're not the news anymore. We're entertainment now. Sean
I know,
Hannity, quote.
I know.
Hey,
We
Paradox,
I was
think
like,
MOTs
what
in
I'm
the
not a
back.
journalist. I'm not a journalist. Go
Oh,
ahead,
okay.
man. Go ahead.
Yeah. So that's Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're good, Mike.
Oh,
I was
okay,
just gonna say
okay.
Paradox. I think MOT's in the back.
Yeah. So that's where we are with this, and I think that anybody who wants to question, Kamala's legacy or what her positions are, it's pretty clear that she was instrumental in that whole HBCU funding this administration. When you want to talk about foreign policy, she handled the whole Africa piece pretty well. That was her baby. The whole Africa piece was her baby, and so that's why she was there in the first place. And so anyone who thinks that her foreign policy experience is off, she was at Munich. She did the Munich summit, security summit. She did COP28 over there in Dubai. Um, and she worked with Volodymyr Zelensky when he needed assistance. So this idea that she her bona fides need to be questioned doesn't make a whole lot of sense. She worked on the Brittany Griner return as well. So she's been pretty active behind the scenes, more so than what people are giving her credit for.
Yeah, the other thing too, Mike, is she she was instrumental as well in this prisoner swap.
Yes.
She worked behind the scenes on that. as well too, to really make that happen, to actually like push for a deal. So that, I mean, that's one you got to give her credit for as well. That I'm not sure it's being, there's been some articles that written about it. I'm not sure the media is talking about
Mhm.
it a bunch, but she did play a role there too. So I mean,
Yep.
I know it's popular for a lot of people to sort of downplay and act like, oh well, she's not, she's kind of in over her head. But I'm like, when you really look at, no, I'm like, I mean, you got some of that sentiment, those same people you're talking about that, are were happy that, hey, she was that, Trump was putting these quote unquote black women in their place in that interview. They'll sort of think that same way about, oh well, the same thing you hear from the right of, oh, she's a DEI hire and she's not qualified. And I'm just like, all these people, I think she's shown with this rollout that like no one could have done this any better than she could have. Not none of these governors, because anytime you're talking about putting someone from a local stage or a statewide stage to a national stage, there's always a risk. Look at what's happening with JD Vance right now. Look at what happened with Ron DeSantis when he came. He was supposed to be, this great challenger to Trump. Even before Trump, look at Marco Rubio. I mean, plenty of people just get on the big stage and just are not ready. So I mean, between like what she's accomplished, what she's accomplished in the administration, and their credentials to get here, I don't see how you can really look at the other candidate and even suggest she's not qualified. I mean, look at the other side.
Well, no, some people are saying that are making a suggestion that I have heard that JD Vance really is very popular, and that the numbers that are showing that he's the most unpopular VP, that's not real. He's really popular for real in real life. In real life, he's popular. He's sharp. He's smart. He's this. He's that. He's the hillbilly. Elegy. Everybody loves them some JD Vance, and people really don't like Kamala because there's some internet pundits where they talk about tangibles, reparations that only one candidate has spoken about, by the way. Out of everybody, there's only one person that spoke about it. Is her.
No, she even more. She co-sponsored a bill that Cory Booker introduced, I believe, back in 2019.
Well, that's the same. Yeah. No, it's the same. It's part of the same bill that John Conyers, Representative Sheila Lee, Frederica Whitfield out of Florida, the representatives. It's the CBC, baby, to try to investigate and do some research on reparations first, on gathering up the information that's in the Library of Congress, so they can kind of formulate a plan on how to go about doing reparations the proper way.
Yeah.
So that's what that's about.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. She has co-sponsored that, and here's the thing: if someone's really making the whole
but
argument,
Trump,
here's the thing,
Trump does it too. Trump is for black people. You guys don't know that though. Trump loves black people.
The thing with the thing with the JD Vance thing, like, you're not even talking about like a debate. This dude is the worst. Like, his numbers are the worst. What I think, at least definitely in the modern era, when you look at polling. So
hold up, like, DC. I can talk about Trump. You can't.
It's not like we're like, okay, well, we're within the margin of error, or this person's 5 points away. It's like,
I'm showing them love, man. I'm showing them love.
This is the worst. So like, I don't see how you can make the argument that it's even a polling issue. Like, this guy is bad. He's been a liability to the ticket.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see what JD Vance really brings to the ticket outside of money from Silicon Valley. I don't think that's enough to win the swing states at all. I think that he's in deep trouble if that's going to be the case. Pence was probably a better candidate than Vance. Pence was a governor. I think he was also in the Senate.
Probably about it.
Yeah. So, he had a better track record than Vance does coming in. Vance only served 2 years so far in the Senate out of a 6-year deal. I don't see what kind of track record he could possibly have, other than, he graduated from Yale. He speaks really well. Hillbilly elegy, people are questioning the legitimacy on this. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, the Silicon Valley money, some of that's not even coming, really. I mean, I think that they were trying to get people on board when it looked like Trump was going to win. But I mean, I saw an article today where they were talking about a lot of these people are starting to rally around Kamala Harris. Like, you know, these people do. I mean, coupled with like, hey, she's from California, she's from San Francisco, so you know they have ties. So I think it looks like even a better outcome for them in the sense of, hey, this is someone I'm more comfortable with versus, you know, hey, Peter Thiel was really trying to. So I think the VC money is, I think it's going to swing to Harris, and you may have some of those small cults of personality types, the Peter Thiels, the Elon Musk, you know, those people.
The FANG. She got the FANG, right? She got Facebook, she got Amazon, she got Apple, she got Netflix, and she got Google. That's the FANG. Those are the biggest investors, the VCs, from a VC standpoint. So that's already been secured. That bag is secured at this point. That's who they were waiting for outside of Biden, and so she has that locked in. And so I don't know how much more evidence that someone would need to totally verify that she is the nominee. She is what everyone's betting the horse on for November. But I see this like culture war with black men and talking about like, you know, well, is she going to do anything about like these LGBTQ issues and things like that? No, that's not actual policy. Okay, we're talking about how you balance the one of the two biggest economies in the world, how you manage the security aspect. You know, some people want to put on her that, oh, she went down to the border and she was a failure. That was not her responsibility. First of all, the whole purpose of going to the border was to investigate why people were coming to the United States in the first place. We now know that when Trump came in 2017, he wanted to reverse all of Obama's previous policies with Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua, right? And so once he reversed the Cuba policy and then he reversed the Venezuela policy, you saw an influx of people come in 2019, and then they locked down the border with Title 42. So that those people that you see at the border, which are Haitians, which are Jamaicans, which are other
Let them all in. Let them in.
And a lot of them are actually Africans as well. You know,
Let
I
them
think
in.
like 10% of them are Chinese or from Southeast Asia. These people are running away from a lot of the policies that Trump had in place with the trade war and putting people out of business and whatnot. A lot of your farmers are out of business because of Trump. You know, no one talks about how when Trump deported those people that were working in Mississippi on at those farms and those factories, those were people that were processing those meats, you know, at Tyson's and Purdue and those places. And that's why your food prices started to shoot up, because there wasn't enough people to work those factories and those assembly lines, as well as not having enough people picking those apples and those oranges and those bananas. Okay. That's where a lot of your influx come. I mean, your inflation started to come in and in those areas. And so I don't know what people are really looking at from a policy perspective, but you know, culture war, that's not something that Democrats typically do.
Nobody.
Yeah, I want all the Haitians and all the West Africans. Let them all in. Come on over.
See the
Millions.
thing.
Bring them over, please.
Here's the unfortunate truth. Nobody cares about the facts. Nobody does.
Well, it's all entertainment.
So
you know that.
what you just gave was strictly
The facts are boring.
1,000% facts, right, Mike? But it's not going to matter to people that believe a total opposite narrative.
But
They're
DC,
gonna
I'll tell
make
you
it up
again
in their
though,
mind.
if you're not an independent voter in 6
But see-
states, what you say don't matter. You just on the internet talking nonsense.
But let me get this out, because this is important to
43
get it out.
states are done. It's cooked, baked in the oven, done. Pull it out, eat it. We're good to go, man.
There's a reason why I know I'm saying this, and I know there's a reason why Mike is saying this, but
Okay.
it's very important that the information gets out there, because see, at the end of the day, when it comes down to what ends up happening, then you can kind of go back and check the record. That's all you have to do. Nobody's sitting up here bloviating, making something bigger than what it is. If you're talking about facts, right? She was sent down there to do basically a review of how bad immigration was. You can call it a czar, you can call it whatever it was.
She's the
It was
VP. Who
terrible.
cares?
But I'm saying,
they send them on jobs. It happens. I mean, who cares?
But see, this is the thing. She went down there with not just her, but she went down there with Republican representation
delegation.
too, right? Which means that she went down there with another person. I forget the senator out of Oklahoma that helped wrote the immigration bill,
James Lankford.
right? Which means that they came up with legislation to help out the crisis that was going on the border, right? They were all sealed, signed, and delivered. Hold on. It's important that I get this out because see, this is the other side of it. Because what ends up happening, the reason why
it's not a real conversation. If you look at what Reagan did, what Nixon did, what Kennedy did, what MJ did, what Ford did,
it's
what
always
Bush 1 did, what Clinton did. I mean, you're not talking about nothing. And matter of fact, when they want to actually do a real bill, who came together and they said no? It was Joe Lieberman and it was the guy what's the man who passed away? John McCain. I have the image seared in my brain in 2000 and I want to say 6.
Right.
They had it.
And that's what I'm saying. And the same thing happened.
And the Democrats and Republicans says we ain't doing it.
But the same thing happened.
Both sides. We ain't doing it.
The same thing happened.
Let them in. Let them all in.
The same thing happened recently when they tried to get some kind of, bill passed on immigration to appease both sides in the House and in the Senate.
Pushing white supremacy on one side and nativism for the non-whites on the other side. Your blacks and your Hispanics, you're taking my jobs on this side. On this side, it's an invasion. They're taking your whiteness from you. I mean, it's just like you said. It's just, I don't know, bro. That's why I call it a
bipartisan issue. It's always a back and forth between the two. But this last
we need slave labor, and we have them here.
Republicans. That's all.
That's all it's saying. We need slave labor. We need labor that's pretty much almost free to run this economy. I do not want to talk about immigration, bro. It's a stupid conversation. I know it's going to move the needle a little bit here and there. I get it. It is one of the main things, but I do not care. It's such a dumb conversation, man. This country's lifeblood is immigration and slavery. It's nothing to even talk about, really. It's crazy.
Wait, Paradox. You still got 2 people in the back.
Did you check the back on Paradox?
Well, I'm in the other room. I'm not even looking at my phone.
Yeah,
yeah.
But like I said, the only reason why I bring it up is because it's used as an argument.
Yeah, I know.
To juxtapose what somebody is not doing as far as the policies are concerned. And so when I bring it up as a bipartisan issue, I get attacked as somebody that's basically don't know what you're talking about. But when you bring up the facts about what took place recently, this is just what happened. This is what happened.
No, it's a major
what happened. Okay,
that's cool. But you know that it's a major wedge issue. So if they pass the policy, this huge issue that they've used for all type of reasons goes away. So there's no benefit for either side to pass the policy.
Right.
There's no benefit to it. That's why it's like people who are just talking about it. It's fun. I get it, but it doesn't really matter because I saw it happen, bro. I said, oh, so y'all not going to give it up. It's too beneficial for the left and it's too beneficial for the right to hold on to their bases, and it moves people to the election ballot. We can't pass the law. We're going to lose a major issue. It's selfish. It's messed up. I feel bad for the immigrants, of course.
So why is the right using it as an issue to cause an actual issue with
the man said there's an invasion coming, bro? What is that? Who does that activate? Come on, man. And then you got Negroes in Chicago and New York.
So why can't we have an honest conversation about why we can't have an honest conversation that's just political talk? Because at the end of the day, I get it, I understand it, but if we put it in this proper context,
I think there's other things that's more entertaining.
Not use it as I'm saying, don't use it as don't make it a black issue, because what people have done, they have made it a so-called FBA African American issue.
Stupid.
But they have done it though. Paradox, you've seen it. We talked about this. Remember I stopped you. Hold on, no, 10 years ago. Remember, we were coming out the bathroom. We was in the building. I said, man. We had a whole long discussion about, because Yvette Carnell and them just came out. Oh, it was Yvette. I said, man, did you listen to this, man? And you was just like, well, you said this is about reparations. Remember you telling me?
I remember. It was yesterday.
And I tried to
suppress it and forget about it. But thanks for reminding me.
And I said, man, you don't see what they're doing? This is going to become some kind of craziness. Wedge issue. People gonna start making money off of this. This is way before I'm talking about the first conversations when
I didn't see it. I did not see it.
I said, dude, this is insane. And this is what you're talking about is the frustration of having that discussion 10 years ago with me, seeing it for what it really is.
Mad at immigrants, bro. Just think about that as a black
Paradox.
Just think about what.
Have you seen Tariq Nasheed's? Have you seen Tariq Nasheed's?
Can't look at it.
you got to look at it, bro.
It's too stupid, bro.
These people are talking crazy. Like,
Yeah, I know.
they're talking crazy, bro. Tangibles. Nah, we ain't both.
It's just stupid internet stuff. I hate it.
Anyway, you guys, go ahead, man. Go ahead, guys. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Who haven't spoken? Whoever needs to speak, they can speak.
Yeah, I'll just go ahead and say this. Look, at the end of the day, look, when I look at the whole FBA Adolf thing, and let me just go ahead and say this, I do support for Black Americans, let's just get out of the way. But it's like you have a group of people who they say they want a political objective, but it's like they don't understand how the political system works. You cannot tell me you're fighting for reparations, but you're even entertaining the GOP. When the Democratic Party, and I know the issues with that, I'm not pro-LGBT, but still, they're the only party even talking about it. Republicans are trying to pass laws to even make it illegal to even push reparations through. So it turns into a situation where folks just talking about Black immigrants. And that's why I can think
it's not real. And I think that the person that you're talking about, I think, and I could be wrong, but I've been saying this for a few years. I think that they work for somebody, and I'm sticking to it.
Yeah.
That's why I don't like wasting time talking about it. I think it's some sort of I forget the word they use in the CIA, but it's something not. Something about this. It's something about this. It's weird. And like DC, and I did listen to a little bit of what he was saying. And that's why I got off of it, because I'm like, there's no way in this moment you're going to be saying what you're saying unless you're reporting to somebody, or I don't know what it is. It's just something's not right about it, because it's not matching up logically.
It's a grift, Parrot. That's all this is. Okay?
Oh well, I know it's a grift. It's clearly a grift.
Yeah, but look, originally, these people think that reparations, like the whole conversation began with them, which is insane. Like reparations that have been happening, like if you do the history, it's been talked about way before Tariq and Yvette came on
for a century.
Yeah, it's crazy. But Yvette came on there saying that, I'm the first, and then that kind of fell apart, and then you had Tariq and she say, Yvette's ADOS is something. So all this really comes down to is you got two trash. Yeah, they're all trying to make money and grift on this movement. And when people ask them, okay, so what are y'all actually going to do? It becomes into, you're not a real... And it's not. I don't take it seriously at that point. But let me just go ahead and say this before somebody in the chat accused me. I'm not a Democrat supporter. Like, it's not, I'm a historical Republican supporter. All right, I've told these supporters...
Why you gotta confirm that when you basically just confirming your logic or another? That doesn't make sense. You don't have to sit up here and appease people about whatever affiliation you are.
Yeah,
that's why I always say that, I'm the most liberal brother in the world. You could call me the most liberal lefty in the world. You can do that. All right?
Yeah, but the point is that
I know, right?
But I'm not trying to see is that I'm trying to tell folks what I say. Look, let me make it very clear. I'm not a left. I'm not on the left. I'm very conservative. By the end of the day, as a Black person in America, I'm also practical. I'm pragmatic.
Race first.
And I understand. Yeah, exactly. I understand that, okay, I gave the right a chance, and I realized that they're not really serious. The only thing they're trying to maintain is white supremacy. So if that's the case, I'm better off pragmatically working with the left, because at least I can get, as Tariq says, tangible from them. Even though, they may not like Black folks, but at least I can get some from the Black. Because I said, look, the Republicans, although they speak a good game, they're not really trying to give Black men anything. Let's just be honest about that. They're not trying to do that. So if you're on that side,
they're not trying to give their constituents anything for real.
Yeah, so if you're a Black man like me on the Republican side, yes, you may be against the LGBT, we get that. But at the end of the day, you're not, first of all, you're not really against it in real life. But also, you're not getting anything in exchange for that. So I realized, look, if the right wing is going to embrace LGBT on the left wing, if you guys are just going to be all white, I'm not really on the left, but I'm getting some out of it. And let me just say, look, when it was originally Biden and Trump, I made a video central with. But after Biden stepped down and Kamala, I was unsure. I didn't know. I came on DC's panel. We chopped it up. We talked about it. I told you at the time, DC, that at the time I saw a chance for Kamala that I had to wait and see. And it's been, I think, almost a week or two now. I don't know what, but some time now. And I'm telling you, man, when I saw the white woman for Kamala, the white men for Kamala, I'm seeing all this energy. I'm seeing the polls. I'm seeing
the white dudes for Kamala.
Yeah, the white for Kamala. Just today, I just saw a Republican mayor, DC, a Republican mayor in Arizona endorsing Kamala.
Yeah, I spoke about that earlier this week. Yeah, about the Republican mayor. It came out of Mesa, Arizona. Yeah, very conservative.
Now, DC, I am ready to see. I'm ready to see her second cycle, though.
Wait,
yeah, I am too.
Wait, what do you mean?
I want to see the second. I want to see. I watched an interview of her. She interviewed with two white ladies. It's a show called I don't forget what it's called. Let It Go or something. I forget the name. It's a stupid name. But two older rich white women that are in their late 60s. They had like an hour interview with her about 3 months ago. I thought it was a good interview. It was interesting. But anyway, I need the world to see her do a sit down or to do a. I need something.
Oh, a sit down. A sit down.
No, I mean, and she needs to get her. I don't, like you said, everybody runs campaigns differently, right?
Here's the thing, Paradox. She's a prosecutor, former prosecutor. If you sit down, like, I figure the weak point you have to worry about is her, like, either on the stump or like out on the campaign trail. Like,
she checked that box. No, she's checked those boxes.
Talking off the cuff. If you're gonna actually say, "Oh, okay, we're gonna sit down and prep for an interview," and I got a general idea, like, that just feels like, okay, I'm gonna go prep for a trial. Like, what's up?
I want her to get. I don't know what they're waiting for, but they need to get her in front of 2 or 3 people. It could be left, right, or center, and get some clips of her having a conversation, because Americans are lazy. And so even though it's tons of stuff already out there online, they need to have her sit down with a big eight. What's my man, George Snuffleupagus? Is that how you say it?
Stephanopoulos.
Yeah.
But anyway, sit down with him or sit down with whoever. Maybe 3. I would say 2 or 3 interviews where Americans that are over the age of, say, 60-ish in that area that still watch television. I want them to see some of her, have just a straight conversation and just list out her policies and how she's going to solve X problems, and to get some pushback.
She's going to do that if Trump doesn't show up at this ABC debate. That's exactly what that's going to be.
Is that September 4th or October 4th? When is that?
No, that's September 10th. That's the one that 10th. Biden agreed to. That Trump said,
I thought he said no.
Yeah. Okay. He said no. He keeps pushing for Fox News. She said, "I'm showing up regardless." Like, I don't remember if you remember when John.
The debate. I would stop talking about it. If she does a debate with him, then that's enough. That'll be enough.
That's gonna make him look bad if he doesn't show up at that debate on September. Oh, because John Trump did the same thing running. He's just like, okay, my opponent's not gonna debate me. I'm gonna show up. Talk about my policies. Funny. I'm gonna just, it's gonna be an hour and a half of just free press for me.
Nah, Trump. I think he'll show up. I don't think he's gonna burn it all down.
Well,
he might though.
He said his excuse was, "Well, I'm ahead in the polls," which I'm like, I don't know which polls you're looking at, dude. Like, it looks like a dead heat right now.
Well, we know all the polls are gonna get tight in October anyway, so it doesn't really matter right now necessarily.
Oh, don't do that. Y'all were thinking landslide.
No. The poll. Well, I mean, that's not me. Even if I thought it's a landslide, the rules are the rules, right? The polls get tight. I mean, that's just like, cycle stuff. But I will say this: she did shore up the numbers, obviously, from Joe Biden.
Well, let me ask you this: so you think Trump's gonna?
The polls are gonna tighten.
No, you don't think Kamala may start getting you think it's gonna get tighter? I think Kamala may start.
The polls are gonna. The polls are gonna. This is what I mean. This not me saying this, obviously, right? But as we get closer to the election, all of the lazy people who don't pay attention, which is like 95% of the society, we're only like 1% of the society who talks about politics.
Yeah,
but that 95% will not be paying attention until October.
But here's the thing: I think
all those swing voters, the independent voters, and the ones that can't make their mind up, they'll be making their, unless they do early voting, of course, you get some of those numbers.
No,
maybe.
I was gonna say vote. That's the other thing. Voting starts in September in some of these places.
You'll get some information from early voting, I would assume, but until you get closer in and people are actually really, truly, really paying attention, which I think is going to be in October, I think you get a much better sense, because I'm gonna tell you, where are we in August? We're in August, right?
But here's the
thing:
we're
gonna be having a slightly different conversation, I think, in October, as we get feedback from those swing states and from independent voters. I want to hear how they feel about her.
But it's already moved. Like they've done some. Okay, I was watching.
I know. I've seen all the numbers.
I was watching the Bulwark with is this white woman who was she was a Republican strategist, but she was anti-Trump. It was on the Bulwark. Podcast.
I watch all their stuff. I know. I got.
Yeah. Okay. You know, white woman, a little bit not heavy set, but bigger.
Heavy set, blonde hair.
Glasses. Yeah.
Glasses. Had a little yellow. Cashmere thing on or whatever.
Yeah. She was saying she did some focus.
I like her.
Groups. Yeah, she was saying she did some focus groups. She was like, people were like, they didn't see her, they don't know what she did. Like,
you saw
visible for a VP. Yeah, so she talked about the focus group, but she said, she said, I look at that.
Did she do the one word focus groups? That wasn't her. That was somebody else.
I think she did do the one word. Yeah, I think she did.
Oh, that was fire. I don't know if you saw that.
But she was like, hey, it's an opportunity for her to reintroduce herself, because
they call her incompetent. Incompetent is the big word for her. Think about that.
But that's
independence and the right is incompetent.
But that's because they tied her to the border.
That's
and
wild,
the media ran with the whole, she's the borders czar. But I'm like, how
it's racist. They're running against her. That's her gender and her race that they're talking about. What are you talking about?
No. You know how people have always tried to say, the border and this, and she performed, which I'm like, how is the VP going to have like any sort of delegation over the border? Like Kamala Harris cannot sign an executive order. Exactly.
She's not the president. Doesn't matter.
She can't close the border.
They're calling her incompetent because she is a Black Indian. I call her Afro-Indian female.
Oh, here we go.
If you hear that term, that's my term, by the way. You hear it out there in the ether?
We going there. I mean, I heard people say
I can't help myself. It's just I love
Paradox,
race.
This guy crazy. I've heard people
after
Trump made that comment. I heard people saying Jamaicans ain't Black, Caribbeans ain't Black. I'm like, what is going on?
Jamaicans are not Black. What?
But guess what though? It's gonna all settle down when everybody looks in the mirror every morning. It'll all settle itself right back down. When you see your bank accounts and you know you don't have no power and no control, and you know your place in the society, it's checked all over the place, right? You will be checked and put back into whatever category you need to be put back in, no matter what your little brain be thinking about who you think you are.
But here's the thing, like it's a silly talking point. I mean, if you really,
I keep telling folks, Barack Obama, the most powerful man in the world, had to sit down with some dirty, stinking, nasty, white, funky sheriff and have a fucking beer in the White House lawn with this dirty, stinking
he didn't have to. He was trying to.
Okay.
No. He was trying to be diplomatic. That was
the most powerfulest man on the planet.
Yeah,
had to bend the knee to some dirty, stinking redneck cracker.
But that's when.
So what you know what message that sent? That message had to be sent to who's actually in charge. Oh, it wasn't? Well, go ahead and tell me. I'm listening. Go ahead. I'll be quiet.
No. Here's the thing. The reason.
Tell me what it was. Then let me know what it was.
The reason why that happened is you had, and people have said this about Obama. Obama wanted. I've heard people say Obama was thin-skinned. He really ran that whole hope and change and unify. He really didn't just run on that. He actually thought he could. No. Let me finish.
No. You're not getting off of this. That man, if that man's what you say he was, he would have kept his mouth shut when his friend got in trouble with the cops. Basically, what you just said, he wouldn't have jumped out the window and put his political career on the line as president.
No, because
he jumped. If he sold what you're saying is, he shouldn't be jumping out the windows for that man.
No. The reason why is because you got to remember the context how that happened. He was not going to make a comment. It was a Q&A session he had just finished a press conference. And he normally did not take questions. And there was time left. He said, okay, I'm going to take a few questions. And a reporter asked him, what do you think about the Henry Louis Gates situation? And he said the police acted stupidly. And then Rush Limbaugh and all of these people
Hold up.
they went
Hold
crazy.
up. This is
They
a
went
black
crazy.
man in America that is the biggest platform on the planet. And he says that, and you think that he's not jumping out the window when he say that?
No,
It was
not at
off
all.
the cuff comment because he don't know to take questions. No, he intentionally was going to say that.
No,
And he could not stand in it though.
No,
because what are you talking about? I was alive. I was living, watching it. What are you talking about now?
No, I'm saying I think he just kind of spoke his mind. I don't think he thought it was going to catch the backlash that he did. Because if you look at
Hold up, so a black man who's the president of the United States, the first African American. I can't even do this. I'm good. I'm gonna stop. I'm confused. I'm confused.
Wait, you think that's jumping out the window to say, hey, because here's the thing: if you put objective glasses on, and it's like, hey,
he was careful about everything else.
Own house.
He was careful about everything else.
But when did this happen? This happened in what? It's like the first year of his first term. The first year. I'm telling you, I don't think he caught. You can't tell me he thought he was jumping out the window, and he literally thought that Rush
he's the president of the United States, bro. He's not a governor or a mayor.
Still,
everything you say, you have to be careful. Kamala's gonna learn that in the next 96 days.
Oh, she already knows. I mean,
is that you're gonna have to be careful with think about this. JD Vance's dumb comments is bringing the ticket down in the current moment. As it consumes the numbers are soften and go back up. But right now,
he's saying things that. But he's genuinely saying things that are actually offensive. You saying the police behaved stupidly is not saying you didn't call them stupid. You said they behaved
do you understand the cops in America?
Yeah.
Do you remember Bill de Blasio?
Yeah, and the police turned their back to him.
Officer. You know how I don't have the word of how that is a big deal. That is not a small thing. And so you got to be very careful when you're dealing with cops. And he knows that. And he decided, hey, I'm who I am. I'm going to make this statement. It's going to be what it's going to be. But he did not hold position.
I'm telling you.
Bent so let me ask you this, to some dirty, stinking, nasty sheriff on his knees and had a man, bro. You can't tell me that. Come on, man.
Was Michael still jumping out? Man. Was Michael still jumping out the window when he said, "Hey, I'm the leader of the Republican Party"?
Of course he was.
He was jumping out. Okay, he was jumping out the window.
But I'm not arguing about Democrat Republican right now. I'm just having a conversation.
But I think
I don't know why you bring that up. I'm just focusing on what Barack did with the cop thing. I don't know why you bring it up.
No, I'm saying that's the same thing along those lines. Like, it's something that I think Michael still thought, hey, I can say this. I am, and the leadership capacity.
Of course.
And then the right went crazy and said, wait, this man's being disrespectful. He's doing all.
Do you see how sensitive Donald Trump is? Elon Musk. I mean, we can just go down a list of white men who have power who shouldn't be as sensitive as they are, right? Very, very sensitive, but they have power. So you have to be careful. And Obama, he said what he said, and he learned his lesson. You haven't think about this. The most powerful man in the world. Just think about that, bro.
Okay, if you're saying,
I'm not sure if your brain is processing what I'm talking about. He is the most powerful man in the world. He had to bend a knee and have a funky beer on the White House lawn with some dirty ass cop.
He didn't have to.
Oh my God, bro! Do you understand what that looks like? Man, come on, man.
No, I don't think he had to.
It makes you a weak president.
So Paradox, was he jumping out was he jumping out the window when he said if I had a son, he would look like Trayvon? Was that him jumping out the window?
Nope.
That wasn't jumping out the window. How was that?
That was a phenomenal speech. One of his best.
No, I'm saying, but aren't you doing the same thing? Aren't you saying they can
be mad about that.
When he talked about Michael Brown,
he took that. Well, he took that though.
Or when he talked about Michael Brown, that's what I'm saying. I think in the beginning, I don't think he fully understood the landmine of like, hey, that this is everything.
White people
he saw the
white
white
as fuck is what he learned.
No, that's what I'm saying though. You don't think that he saw so you really think he went into office thinking 2010 was going to happen? That these people
have you seen interviews of Michelle talking about how she was treated in the White House?
No, I'm talking about going into it. But no, I haven't seen those.
I think that they did learn how racist this country is.
Yeah, they that's what I'm saying. They
probably didn't think it was as whatever they thought it was initially, they feel like, oh my God, it's like, yeah, it's real.
Yeah, but that's what
it's not a joke. It's real.
But that's what I'm saying. I think because that happened so early on in his presidency, I think that was one of those instances of him learning, oh, this is actually offending people. I don't think he conscientiously thought, oh, I'm just gonna throw this grenade out here.
Man, bro, when he said, I was like, oh my God.
So let me ask you, what incentive does he have to say it if he's gonna have to go have a beer summit? Why didn't he just not say anything? I think he literally. I
wouldn't have. He just shouldn't have done the beer part. You can say it, and you can talk around people being mad about it. It was the beer part that threw me off. It's him kind of like putting his tail between his legs. That part he didn't have to do that.
Okay, so what about healthcare? When he was like, oh, okay, I'm gonna meet with all these Republicans. I'm gonna try to get their input. I'm gonna try to listen to them. And then knowing full well when the bill comes up to vote, they're all going to vote against it. Like none of this matters. I think he was naive. I genuinely thought he could think he was on that whole, there is no Black America, white America, there is the United States. I think he was on that mentality for the first year, 2 years of his administration.
And guess who's gonna learn it's a racist country as well? Kamala.
She knows.
No, because she don't, because she just said 5 minutes ago that it's not a racist country. But she's about to learn. But she's about to learn. She won't say it again. If she becomes president, I bet she won't say it again.
Oh,
she's gonna learn. She's gonna learn the real. She's gonna really learn what that means when you make them kind of statements.
No, she will say it again. I'm saying she already knew.
She's not gonna say it again.
She knew, because if she didn't know, she would have tried to like be nuanced, or would have been like, yeah, America has some bad sins, we need to repent from this. She knew. She already knew what the backlash would have been if she said it. She knows what it is. She knows. That's why I'm saying she tried to just say, yeah. She just said,
I could argue that Obama knew. But my point is that I think when you really feel it, when you're actually in that position and you're really feeling it, I just think it's something different about it. I just think it's something different. I think I saw how Michelle was talking about it, and I was like, yeah.
Wait, what did she say? How is she treated in the White House?
I had to play the video, whatever if I can find it. But just to keep it simple, she just was saying how she felt, how they behaved around her, just how things looked, how things felt. It just didn't feel right. And I could tell she was just expressing herself that, she could feel all that racism. That's all. And I think Kamala's going to get a good dose of it too, if she wins.
But from who,
I think she's going to feel different.
No. But who did Michelle say she felt that? Was it like the staff? Was it
everybody?
Really?
Everywhere.
Okay.
The staff, everybody in the White House, all the threats that they got, just everywhere. How he had to deal with Congress, especially the Senate. Just how it's everywhere. It's not isolated. It's not in the South. It's not certain little areas. It's everywhere. And I could tell how she was talking about this. They got a kind of a better sense of how big it is in my mind. And it's not going nowhere. You're not getting rid of it. You're not dismantling any of it. I think they really got a good sense of that.
Well, I'm going from the standpoint.
It's the actual culture of America. So it's not an idea, because like you said, his idea was, it's not this America and it's not that America. Right? He got, so I think they got a full understanding that it's literally America.
But do you remember what she said when he won? Do you remember what she said? She said, "I'm proud of my country for the first time in my life."
Oh yeah, I remember that was wild.
She said that. So I think I think both of them got a little bit blindsided initially, because you have people running. I mean, you can't tell me he didn't get swept up in. You had people running around. Oh, we live in a post-racial America.
Absolutely.
I
remember.
I was talking to other people. I was talking to other people who were older, who were saying Black people were saying, "Oh, we got to do better."
Yes.
Obama's Allen Iverson cut his braids off. Oh, Obama's president. We got to, I'll never forget that All-Star game. They're like, Allen Iverson, why'd you cut off your braids? He said, Obama's president. I was like, what?
And you know what? What's so funny is that white people got offended by it. Instead of embracing us, they got offended, as I expected.
Wait, what do you mean?
And they responded accordingly.
Wait, they got offended by what?
Our joyfulness, and happiness.
Oh yeah, I definitely so. Like, I mean,
Yeah.
I definitely.
They got offended. They got offended by it, like they were losing something. I'm like,
wait,
bro,
wait,
we in the same
wait.
country. We're all winning here.
Wait, why
Relax.
are
It's
y'all?
not that serious.
No, well, I mean that's the mentality. If you got that zero sum mentality, and you
We've
see
been
this,
here. We've been
you
here
see,
before it was a country. We've
you,
been here for
you
centuries, bro. It doesn't even make when you really think about it. It's like, why does it matter?
well, you
Shit,
see
we've
these
been
black.
here. Like,
Well, you see these black folks hitting the roof, like, oh man, what are these people? What are these people all excited about? Like, what are they getting? Like, I'm not this excited. Like, yeah, I'm sure people did feel some type of way. Like,
they did. Why are they happy?
I'm not this happy.
It was very interesting. And then to watch Trump get into office and kind of see them act the way we acted was even more funny.
That is true. That is true.
Wow.
You did see that just from like I saw that at my job. I saw people,
Oh yeah, they felt real good about it.
Oh
like
yeah,
you said,
for
what?
I'll never forget when Trump was running. I didn't go, but there was a girl I was cool with. She said she went to a retirement party for one of the directors, and they always put you together your little PowerPoint presentation of like your highlights and how you enjoyed the company. And she said on the last slide, this guy had a slide in there that said, "Vote for Donald Trump, make America great again." In his retirement presentation. That was before he won. I was like, oh, these people really,
And it's not about what he's gonna do for you or even really for the country, right? Because the two parties are just running our country, in my opinion, right? The day-to-day operations are just running, right? But for people to feel a certain way, especially regular people, that's what it did for them. Now, they didn't get tagged with you voted for him because he was white, obviously, right? You voted him because he was a man or whatever, right? You voted him because he's an older white man, right? You voted him because he was a rich guy from New York. I mean, whatever, right? It's like he didn't really get tagged with anything, but it made you feel good. And the question is why?
Well, because remember,
you don't relate to Trump any other way besides his skin color and his gender.
They try to tag him as a deal maker. People try to do that early on. They're like, oh, well, he's going to make a deal. He's done all these business.
No, Bloomberg and Bill Gates don't make deals. They're worth hundreds of billions of dollars.
Yeah.
It's like,
but no. I'm saying, but Trump was like,
right.
No. I'm saying, but you got to think Bloomberg hadn't run. Tom Steyer hadn't run. This is Trump, so they're. And everybody's going on the art of the deal. Oh, Trump is on TV. Oh, so he's an outsider and he's going to.
If Warren Buffett tells me that he read that book, then I believe it. I believe in it. I believe it from that point on.
Oh no, I'm saying.
But Trump ain't giving advice to Warren Buffett, right? He's not giving it. Who is he giving advice to, right? Yeah.
Hey, Paradox,
he's just a hustle.
Did you check to see if there was anybody? Because I'm just starting to look at the chat. They keep saying that there are a lot of people that's in the back or try to get in the back.
I'm not even in the. I'm working on something.
I'm gonna have to.
We about to jump off anyway, though.
Yeah, we're not gonna stay on too much longer. If there's somebody that's in the back, they want to come up and have a discussion, they can. But it'll be like 5 minutes, give a final word, and then I had to bounce anyway.
Okay.
We'll do better. We'll do better.
I didn't get your opinion on on NABJ. So you thought that was successful?
Yeah. Yep. It put them back in the news cycle. All the rest of the conversation is just clickbait.
Even if it's a negative,
it doesn't matter. Donald Trump. The rest of it is clickbait talk. It's just people just talking to have something to talk about and to be offended by or not offended by or disgust. I hear people on the level. I'm so disgusted by what? It's been 10 years, bro. What? This is ridiculous at this point. Who cares? You think he cares if it? You know what I'm saying? Like no one cares at this point, right? But I get it. But
you saw the low key shade he was throwing too.
Oh, it's crazy.
Oh well, you all relate. I was in the back waiting.
It was crazy.
The equipment's not working. I was like, oh, so you just trying to say this is a ghetto operation, pretty much.
That's what he said, right?
They said that's not true too. They said that
was a lie.
That it was a lie. Yeah, that it wasn't true.
Yeah.
But what's funny though, but it got him back in the news cycle, which was the most important part. And what's funny is that a lot of Republicans are trying to make them not talk about gender, not talk about race. I was surprised, to be honest with you.
Wait, it's not
white
working.
And black Republicans.
Huh? No, it's not working. Mike Johnson having to come out and say, "Hey, 2 days after she announced, Mike Johnson had to call a meeting with Republicans, like, hey, y'all please not attack this woman's gender and race and focus on the policy." I'm like, oh, y'all gotta have that meeting. Like you must.
You know why? Because it's all about race. It's all about race at the end of the day. Policy is great. Things, because I keep telling people, things are gonna get done. There's not gonna be anything extreme happening either way. In my opinion, when you look at this, the base stuff, they're gonna run it the way they run it. Gonna work the edges, a little bit on the left, a little bit on the right, and things are gonna kind of pretty much be rolling, right? But the racial part is way more emotional, right? It's way more. It's on people's minds all the time. So I love that people out here talking about it since Obama, all the way up until right now.
Yeah. Paradox.
I love it.
That same lady I was telling you about, on the bulwark, she was already complaining like, okay, can we like stop with like the whites for hair, the white men for hair?
I love it. They mad about that. I love it. I love it. I love it. You know why? Because what it does is it makes white people. It makes it what DC said earlier. What it does is that it drops the word American. Right. It drops them out of the whole. We're just the ambiguous group that runs everything, and we're not going to ever mention anything. And we're going to talk. We default, and we're going to talk about. It is very. I love it. It is so uncomfortable for them. You know why? Because when you start asking them, "Are they white?" You know what the next question is? Well, who's white? Mm-hmm. And if you watch a lot of white people online, what you're going to hear is that, well, am I really white? I hear stuff like that now. That's why I love it. I love stuff. I love
Republicans that I've had. That is one thing they brought up. They're like, why does she keep having all these, black women for Harris? I'm like, listen, these things.
Why can't it be all of us? And I'm thinking to myself, stop playing. Because my argument is this: I'm cool. We can stop talking about race. If you get rid of all racial categories on all federal government and state documents, if we stop tracking all things by race, I'm all good.
Oh no!
We can just stop talking about race. We can just say we're Americans. They're not doing that on the left or the right. It's stupid.
No, Paradox. The right wants to do that. You do have some people on the right, but it's a bait and switch though. They want to take it all off and then basically go silent on it. So it's like, okay, I can't collect the infant mortality data in this black neighborhood anymore because I don't know who lives in the neighborhood on the census, or I can't collect and look at the wealth gap, or I can't look at what do you call it, the achievement gap in these schools. So there are some people on the right who truly want to go to that so they can hide basically.
You got Americans that are trying to force nations like France to introduce the categories that we have in this country, so they can track people better in those countries in Europe. So America is never getting rid of those categories.
Yeah, no, like I said, it's just a thought process. But there are some people who want to do it. I mean, I don't think it'll happen, and I don't think it'll be a good idea.
Why would it happen? It's a racist country. It doesn't make it's not. No. It's like breathing.
Because the system can be more covert. Think of it.
This society cannot allow white people to be confused about race and start to integrate and mix in with non-white people and destroy the whole system that they've been putting in place for 600 years. They're not doing it.
No, they won't be. I'm saying it will be the equivalent of what you have right now is like Jim Crow in the South, and it's like, well, black people said, okay, I'm moving north. There's not no Jim Crow laws there, and they find out, okay, they go about it. They go about it a little bit more covertly here. There's redlining, and it's not
right.
Right. That's what they're talking about doing,
and telling you that they're not racist at the same time.
Yes, exactly.
They're redlining you.
Exactly.
Did you see anybody in the back, or there was nobody there?
Oh, let me go check.
If not,
my bad,
we
bro.
can.
I got you.
Because they think we're ducking people, so I don't want that to be. That's not the case. That's what they're gonna say, man. That's right.
They're just ghosts. They're just ghosts in the machines. So it don't matter.
I wish I could do like sort of like you, but I'm kind of like in spaces where they'll be like, oh, these guys, they wasn't trying. They talk about us. They talk about.
Well, DC, I will take it. It's on me. Okay, so you're free now. You good? I take it. The wrong live stream, right?
That's not
ghost in the machine. I don't irrelevant. Don't care. Doesn't matter. Means nothing. Just a piece of line in it. Just a code. Just like I told you before in the mix, right? He said, "What do you see? Just see code in it, right? Just lines of code."
Yeah,
just lines of code.
That is true.
You're not moving no mountains. It don't matter to me.
I will say this, Paradox. It's the momentum has shifted so much. I'm talking to people who have already booked their hotels in DC.
Yeah, I'll slow down on that. But I mean, yeah, that, like I say, because things, like I
You
said,
better get up. You better get it now.
Yeah, things can happen, and you
It
know,
Oh
can.
man,
No,
Joe, anything can happen.
no. I definitely remind
but
people. I'm
it
like,
has.
But you know what though? But DC, you know what though? The biggest thing is this though. Like I think you mentioned it too. You said, what did you just say? It was the $10 million situation in Egypt.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
was the DC case came back up, I think a couple days ago.
yeah,
So they've been lining it up to keep the pressure on his,
right.
you know what I'm saying, on his you know, on Trump's persona,
Yeah,
right? Like,
and,
not the right
and you
word,
have
persona, but
you have a silent civil war that's going on the Republican side. He's not
I mean,
friendly with
honestly,
a
it
lot
ain't
of
really
people over
fine. I
there.
mean, the Liberty, the Lincoln Project ain't silent at all.
oh no, no,
They are not silent.
no. Paradox.
They are loud.
The only thing I think you're really gonna have to worry about with Harris, honestly, is I mean, like I said, they're bringing on veterans to the campaign. You're not gonna. There have been critiques of hey, how Biden and his campaign, Obama's bringing in his people. They bringing in the big gun. Like I don't.
Like you said, they're
I don't
unless Trump has no. They've dismantled the Republican Party so bad
Yeah,
that all the heavy hitters
he's not getting the
aren't
help he
around.
needs. Yeah, he's not getting the help he needs.
Yeah, no. Like so, I don't think you're gonna see. The only thing that kind of makes me nervous is this VP pick, and that's because I'm seeing like with Shapiro, I'm seeing like.
Man,
You know,
when you juxtapose it to JD Vance, man, that's what people got to remember, man. You know, JD Vance is still on the ticket too. It's
that's
not
true.
just
That's
Trump.
true. That's
So
true.
you have
Well,
a dual issue. The VP pick don't matter until it does, which means that if it runs negative, then that's when it matters. If
well,
he's talking about how negative he is or how he's dragging down the ticket, that's when it matters.
Well, the thing I worry about with Shapiro is just that it's going to re-inflame, and this is why I think Kamala could get tripped up. Is you're seeing a lot of action in the middle.
So you think Shapiro is the kit pick? It seems to be going his way.
Yeah, that's where it seems like it's going. But I worry about his. I mean, he served at some point in the IDF for a short period of time, like in a voluntary capacity, like
right.
So I know this dude is gonna. Back in college, granted, people's ideas can change, but he said that he didn't think that there would ever be peace in the Middle East. So like, if that's your framing, and then we already see that you're against boycott, divestment, and sanctions. I mean, we kind of know what you're. Granted, it's Kamala's agenda, but I think that's the one thing that Biden has really dropped the ball on, and frankly has put the U.S. at risk for a greater conflict in the Middle East, which I think you're seeing. With
it's coming.
You saw the U.S. is moving more battleships. Hey, we got it.
It's coming.
We would defend them. Like that's what I got to be careful with.
I could be wrong. This is where DC could be wrong once again. I could be wrong. I think that they're on a diversion tactic. Shapiro, there's a good chance that he may be the VP pick, but I'm still, for some reason, leaning Andy Beshear for some reason. No, I just think that he offers.
My dark horse is Pete Buttigieg.
Well, yeah, that's there too.
I think he's there too.
But I just think that
I think Pete is on the short list.
Oh yeah, Pete is on.
I think
Pete's on the short list. Yeah,
I think it's three people. I think it's three people, and he's
I don't think Mark Kelly. I would be shocked if Mark Kelly gets it. Now that's one that will shock me.
No,
I don't like him. I don't like him on TV. I don't like his face.
Well, I've heard people say
they got to pick somebody else now.
I've heard people say that exact same thing.
This politics, man. This politics, bro. I love the resume though. I love his wife.
Yeah, oh yeah,
I love it. It's horrible what happened to them. I love it all, the storyline, but visually, you don't just need that right now. Just keep it simple.
No. The other thing too with Kelly Paradox is there is concern that he has won that.
I don't think he can carry Arizona, by the way.
No. I think he could. I think the concern is
okay.
Oh yeah, no. The concern is
but it's not worth making a VP over.
Yeah,
I wouldn't say that.
Oh well, that's the thing they're worried about. They're worried about he has won that Senate seat and he will continue to win.
Yeah, she has enough
to run.
She got enough support out there to kind of make.
Yeah. So if you take him out of there and you got to put someone in a couple years to run, they're not sure if they can necessarily win. If you got that person who's to back up,
right? Don't open the seat, keep them there.
Yeah, so they think
what Trump doesn't understand, and the right the MAGA right specifically doesn't understand is once Kamala speaks to like the different border states and stuff and she's already in Texas, of course, but she gives her speeches and do the little dog and pony show stuff. It's gonna shrimp a lot of people. Don't understand. It's fun talking, but like she's not messing up. So once she does her speeches and you got the video and she goes here and says all the right things, it takes care of the independence and it keeps the base in check. And on to the next thing though. Like it's not that heavy because it'll be different if she was trying to catch up. It'll be different if she was way behind. It's so many things that if she was these things, a lot of the conversations would make sense, right? But I think where she's at right now, a lot of stuff doesn't matter. She just got to show up. Like I told DC. Now DC, let's go ahead and lock that in. What did I tell you? She has to make a decision, and she made it, right?
Yeah.
I'm black. We ain't talking about nothing else. Be mad. You can be mad. Don't care. I'm black, right? I'm black. I'm gonna go to Atlanta, and I'm gonna go to Texas.
The Asians understand. The Asians understand a lot more than we would. That's for sure. You can't waffle. You can't waffle with us. So look, like I said,
if the Republicans need to figure out what you are, what you gonna be, figure it out. But from coming from the left, it's locked in.
Yeah.
Move on.
Yeah.
Move on. Something else. You wasting your political.
That's what I'm saying. The more you attack, the more you waste your political capital. Yeah, you're just wasting it.
You're wasting your time.
We're not going to change anybody's mind with that. The
people that was already believing that wasn't going to vote for her anyway. Come on now. But think about this though, right? You're the people who set up the racial dynamics, but you don't want to talk about. Right. You know what's so funny about these racist people in this country is that these white folks want to sit around on the left and right and act like Kamala's making her own decisions.
Right.
You hear what they be saying, right? Well, she can't decide. Hold up. So now we get to pick. I don't have to be black. Can I be white or can I be just American? I mean, what are you talking about? Like, it was driving me crazy online, bro. And I was like, when did this all become choices? And we can just be whatever we want. When did that happen? Because every time we try to be what we want to be, what did they tell us, DC? In the 1860s, in the 1870s, what did they remind us of in the 1890s? What are we talking about right now?
By law, they remind
by law, right?
But that's whatever you want to think.
The craziness of Trump, though.
You can think whatever you want to think.
Yeah, that was Trump who got up there and said, "Well, she turned black." I'm like, you can't just turn. You don't get to choose that. Like, she turned black and then she was in. I'm like, nah, that's not how that works.
All of a sudden, you change the rules to the board that you basically already put into place. Can't do that.
Yeah,
it is what it is.
You put the color code in place from a Western perspective. Right. You put that in place. How are you even playing with it? I don't even know how you have the right to play with it, to be honest with you. And I wish somebody who's very race conscious on some of these shows would have just pointed that part out. Let's just talk about race and who came up with this, who set this up in this place, and let me know when it's over with. Because I heard people saying, well, we don't do the one drop thing no more. Oh, we don't. I didn't know. So you're telling me now that all these light skinned blacks can now be white. Right. Is what you're telling me there, right? And all these biracials can be white now, right? We know that ain't the case, right? We all know that ain't true, right?
Not true.
White folks send messages to biracial people and very light-skinned people. They're sending messages all the time in this country. They're always getting messages. You're not us.
Right.
Wait,
Colin Kaepernick.
No, speaking of that too, the other thing with Shapiro introducing race, I was like, just the fact, if she does pick him,
two Jews on the ticket is crazy though.
Well,
that's crazy.
Well, I was just thinking from the presidential standpoint, you got to think, you look at the history, and then you look at someone like a Warnock, Ossoff, which Ossoff kind of rode Warnock's coattails a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely.
And at this point, it's going to be like, if Kamala does pick him, she will essentially be introducing him onto the national stage, and at some point he's going to have aspirations to run for president. So I mean it's funny that dynamic.
You can see that in that speech. I don't know which one going to run, but you definitely see their aspirations in the speech that they gave in Atlanta.
Oh yeah,
true.
I see it too. They chomping at the bit, but they got to wait though.
People trying to say he sounds like Obama.
They gotta wait.
To say he sounds like Obama. I'm like, whoa.
They got to wait. Yeah.
Nah, he got a lot more to appeal to me cross
to the mainstream.
He needs to get a job either in the White House. he needs to. Because I'm gonna tell you what I was impressed by. I've been impressed by Pete Buttigieg. I mean, I'm impressed.
Oh no, everybody said that.
I'm impressed.
Mhm.
I don't know where it's coming from. I don't know what happened to this little local mayor. I know that he's a Rhodes Scholar. He's smart.
He's
and all
like
that
a
stuff.
code, he's like a code breaker for the right. It's like
Yes.
it's like he just studied these people, man.
Yes.
He went into
Yes.
Fox. He went in Fox and just broke them. Just
But
broke them.
but
Real
here's-
time.
But I
DC, it's
but I
you gotta
told
think,
people
though, it's intersectionality. He's a white man still,
he
so
don't
he knows
care,
the
man.
he's in those rules.
Yeah, but he
knows
could
the
have
mentality.
played. He could have played into it. See, instead of not leaning, he leaned into his homosexuality, which is what I liked about him from the very
Had
beginning.
to.
By the way,
had
you
to.
gotta lean into it, man. Yeah, I'm not gonna let you define me as this kind of fairy walking around with tip shoes and tiptoes and all that. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, I'm just a regular gay dude. Yeah, I'm
Wait,
just a
wait,
regular gay guy.
wait.
You know,
He's in
just
the
like
military
your regular
too.
Republican gay guy. That's what I'm saying. So you can't come to me with all this kind of fairy dust and all this type of thing. Yeah, I will. I think he's a sharpshooter, if I'm not mistaken. I'll blow your head off. Not only that, I will get
But
you
you know
together
what, though?
on these
He
talking
had-
points.
And I'm gonna tell you something. He's not getting the same criticism that
Nah,
that Kamala was getting. Right? You notice
Nah,
that he
he-
did. I think he did terrible when he
he
ran
has a-
initially. I don't think he was impressive at all. I think he was very small,
About
and he had to get his weight up.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Talking about Pete, right?
If you follow
Yeah, he
Pete's
was
campaign,
young,
in my
man.
opinion, if you
No,
follow
no,
his
that's
campaign,
No, that's true. Yeah. That's true. He have to find. That's what I'm saying. You can find yourself, but you can see
you
that
have to find
certain-
DC. You're
certain
running for president,
people-
bro. Come on, man.
certain
Obama's
people
an
can
anomaly,
find
bro.
it. Yeah, that's what I'm
Anomaly.
saying. Transcendent, man.
That's an anomaly.
You don't.
That's Michael
John
Jordan.
F. Kennedy.
That's
You know,
come on.
Ronald Reagan to a degree. You know, like even as bad as he was on policies, he painted the nation red. Everybody knew
Red.
failed policies, man. The 80s were not no joke, bro, for nobody, dog.
80s was
The
rough.
80s were rough. The 80s were rough, man.
But a whole
You
lot
want
of
to
people
talk
got
about
rich.
high inflation? You know, unemployment was crazy. People with
High unemployment, high
immigration
inflation.
was out of control. People didn't have documentation properly.
Yeah.
Man, this shit was
Same,
crazy,
but
bro.
DC, remember, but that's what I'm
No
saying.
fault divorce.
Right. That's what I'm telling you, DC. That's what we were saying when we study each decade, though, is that we see the cycle. So people be turned up now. I'm like, yo, what are you wasting? You don't even gotta waste your energy to get turned up. It's no point.
Nah, you don't
Just
have to
study
do
the
that.
political history, and you're gonna see cycles of things and different people. Like Trump figured out a way to make Biden care about the border.
Yep.
And made it an issue that didn't exist. It was like 5 or 6 or 7 down the list, and he forced it by just keep banging on it, keep banging on it, and keep banging on it, to where it forced Biden to make it, to get on his list and have to do something about it. And it showed you how you can bend the minds and you can bend politics in a way if you get on an issue and if you can make it connect. And that's what's more important about, and that's what I'm looking at, even with Kamala, I'm trying to figure out what is going to be. I think, and you know what? And she found her signature issue right away, right? Which was abortion. Women's, no, that's not abortion. What do they call it? Women's
reproductive rights, reproductive health.
Boom, there we go.
Yeah.
And man, I've been watching some of her interviews since that happened over the last year with these women.
So,
I'm like, oh
so
my
she
God.
makes him ignore it. But see, the thing is, she makes him ignore it until when they get into debate. I know she's going. If I was him, I would not debate her. Man.
No,
that would be a mistake if he do that. I don't care what he thinks. There's not a positive win that he's going to get out of that, bro.
It's not.
He loses. He loses on the what I call the general population policies. He loses on those. So you personality wise and throwing all them up. And what's so crazy about that? She's a diverter. So she's going to divert your energy and return it back twofold.
Oh yeah.
So it's going to come back at. She has learned how to do that now.
No.
She's going to still. She's gonna go chippy for you. She's gonna laugh at you. She's gonna think you're funny. You're gonna look like an old man. You're gonna look like the old racist, misogynistic type of fool, which is gonna play up to the white women and black women are already in the corner, but it's gonna play up to those white women that's on the corners, those moderates, because they're gonna look at you on how you treat her. Forget the policies. They're gonna look on how you treat her. Can you come at her with some real policies to make her look like she's incompetent? Because they're already halfway on your side. If you make her look incompetent with the policies and you keep it disciplined, this is just advice.
It's not
gonna keep it disciplined, then you have a shot to swing some of those moderates. But if you go and attack her You go into the name calling. You go into you're not really black. You're this and that, and then she gets to counteract you with the Indian person that you have on your team and the Indian children that you have on your team.
Yeah.
You can't denounce that. You chose this person, but you chose a person that is of South Asian descent that's married into that kind of family.
Yeah,
you have that already there. So what are those kids, Trump? What are those kids, Donald? Like you'll get into this back and forth that you don't want to get into. You're gonna lose on those. You're gonna lose. So that's where I think at the margins where people are not really paying attention to where the actual strengths are. When you juxtapose these two, that's where you get in trouble. But if you separate Kamala and you have her just going up against just this imaginary candidate that you just dream up and not Trump, because when people talk about Trump, they never talk about Trump in a vacuum. They always talk about Trump in a sense of his negatives being the main thing that's attacking whoever he's talking against. So whatever their negative viewpoint against that candidate, that's what's going to insinuate whatever they feel about that person, which helps them not vote for that person. So either they're going to stay on the couch or they're going to vote for Trump. So that's a win-win for him. But what you end up doing, if you get him in open and you get him on the policies and you get him to discuss something, he's going to look crazy. If he repeats the same things that he did when he debated Biden, and you get somebody that's competent to talk with him, he's going to look crazy, bro. Because she's going to bring up the immigration bill, she's going to bring up the economy, she's going to bring up all these other things that you guys that happened during the first administration where he was part of during those 4 years. And if people don't think that that's going to be the case, you're fooling yourself. You're fooling yourself.
And what she should say is that when you first got elected, Trump, you're enjoying Obama's economy. Yep. I haven't heard her say that at all.
That's the first. Well, she's probably saving that, but that's going to be the first thing. That's the first thing.
Hit him with that, John.
Yeah.
But the thing is with Trump,
and then you got kicked. Then you lost your second term. I mean, she got that whole thing of him being a loser. She got a whole thing right there.
If anything, you were saying that she's learned to redirect. If anything, you have to worry. If with Kamala, you have to worry about her going at him too hard. Like how do I like?
And then white men start feeling bad about themselves.
Not even that. Just how do I not come across as like the aggressive? Like I'm almost taking low blows at this dude. That's what Kamala's thing. Like that's the thing she has to be worried about. Like
if you don't have to worry about it, because here's the thing: you can bait him into that. He's highly predictable that way. That's why if you listen to me in Paradox, his biggest weaknesses is his discipline. That's his biggest weaknesses.
No, I'm saying
he's a walking win.
Saying that she needs to always come off presidential.
That's what I mean, though. That's what I mean. Like
that's all she has to do. She don't have to do. She don't have to do nothing else, dude. Because like I say, he loses on abortion. He loses on women's rights. He loses on the race question. He loses on basically freedoms when it comes down to basically giving people an option for jobs and subsidies and things of that nature, helping people that's in the margins. And if you look at those battleground states, who are the people that are suffering? Who are the white people that are suffering the most? Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. You see what I'm saying? And he don't really have that kind of support. Yeah, Minnesota. He don't really have. Minnesota's gone though, but he don't really have that kind of support. He don't really have that kind of support in those states. Not like that.
But no, I was saying too, like okay, when she attacked Biden in the debate, people are like, oh, that's kind of a low blow, or like, that she might be,
I remember
that's what I'm saying. Like, I think she's fine tuned it where it's like, okay, I can attack him, still maintain presidential.
You know why it was a low blow, Renaissance man? I don't mean to interrupt, but you know why it was a low blow was because he already came with head down. People misunderstood what Biden was a redemption tour of what he did early in his governmental his basic what he did earlier in his life, he tried to make up for later in his life, and he did a damn good job of doing that. As good as anybody could do that I have seen on a political spectrum, to go from Strom Thurmond to what he ended up being, the bridge between the first black man. You have to think about what I'm saying here. Yeah, the bridge between the first black male president to the extension of the next black so-called Madam President. And he killed two birds with one stone. Now think about this: female and black and South Asian. If you want to include South Asian, so you get three birds with one stone. So him being the bridge on doing that, you could talk about it all you want. he did not come there. He did not come there to brag about the stuff that he did previously. That's why when you hammered him on it, he put his head down. Now Trump going to lean into the shit he does. It's a difference. He's going to energize himself over it, and he's going to attack. And so when you attack, guess what prosecutors get the green light to do? They ask the judge, "Can I treat the person as a hostile witness? Can I proceed?" Yes, you can. Judge, like, hey, this is a free fall. If you're gonna come back at them, if you're gonna come back at them,
I don't even think she got out.
Then go ahead, go hard.
And I don't think she needs to be, honestly, because Trump is so disliked. I don't think she needs to really even be amazing. Just competent.
That's what I'm saying.
Likable. Like,
That's
she
what
don't
I'm
gotta
saying.
even worry about him too much, because really, his presence, just like when he lost to Biden, that whole environment, they're on, that stuff is on the line right now. The pressure's on him.
Back to the word of the day, where people got to understand who is the most disciplined.
Discipline. That's facts. That's facts.
No, it's gonna be Harris. She's got the people around her. She's got to find. I mean, Trump, like I said, and Trump. Here's the other thing: Harris will listen to the people. Trump is not. Even if Trump had the people, Trump does not like to listen to people at times too. That's the other thing.
But he rather lose his way than lose your way. That's how
exactly. Also, I want her to. You know, one reason why I want to see her in office is to see how this country is going to respond. The research and information we're going to get, DC, if she wins, it's going to be. We're not going to be able to consume that much information, bro. Because remember something, the world's not perfect. So you still gonna get fired from your job because you don't work. You're not doing your job. It ain't her fault, right? Like everything that happens is gonna be her fault. So to watch how, because you know how they loved Obama, and then he gets in office, and all of a sudden it's everything his fault, right? That's how it is as president anyway. It's kind of funny though. But I wonder, is the intensity level going to be higher, lower, or about the same as it is for everybody else who becomes president? I'd be definitely curious to see how the environment takes her in.
The other thing,
once she's making decisions for America,
she's going to open up. If she picks Shapiro, the lieutenant governor is a black man, Austin Davis. So
and he takes over. Right?
Yeah, that's exactly. Crazy. So like, you're going to open up this whole new, like, regardless, I think, of who she picks, like, you're already starting to see that next sort of level of democratic leadership that is extremely diverse, and just seeing like how America reacts to that.
It was a rough transition, but they got here. They got here sooner or later. So
yeah,
if there's nobody in the back on Paradise, I'm gonna jump off, man. Y'all got some stay.
All right, we can close out.
Okay. No, I was gonna say real quickly though, DC, about the before I jump down. I did talk to somebody. They said that they basically did some internal polling, the Harris campaign with the delegates. And that basically the delegates, they came back and basically said, hey, Bashir and Shapiro were the delegates' top two choices. So
yeah, I agree with that.
Who was it?
Bashir and Shapiro. That's who I thought it was going to be. Yeah. It's between those two.
Yeah. And is Bashir a white Anglo-Saxon Protestant?
He is.
Legacy. I mean, if you look at a picture of his family, you're just like,
yeah.
I think his dad was the governor, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. His dad is a 2-term governor, and they have broken Kentucky. The reason why I say he's important is because he knows how to run in hostile territory.
Yeah.
You got to remember, he's a Democrat in a clearly red state.
And he did, he did some liberal things too. Like he talked about the minimum. He even blocked the anti-gay legislation that they put forth.
Listen,
in
man.
He blocked that.
Now, look, I don't want to be mean to Bernie Sanders, right? Even though I know he's a racist. DC, I know you heard what he said, right? A couple days ago.
I don't fool Bernie, man.
Okay.
No, I heard what he said. Yeah.
Wait, what? Telling her to run on a progressive platform?
No, he talking about looking out for white men. To keep it simple.
Wait, what?
To keep it, to look out for white men in the Midwest. What he said?
To keep it simple, right?
Yeah. But he said that. He did say that. He said white working class men. Yeah.
Wait, Bernie Sanders, white working men.
White working class men.
I mean, to be fair, Obama said
that she needs to choose. She needs to choose somebody that's going to be able to speak to that constituency.
Oh yeah. For vice president. Yeah. That's the.
Well, he said he's been saying that's very important anyway. Period. Just like that voting.
I know.
I mean, a paradox. Obama said something similar, like on his way out that hey, you know, even white working class men are
It's
having
it's just his attitude and tone. That's all I'm saying. It's just I don't something, you know. If you were so worried about if you were so worried about the white ghettos of America,
Right.
you would have ran your own platform differently, and you didn't. So I don't. It's ridiculous, bro. I don't.
Right.
It's weird. And you lost that vote a long time ago, so it wasn't like it slipped away from you. You missed
Nope.
it. It was there. It was there to go get then, and
Everybody
you made your
knew
decision.
he was running.
And you made your choice.
He had 2 years to run a platform that was going to be
Right.
successful. And when it was
Right.
put on national stage, it couldn't run. It couldn't run the full race. It had good runners, but it couldn't. It just when it got to the final leg, it just wasn't able to uphold it to the end. So
Right. And a lot of white men are trying to pull those guys back in. So I do understand it. I understand it,
of
but
course.
coming from him and his tone at the time and the timing of it, like I told you, DC, her being a mixed race or a black female or Afro-Indian female, and how he was making those comments recently, I just thought it was like, that's really what we're doing right now. So remember, he was holding back his support because of that. But I want to make sure I get this in. You're the one that's going to do that. Like think about this, DC. I just want you to put it. I'm trying to explain this to you, right? Think about who Bernie Sanders is, right? Right, and how he's been running his campaign. At least what people think he is, right? Even like you said, he was next to Biden. Joe Biden is the president because him getting those white working class votes. That's why he is the president. So what are you talking about when the man who's in charge right now already doing that?
Already.
So what is your point anyway?
His whole career, actually.
I'm just saying, like the way he was saying, I was like, hold up, though. You act like Biden can't. That's what Biden's been doing for 4 years. He's been doing it for 5 years, actually.
Her path looks a little bit differently. We'll see if it actually holds, because the polling I've seen is that it hadn't really fought. Biden was doing better with the older white voters.
Right. Yeah. She's gonna lose some of that.
Yeah, she is.
Even with the VP pick, she's gonna lose some of that.
He was not doing as well with the younger, more diverse. You know, Kamala flips it on his head, and that's what, you know. Can she hold on to enough, or do you just turn out enough young people and be done with it?
Yeah, you just energize that base, man. It automatically leans towards.
I think the numbers are there.
That kind of ticket.
Oh, they're definitely there.
If
people show up, the numbers.
She needs to go into the Midwest, go to Ohio, go to Iowa, shake hands and talk to people, go up to Maine and Vermont. I need to see her.
Don't take them for granted.
Right.
Don't take them for granted.
Don't disrespect them.
Right.
Don't offend them. You know, that's all you have. That'll just maintain.
Talking platitudes. Yeah, talking platitudes.
And really,
keep it disciplined, and you good to go.
And really, do you even need white men like that, or do you just trying to get these white women?
You still need a good percentage of black white men, because the thing about what we talked about earlier,
you want to run a nationwide. She has to run a nationwide campaign. You focus on the swing, but you focus on the on the swing side, but you need to run. In my opinion, there ain't much time to try to do it, but you want to kind of hit everywhere.
The most duplicitous electorate that we have here in this country are white women. You don't know what they're going to do.
They're the largest part of the electorate, though. Too.
But that's what I'm saying. You don't know what. So polling them is you poll them at your own risk. You don't know what you're going to get, because they'll tell you a lot of your face.
They're fickle.
Listen, man. So that part is strong, because the thing is, the more acolytes that she has that are fitting her message that are white, they can shame other white women. Now that helps, because they are like very into the shaming part. So you can shame them to vote a certain way, but it has to be another white woman to do it. If you get a group of them, if you get a group of them where they're feeling like, yeah, well, I understand, but I'm just gonna vote this way just because it's safe. They may have felt that way when Trump first got in office, but they may not feel that way now. They don't feel that way now. So it's the difference.
No, that's
if they vote for him this time, then whatever they get, because you see what happened. You lost 2 seats in the Supreme Court, right? The Supreme Court is lost to you for the next 30 to 40 years,
and you lost your reproductive rights.
And if you vote Trump in again, you know what it's going to be. You know that shit gonna be 7-2.
It's gonna be 7-2.
It's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be crazy. So
we're going back to the 50s, baby. Let's roll, baby. Let's roll.
No, you're going to Handmaid's Tale on an American scale. It's gonna be we're gonna still be having our freedoms and stuff like that, but as close as we can get to to handmaid's tale, where people are gonna start to feel the restrictions, where people can use language, use kind of restrictive language against women and stuff like that, and kind of talk crazy, grab them by the pussy, all this stuff.
That's
it becomes
it's what we want,
especially for white men. So when you allow this to go on, they got to deal with each other. They got to deal with each other in their own group, in their own. That to me, white women are their own silos, just like black women are. They're their own silo, bro. Now the thing about black women that is kind of consistent, they're loyal. So black women, if they vote in a certain way, they're going to vote a certain way, whether they like it or not. They're going to just vote. Okay, we're voting this way. So
and they're only 4% of the population, right? Or
right.
40%,
Right.
and
that's kind of crazy for us. That small of a group. That small of a group to go 90 to 95% one side. That is.
I was going to say
even for us to vote 80 to 85%. Even if you're thinking that you're losing a black man vote, you still don't lose it to the effect of it being 50-50.
Are you going to put that? Are you putting it? Are you going to do the bet? You saying 80? I'm going to say 90 plus. You want to put that $1,000 bet on that?
I'm not putting that bet down, dog. You ain't getting no money out of me on that, dog. I can't. Because I think black men cap, man. I think we capping a lot too.
They might not.
I don't. No, you wouldn't bet if you didn't know it. I can't do it, dog. Because
when she go to those black male barbershop, when she go to the I know you did.
Last time. We lied last time.
No.
We both. Hold on. Even when it came down to Georgia, the reason why Stacey Abrams lost wasn't because of black men. That was because of white women. She lost because of white women that said they were going to vote for it, which is crazy. She didn't need nothing but like maybe 8 to 5% of their vote to win in Georgia.
But you don't know.
That's why she lost.
But you don't know.
Got 85. I think she still got 85 to 86% of the black men vote. You're never going to have to worry about black people when it comes down to voting, as far as on the Democratic side, because we have been taking it for granted. But that is true. But it's because we don't have really anywhere else to go to get our policies pushed through, except for the Democratic issues, because our race pushes us left. So that's the reason. Our whole marker, they push us to the left. They say that we're other when we're not trying to be other. We're trying to be American. You got black people forcing themselves into so-called Republican spaces. But the thing is, if you start to discuss anything, it's going to be a black person discussing it. You start to talk about your job, it's going to be black jobs. That's why if you really think about Trump did it to you. He said it to you.
Yep.
He said, well, what is a black job? Any job that a black person has, you can't make it. And you don't see that as being otherized. You guys don't see that as being pushed outside of your group to be other, to be outside of American black.
No, when you say that, the woman, when you talk about, hey, like you don't know what these women are going to do in the voting booth, you're talking about basically the poster child for that is Susan Collins, like her in the Senate. And the way she like all over the place on abortion, the Brett Kavanaugh, she's like, "Oh, I'm for freedom."
Yeah, she's a great example of what we're talking about. Great example.
Yeah,
that's exactly what it looks like.
Then I'm clueless on. Oh, I didn't know he was gonna do this, and oh my God.
Renaissance man, you don't have a million white women out there with pussy hats on, basically protesting Trump getting in office. If you don't have that. If all of those women that was out there protesting from all over the country, by the way, protesting him once he got in office, dude, it would have been a landslide if all of those women really voted for Hillary. Come on now, dude. Nah, man. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. You can't fool me on that. I know that's an opinion base. I know they probably don't run the numbers on that, but I guarantee you at least 35 to 40% of that damn crowd, if not more, voted for Trump.
You got to look. When Trump ran in 2020, he increased his share of white women. It was white men who broke for Biden. That's facts. Now, granted, you didn't have Roe. You didn't have Roe at that point, and you didn't have January 6th. So we'll see if people now that it seems like 2022 when they thought the red wave was coming, and they saw. That's when it seemed like they woke up like, oh, okay, he ain't playing like.
That's why I don't believe. That's why I don't believe saving the courts, because if you save the courts, then you basically, you off them of their responsibility of voting somebody in that's going to vote a certain way. You voted for this. That's the reason why you got that. So white women complaining about it. I don't want to hear you complaining about Roe
Sure
versus
don't.
Wade
Don't want to hear it.
or women's rights and all this type of shit.
Don't want to
No.
hear it.
If anybody should be complaining about it, it should be black women because they voted 95% the other way.
That's right.
They should be the ones bitching about it, not you, motherfucker. Even
Not
if
only that,
you
it shows you how many white. It
even
shows
if
you how many white women are comfortable with the way it is.
I'm gonna stay
By the
on
way,
it. Even if you're not the person that voted for them, you knew people that you knew that was gonna go in there and do duplicitous shit like that. They were gonna do that. If you got 54 to 55% of your people, white women that you know that you're close to in suburbs and all this type of shit, when this man's talking about grabbing by the pussy and they're gonna vote this way and then have the nerve to talk about women's rights and all this type of shit, fuck out of here, man. Nah, bro. Nah.
Yeah, it was crazy.
White women, that's on y'all. So you got to eat that Supreme Court shit. Nah, don't bail them. Don't bail them out on none of that. No,
you know that women love their sons, though.
Absolutely
So.
not. Absolutely not.
Sons.
Nah, keep that shit at 9. It is what it is. You pay the piper. You did that. That's on you. White women voted him in. That's how he got in over Hillary, dude. There was a white woman running against him.
That's crazy.
You guys said no.
Loudly, too, by the way. Loudly said no.
You guys said no.
Yeah.
What? Black women voted for Hillary. What? 95%. Do you think all black women
96.
like? You think all black women like Hillary? You think all of us love Hillary? The fuck? But if you juxtapose Hillary and Trump, that's what black people do. We make the pragmatic choice. We make the most difficult choice here in America, dude. We literally vote. We vote for people that we despise. We literally do all the time, man.
Absolutely.
That we dislike.
Every day.
That we dislike, bro. Like we don't even have the freedom to make an actual choice to where it's just like I'm gonna vote for this. You're voting for the person that you dislike the most. So you say, well, no, I'm not gonna vote for Biden because of the anti-crime bill, but I'm gonna vote for the guy that basically gave him funding for the 92 crime bill during that time period and said that it wasn't tough enough. That's who I'm gonna vote for during the same time period. But one is a self-accountability, one is that's just facts. One is coming with his head down, begging for forgiveness. I remember when Biden did not duck and dodge when people went at him. Instead of what Hillary did, Hillary was what? What did Hillary do? Get your ass up out of here! Don't be blaming me. Black preachers, she Biden ate that shit. You're right. My fault. We was wrong. Blah blah blah. It was a racist policy. It was a racist policy.
Absolutely.
I sat there and watch the man say that shit.
Yep.
You can say whatever you want to say about it. And yeah, he deserved that shit. He deserved to walk in with his head down, begging for black people to vote for him and shit like that. He deserved that shit. Yeah, he made plenty of mistakes. But don't talk about it when you juxtapose it towards the other person that he's running against. That's what you got to do. You got to make that choice at the end of the day. And like I said, when I look at black people, black men in particular, I don't know if black men are going to move 20% that way. I think it could be, I don't know, man. 15. If you give me 15%, I may vote. I may bet you 15%. There's a lot of black men that just don't like black women, man. They just not gonna vote for black women, period, dog. But they're gonna sit on the couch, but they may sit on the couch, so their voting don't get counted. So I don't know. Like that still doesn't get counted. So I don't know. I have to think about it. I got to think about it, bro.
I mean, but
I got to think about it.
No, I hear what you're saying, but I mean, once again, are even them like, once again, all is going to take, because I mean, the way these sisters are organizing, it's just going to be, hey, so and so, like, you come with me to vote, like, we're gonna go. So, like, I don't even know if that's going to be an option, like, in the sense of, you know, it's not just, hey, these sisters are going to go vote. They're going to make sure their nephews, their brothers, you know, all these people go and vote.
I don't think Kamala asked them to do this, right?
No,
didn't ask them to do this. So
that was organic. That was the whole thing was organic.
So here's my thing: all the guys that's online that love Trump and rock with Trump. Why don't y'all all get together? I suggest this: y'all all get together, do a call for them, have all the black conservatives and all this black men that are voting that way, and energize yourself. Bring up some kind of policy. I'm serious. I'm being dead serious, bro. I'm not being facetious. I'm saying dead serious, dead ass. Get something together, gather a call together, get in contact with Byron. Is it Byron Douglas?
Byron
Douglas, Tim Scott, whatever.
Byron Donald, yeah, Byron Donald.
And Byron Donald, get in contact with one of these guys, generate a call, get some people in, because then you can coalesce. You can coalesce what is happening on the opposite side. But you can't complain about what they're doing on the opposite side if you're not doing anything on your side. If you're just basically just going to do that, complain back against what somebody's basically giving their money, by the way, and they're showing improving. They're showing what the numbers were. What was the paradox? 40,000 for the black women, 100,000 for the white men.
Yeah,
50,000 for the white.
Yeah. So
crazy numbers.
They I mean,
310 million.
These people are doing it on
crazy numbers.
She's not asking, dude. Like she
ain't asking it. She ain't begging it. She is all behind the scenes.
What I'm saying, like, you guys could do the same thing. You could get 40,000, 50,000 black men together to raise the money for Trump, man. That'd be a beautiful thing. I would like to see it.
Nah.
Yeah, let me see that. Where that's at?
Nah, it's all across the spectrum. You got
100,000.
I heard there was I heard they were trying to organize a Mormons, Latter-day Saints for Harris. Like it just caught on fire. Yeah,
if you do that, that's crazy, man. And see, that's what I'm saying. If you activate what she has done, she's activated people that wasn't going to vote. That's your worst nightmare.
And she's a vibe. And the key point is that she is closer to the middle, so she makes her extremely viable.
That's what I'm saying.
You're not having to explain her far leftist view that she's a socialist Democrat. Yeah. Like, you don't have to explain anything. She's not a part of the squad. Any that she is, it's hilarious.
Right. So you can't.
It's a sweet spot, bro. I ain't gonna hold you, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. It's a sweet spot.
You can't attach it to just this extreme left policy that just say it's gonna go off the rails outside of the Environmental Act, but you can kind of wash that into being basically protective of environment, all that. That gets washed. You got a lot of people on the right,
and to hear white Republicans
right to support it, by the way, because
to hear white Republicans on live stream say,
"Yeah,
she locked up black people," is hilarious.
Yeah,
hilarious, by the way.
And I'm saying when you get staunch Republicans, man, that would never vote for Biden, that decided they're going to vote for Harris and say,
they voted for Biden. You know that, right? Republicans voted for Biden, bro.
They didn't come out. They did not come out like
they didn't come out and say it, though. They did. Everybody knew they did.
I know, but they're coming out and saying it now, which means that they're trying to build a larger coalition of people to say it's okay. It's okay. Yeah. We know how you feel. I feel the exact same way you do. We're just trying to get back to management. We're trying to get back to, if you let MAGA win.
It's just management. It's just management.
Exactly.
Management.
If you let MAGA win one more time, we're going to have this. Think about it. We're going to have all of this craziness again. These racial politics, this women.
Yep.
We don't want to deal with all this diversion, all of this craziness. People talking about women's rights and doing this when we all know that that's not going to be the case.
Especially when at the end of the day, Trump was for 4 years? He was a manager. At the end of the day, he wasn't Hitler. He wasn't a fascist.
Exactly.
He wasn't anything, right? He was a manager.
He was bound by the Constitution. Man.
Period. Point blank.
Period.
And he put in Republican policies.
He tried
plain old Republican policies, by the way.
And that's what I'm saying. So he did not know that much about how to govern. So he put people in place that did, and he let them run the show. And he took the credit for it. That's fine. You can do that. But see, like when it comes down to the margins of the extreme, there was some extremism that did get let in. You could still do that also, but see, it became a little bit dangerous because the Supreme Court is what showed that up. I think that's the biggest difference. The Supreme Court is what's going to bite them at the end of the day. When people when these white people go in to vote, they're going to be like, we just can't allow it to get that lopsided. I don't think people want it that lopsided anyway. I don't think people want it that lopsided. I don't think people want it that lopsided left. And they don't want it that lopsided right. Like that is crazy.
Matter of fact, Hillary
it gets basically they get the final say. They get the final say on all kinds of shit.
And I think Hillary probably would have won if she had a chance to run on this.
Yeah.
Because that would have gave her just that last little bit of push that she needed.
She would have got enough of the white women vote to win.
She would have got enough. Because think about this. White women in America, they want their freedom.
Yeah,
and for them not to have the ability,
they're not going back. White women ain't going back.
They're not going back.
White women ain't going back, bro. You forget about that, bro. Forget that. I don't give a damn who she is.
Don't matter.
That
Ain't going
ain't party. That ain't
If
party.
you are a
affiliation,
man
by the
thinking
way.
we're going back to Iraq or Iran or something,
Yeah, nah.
good luck with that. You need to move.
Nah.
Go
Nah.
back, go to Africa, go to the Middle East somewhere. It
Nah.
ain't going back. We are
Nah.
liberal, baby.
I mean, I was
It
gonna say,
ain't
I don't
going
even
back.
no Paradox. I don't even think that you have a lot of white men who could even stomach that. To be honest with you,
They
going back to
got.
something that extreme,
It's affecting the vote because it's
like,
even affecting white men who are going to support women's rights.
yeah, I was
It's
gonna
like
say
you don't even know that this group of men that exists in this country is you're gonna change their vote because of that. It's stupid.
yeah, no, I was gonna say like the element that thinks like that. That's an extreme element within the Republican Party of of people who really think like it's
When
just
Joe
like,
Biden said he's going to change the courts, and I expected a lot of folks to be mad.
Yeah.
I was like, y'all not that mad. That's interesting.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to be a lot. I thought it was going to be some heat on that, and I was like, where is the heat at?
I don't support it. I do not support that. I do not
support it either.
back in the courts, man.
Nope.
Everybody knew what it was. Everybody knew what it was before that motherfucker got up in there. You already knew what was going to happen.
That's right.
He let Jeff Sessions, a dude to put blackface on his motherfucking face in Alabama, on the Supreme as his attorney general, dog. Like, what the fuck are we talking about here?
The
I
one
don't
thing,
understand what y'all doing, bro.
the one thing I would say for reform is, now I think there are definitely consequences. I think the thing is though, you got the people who straight up lied on the oath though, like. You got like Kavanaugh, Barrett. They were like, "Oh, like Roe is settled law. We're not, we get in there flipped up." Like that's the one thing I think you got to look at.
That's politics. That's the politics of it, bro.
Yeah.
That's the politics.
And now we're paying for it. And now we're paying for it.
But see, that's why you put Jeff Sessions in there. Dude, everybody knew this motherfucker was a Klansman, Alabama, blackface. Everybody they vetted him. They know who he is. Yep. They know who this man is, man. Having stag parties in colleges and shit, playing like they black people and, with curly hair and jumping around Christmas parties. You know who this man is when they do these sorority parties and stuff like that. These guys that go to Duke and rape black women and don't get charged for it and shit like that. Like this is just, it is what it is, man. It is what it is. So I did not expect anything different. He put in a fully conservative court. It was not diverse. You knew what it was going to be. You had Jeff Sessions in there. They ran up the scoreboard. You know what I'm saying? They ran it up. They did what they had to do. Listen.
But the only reason I say that is like when you look at someone like Clarence Thomas, like most people don't know this, but like that was a bipartisan decision to put him on the court.
Agree.
It was not a party line. You really did not see party line voting on Supreme Court justices. Really, to Obama. Correct me if I'm wrong.
They voted that man. in. White women did that, bro. When the sons at the end of the day, white women voted that man in, man. You got to pay for what you did. Period. We all do. You know what I'm saying? You want to make a difference. You want to make a difference. You want to make a difference. Then make the decision that you should have made in 2016. Make it this time. You got another woman that's on court. Yeah, she's a black woman, black Asian woman, however you want to deem her. She's not white. You know what I mean? So you have to make that decision. You got to say it's the race over everything.
Well,
me and Paradox, that's our biggest thing. Race over everything. They approving it.
Yeah.
Well, that's the one thing people got to pay attention to, because you got Sotomayor who's getting up there in age. Who I'm surprised Democrats have not pushed her out.
If Kamala wins, she gonna get 2.
Yeah, she's gonna get 2. She's gonna drop.
No. If Trump wins, he'll get 3.
And Clarence gonna get pushed out too. He don't want to be, but he's gonna get pushed out too. Yeah. He's too old. He's too old to still be there. So you're gonna have to bring back
and you're gonna see Republicans. We'll see if it's different. If MAGA's there, it won't happen. If MAGA's killed, Republicans are gonna bend themselves back to the left to allow balance back into the courts. Possibly
in our lifetime, we won't see the court get back to balance in our lifetime. It's not gonna happen.
I'm surprised they haven't pushed really Sotomayor to step down now. Like Mitch McConnell rammed through a Supreme Court justice in the fall before the.
Dude, if MAGA gets back in office. Literally, man. Yeah, you get what you deserve, man. Like I said, to me, judicial, because it runs in lockstep with the executive branch, because you appoint those people. That's the reason why it's so. People misunderstand the executive side of it. The checks and balances is because he has the authority to choose the people that's on the bench nationwide and on the Supreme Court. Don't you get that? That's the judicial side of it. Anyway, I can't. I just
gotta eat all of it.
You guys got an executive branch, right? Judicial and legislative. Those are the three branches of government.
In DC, tell me, and when you think about politics, right? When Trump puts in 300 conservative judges, tie that right back
That's
to
what
like
I'm saying.
frivolous things that people talk about on the internet,
Dude,
or like
all
random
kinds
things
of
that
stuff. Random stops.
that don't.
You know, police committees when you know, police decrees, stuff, all this stuff that people are complaining about on these national and statewide circles. And then when you pull what even makes it even harder, it gives you a limited range on who to choose from that's basically practicing on the national court stage.
Mhm.
So when you do choose from a Supreme Court, if it say like if Kamala gets in office, right? She has a smaller bridge of court judges that she can choose from because of how many people they appointed to the bench during the Trump presidency. Even though they try to make it up, I know he got at least maybe 100 in there, and he got a lot of diverse people. I'm talking about Biden. He put a lot of black.
Oh yeah, probably 100 plus. Yeah.
He put a lot of black people in there too. So he tried to
By the
make
way,
up for it. You know,
and
by the way,
Obama left.
Trump didn't put no black people in those court seats either. He did not. He did not put any black judges nationally across the nation. Not one.
Not one.
Woman or man. Period.
Obama left 200. I think 200 or 150. I forget the exact number. He left those seats open, bro. What's that about? But then you mad though. He didn't even fill the seats.
I think he basically he got caught up in trying to be the perfect candidate, man. That's his problem. That's the problem with Obama. That's his biggest issue. I hope Kamala doesn't fall into that, but she may fall into that too. She seemed to be a striver. So,
but no, like you said, but like you said, it goes back and forth. So I think once the Republicans focused on it, it forced the Democrats to now focus on it. So yeah, she will. Just like that's why Biden's filling up the courts now. They will focus on it now, of course, after the fact. But they had a chance to lock it all in under Obama, and they missed the opportunity. Like you said, worrying about other things. And Mitch McConnell was like, I couldn't wait. I kept my mouth shut. I just had to wait.
Yeah, I wish we had more time, man. You know, I just hate that I don't have the time to go through it right now. But for those guys that lie on us, on me in particular, okay? They don't really.
I don't exist.
No, they love.
No, don't put it on me.
That's what I'm saying. They love you, Paradox, but I'm saying on me in particular.
Don't love me.
I accept it. So you guys, man, just clip us, man.
I don't want no friends.
I want you guys to clip us and basically use it as a reference. If you deem what we're talking about is incorrect, don't misappropriate our words, man. That's all I'm asking. So you can go back to your echo chambers and stuff like that and have your false narratives. You guys can have that, man. You know what I mean? I was gonna go and dive into it, but you know what? I'm gonna take my partner's advice on this, man. It ain't worth the energy.
Michelle Obama said, "When they go low, we go high."
What's going to end up happening? What's going to end up happening at the end of the day, when you run into that factual wall, it will be what it is. It ain't gonna be DC's fault. It ain't gonna be Paradox's fault. It's gonna be your own fault for not understanding the reality of the world that we live in.
And it doesn't care about your personal logic and your personal feelings. It don't
not
care.
Your echo chamber, not your thought pattern, not the groups that you basically want to just coalesce with and have this all black women a bad party. You guys don't even know why y'all dislike Kamala. Y'all just dislike her for whatever reason, and y'all attaching all the other black women attributes that you hate in your life, including from your family, onto her.
It doesn't matter though. But it doesn't matter. But it doesn't matter. The world gonna keep turning.
These guys are doing that, and that's.
But it's not gonna stop nothing though. It don't matter. It's gonna keep running.
List what you disagree
with. If it mattered, she wouldn't have been able. She wouldn't even be able. She wouldn't even be running. You know what I'm saying? If it really mattered, if he was really moving, how is she the candidate and about to get elected?
Yeah,
that means that your logic is not working.
Yeah.
It's dying. It's been being And matter of fact, they've been killing it for some centuries now, and it's proving itself once again, obviously.
Yeah, and
But
let me be
we'll
hold
see.
on. Let me
we got
be
93 days.
Yeah, let me be specific because,
And I'm
like I said,
definitely not a fan of the left. I hate the left.
I heard you guys. That's what I'm saying. I heard you guys lie about what I said. This is for you got AB Media, BGS, Edward. All of you guys lied about what I said. I never.
Thought you were taking the high road.
I never. No, I'm saying I never said that I was trying to open up a different lane for Kamala to win, and that I said that other people will be better choices.
Got that kind of power?
That's what I'm saying. That's senseless. I'm saying, but if you did not see that there's a fraction within the Democratic Party when Biden decided to step down, then you're not looking at reality. She didn't get overall support from the Democratic Party. Where are you guys getting that from? That is false. That is not true. You cannot
trying to get rid of both of them.
That's what I'm trying to tell these dudes.
Dummies.
That's what I'm trying to tell these guys. No, that ain't true. They all got
documented.
It. That's why she got all the money. No, that's not what happened. When she got on the
everybody
ground,
in Democratic political circles know this, and I'm not even in y'all circles.
When she got on the ground and she did the work, these people were shocked as how she basically correlated. They did not even see it.
Nope.
So that's why I said when they saw that she
DC, she wouldn't have made it. She wouldn't have made it to September 19th, bro. She wouldn't have made it.
When they saw that she can energize the party, that was enough. You guys are not paying attention.
She had to prove it. Basically.
This is not DC and Paradox trying to let you guys lean up or towards the left. This not the other.
I don't care either way. I want the Democrats to lose.
Hold on. See, that's what I'm saying, man. You guys need to go back because
I don't want y'all to win.
I sat there.
I've been eating Jim Crow Joe for the last how many days now, DC? 12, 13 days, 14 days.
That's why I be trying to tell these guys, man. We have these discussions and back and forths all the time, but we have it on an honest conversation between two people that know the facts. So you guys can go back to your echo chambers, man, and y'all do what y'all do, man.
But I'm not trying to manipulate. I'm not. But like you said, you don't want to manipulate the environment, because what you're talking about is people who are trying to generate clicks and views, and they're trying to manipulate the environment to generate content and to generate conversation. I know what it is, bro. I'm online all day long. I already know what it is, bro. I understand how you manipulate environments and how you introduce things into content to generate people to start having conversations. That's how you actually generate clicks. But you are not going to move anything. In real life, in the real world, it doesn't move anything.
Paradox. No, that's a whole different discussion. What you're talking about is real. No, this is something like Inside Baseball, where we had a discussion on Arts earlier this week. Shout out to Arts.
This is like Negroes in a pool hall talking nonsense and irrelevant.
Right.
It's what you're talking about.
But what I'm saying is not just that. But they're making arguments that I've never made. They're saying that I said shit that I didn't never say. I never said these things. And they're like, well, DC said this. DC said the economy is going to be straight. And DC defending it. No, you guys did say that. You did say that. You did say that I said the economy was going to be great. The economy is not failing. The economy is this.
Dude,
when did DC say that? No. Hold up. Paradise. Let me say this.
The world's not coming to an end, bro. You got to get off the internet. Y'all need to get off the internet, bro. The world's not coming to an end. Sorry to tell y'all that. Stupids, dummies, fools.
Well, Paradox, you were talking about about the
I'm done with it. I'm gonna leave it alone. I gotta go.
No, I was gonna say you talking about the economy.
This 2,000 year empire is gonna keep on rolling. And y'all gonna be in the grave. Trust me on that.
If you pay
trust me on that.
If you
study global politics and you understand how the world works, you will be in the grave. And this 2,000-year-old Western Empire is going to keep on rolling. Period. Good luck with your ideologies and your thoughts. Good luck with it.
Nah, I'm gonna say this.
And all your white men who gaslight you and make you think that this is happening, by the way, which is hilarious in itself.
Go ahead, Renaissance man. Give your final thought, man. We're gonna jump off, man.
No, I was gonna say I'm gonna jump down. Now, I always enjoy cutting it up with you fellas. Now I hope y'all do another one once the VP pick is
out. That was foul, man. Like the stuff that they did, even in our chat, man. We don't even do people like this, man. But this is foul, bro.
I
This
don't
is
read
foul.
the chat mostly, so
Yeah, I take it. I'm glad to see. I'm glad we got it on record though. But this is like I had to go back and look at some of the stuff. I'm like, dude, come on, man. Whatever, bro. But now go ahead, Renaissance man. Go ahead.
No. I was gonna say, the only thing too, Paradox, pay attention is if you look at the Fed, they look like they signaling for a rate cut in the fall. So I'm like, you already getting that juice coming in as well too. So she got a lot of momentum. So I want to see what happens, but I don't know where these
I tell you, like I said, you need chaos. You need a border crisis. You need an environmental crisis, and you need a new war. Now, I will say this though, but the American military should quietly, maybe not quietly if you're paying attention, of course, but quietly, or you said it earlier though, right? So I'm glad you're watching that too. They're quietly moving, not just there, by the way. I won't say all the areas they're moving in. Do your research, right? You can go look that up real quick. It takes 5 seconds. But they're putting things in place to keep everybody in check, by the way.
Yeah.
It's what you call global power that they have always had for literally 2 millennia, by the way.
Yeah, because you've already heard the rhetoric from the Iranians, so that's
more. No, it's more than them talking. But my point is that you can say what you want. If you want it, come get it.
Mm-hmm. And
they not gonna move, by the way.
Yeah,
they gonna sit tight and watch this black woman become president.
But yeah, no.
They gonna sit tight, because I'm gonna tell you why. I be sitting back thinking to myself, are y'all really doing this to make sure that there's no kind of no craziness happening until November 6th? Before anything actually goes down.
I literally thought that though. Like, hey,
I'm thinking it. I don't know if it's true though, but if it happens like that, bro, come on, man.
That's the one area, like I said, that I think could come and bite them, and really
Kamala
can distance herself from that and be like, hey, it'd be kind of low because Biden's still in office, but hey, that's his policy, and she's already signaled she's gonna clean house, like Blinken, Lloyd Austin, all of those. Y'all gonna be leaving with Biden. So I mean, but like I said, besides that, it's just a lot of momentum.
I think she's gonna be left to Biden, and people and if she could keep that quiet until she get in the office, she'll be fine.
Yeah, no. So I just think she's got a lot of momentum right now, and I do want to hear economic policies, because that could have a major impact depending on what she says specifically about economic policies. Yeah.
I'm not sure if I don't know if foreign affairs is going to be. I just don't think it's on the table like it should be. So
I just don't see how anybody
can get a pass on that.
I just don't see how anybody can sit here and deny the fact that she's got a very good possibility of winning. I don't see how anyone can literally sit here and think that.
I mean, you just like I told you, you're just doing it to generate. It's content talk. It's just content talk.
At that point, you must just be going on like what you feel or your gut.
No, you chasing content, bro.
It's not.
You're literally chasing content. When you make that statement, you're chasing content.
It is not rooted in
because you know that you're lying when you say that. So that means that you're chasing content. You're literally chasing content.
So
think about this, bro. Forget all of the gender talk and the internet talk. Just put that all to the side for a moment and have a real conversation, right? When you in the real world, you're talking about billions and billions of dollars, right? It is a lot at stake. It is a lot of careers at stake. Not these goofy internet people who are irrelevant and mean nothing. They're ether, basically, right? These are real people who have real power, who move things around the world. It is not a joke. It is not a game. It is not funny. For someone who runs the biggest empire that's ever existed in the world, in the greatest country ever, in the most powerfulest nation ever, for him to step down, to make those negotiations with some of the most powerfulest people on the left, and probably even call some folks on the right, for all I know.
Yeah. And
was like, we're about to do this. This is what we're gonna have lined up. Here's our plan. Here's our rollout. This is what we need, and this is what you're gonna get. You're gonna understand something. That's what I'm saying about talking to these regular folks online. It doesn't mean nothing. You're seeing genius things happening right now. You're watching master strokes happen. Do not waste your time listening to goofy, irrelevant, ignorant internet people and really watch politics right now, because you're seeing something that you're not going to see in your lifetime. Most likely, we may not see this again. DC know what I'm talking about. He do politics 30 some years, right? Like this type of stuff in our lifetime, in a human lifetime, to be in the greatest empire, the biggest economy, the most prosperous place ever, right? The biggest and baddest military. We run and control the world. even the slaves of this country is getting bread. I mean, he's
Right.
living a
Yeah.
life, has some freedoms, have some movement. And you're telling me we're living in this kind of time frame, and you're gonna a white man's gonna give up that kind of power and take that kind of risk, and it's just and he's gonna half-ass it. Are we saying half-assing? Or are we saying masterstroke, DC? I'm just saying I hate
You already
giving it
know how
up
I
to
feel
you.
about it, man.
I'm not happy about it, but I'm like,
Yeah.
this
Gotta
ain't
give it
really
up to him.
happening, right?
Yeah.
This can't be
Biden,
happening
Biden,
like this, right?
Biden did his thing, man. You got to
Yeah.
give
And
it
by
to
the
him, bro.
way, and to get the squad and AOC to get my key thing is this though, and that's why I'm mad on the right side, because I can't match it this time, because if you look at Kamala Harris, I'm sorry, if you look at AOC in the squad, if you
Right.
look at Elizabeth Warren, if you look at Bernie Sanders, just those alone to get them to lock in line in within a few days,
Yep.
they're having real conversations, aren't they?
Yep.
They're having real
Yeah.
conversations, bro.
Yeah.
Because
that's why I say look at data. I'm gonna drop down, guys.
yeah, look
I
at data.
appreciate it.
Yeah.
But no,
Yeah.
I'll catch up with y'all later.
All right, man. Have a good one.
Yeah.
And thanks for coming up, bro. We appreciate you. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, man. Hammer, what you got, man? Before we get up out of here.
Oh yeah. I actually have one thing I wanted to ask, because you guys know really. First of all, we'll see what happens, but you know, I personally do believe that Kamala Harris is slowly, maybe she's listening to me, I don't know, but she is slowly doing the checklist that she needs to do. So if by October she's done all those 4 checklists, I think that I could say that she'll win. But we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. But one thing I wanted to ask before I left was that I really do wonder, because we know how black women and white women have this sort of relationship with feminists and things, but I really do wonder, how do black women feel? Because we know how in the manosphere you had, of course, the racial divide where black men literally broke off and made their own space, because what they realized is that when white men talked about male issues, a lot of white men, and when they brought the racial thing in, we saw what came out. So the same way you have black broke off, my question is, how do black women feel in this sort of feminist relationship with white women, where it feels like white women will talk a whole good game about female empowerment, but at the same time will throw women of color under the bus to align with the men? That's something I've always wondered about. I was trying to ask you and Paradox what you guys think about that.
Yeah, I'll let
Because
you
I've always wondered, like, as a black dude in the manosphere, we've seen that with black men, where we broke away from white dudes in the manosphere because we realized they're really about them, and the moment we start talking about white, so let me
correct you on that, because Hammer, I was around since the black men's space that was on YouTube was organic. It wasn't because of what white men was doing in the white manosphere. We had a section of the black men's space that came over that dealt with dating and their frustrations with black women, primarily, or just their frustrations. It really wasn't just black women; it was the black community as a whole. They were more conservative, that dealt with white people. They was in white people's spaces at first. They did generally make themselves over to a space that already existed. So the black men's space was already organically here. We just coalesced with ourselves. That's why I say Black Voices, Yahoo Messenger was part of the actual original group of black men voices that you heard online. Where you heard the Sergeant Willie Peets, the Junebug Obamas, Pink Elephant, and all these guys. That was something that organically already happened offline. So that's something that basically came to fruition. What you're talking about is a different group that got disillusioned by trying to be in white spaces. They came over, but the space was already developed, where we already had a group of people that was already dealing with black issues primarily, because we always been here. We never tried to fit in with white people. I didn't. I was never over there with white folks. I never fucked with them like that. That's just facts.
And I get that. What I'm really speaking to is really my real question about black women, but I think that just like how we had some black men who were trying to do it themselves, I wonder how do black women feel from their side when they make these attempts? You know, when it comes to Kamala, if she does get that female, we'll see. But how do they feel when they keep making these attempts on femaleness and female rights stuff just to see white women essentially thrown over the bus, women of color over the bus to allow white men, and then come back, of course, later on and complain about females' rights? And I've always wondered that, right? Because I see a parallel between black, not all, but some black men who will run and make this male coalition with white men, and it falls apart. And I
Right.
see black women who, some, not all, who will run and make a female coalition of white females, and it falls apart. It's almost as if the only thing that's really universal is race. That supersedes all of it.
You got it.
Yeah,
Boom.
they're your code. That's why we call ourselves the code breakers.
That's it.
Exactly right. Race
And
over everything.
and that's why. And
We
that's
don't
why
want it. We
whoever-
don't want it to be that way. We don't want it to
Hey,
be that way. We have
hey.
tried to go around it.
Wow.
We have tried to
Hey.
economic ourselves out of it. We have tried to sex
Hey.
ourselves out of it. We have tried to do we have tried to even psych ourselves out of it. Literally
Hey.
create other language around it. And President Obama proves the point.
Uh-huh.
Now Kamala Harris proves the point.
That's
You
right.
can't get any.
Facts.
You can't get any deeper than that.
Nope.
They are duplicitous due to that. That's why they're
Duplicitous,
the
bruh.
ones.
Woo.
They justified
it's
their
bad,
own
bro.
oppression. Literally, when to them this is oppression. They justified it through race, which means that we'd rather just go along with this than to have this so-called, everybody love coalition. Because just like what Paradox was saying, there is an uneasiness with white people happen to share space with black people. Period. Just across the board.
Yeah.
Period.
Power dynamics just doesn't matter, bro. Like there is an issue when there's too many of us around. It's just
Bro, the blood is in the soil. Period. History is real and it's living. It ain't gonna ever be comfortable. 1,000 years from now, it will not be comfortable. Period.
But the reason why I'm asking, because you guys already know I'm a black immigrant, so learning the racial dynamics here between black Americans, and that's something I've had to learn. Because and look, I'm not saying that black Africans don't know they're black. We know we're black, but it's like being a white person in America. It's not something you have to think about because everyone looks like you. You know what I'm saying? But when you're in an environment where you're the minority and that's your defining thing, it becomes censored in a way that would not be the case if I was still in Cameroon with like a 99%. I'm saying I want to think about it because everyone looks like me. So that's what I have to learn from Black Americans about the next year. So yeah, that's very interesting. That's very fascinating.
Well, people who come to America,
go ahead.
Who is non-white, depending on a myriad of factors, they will naturally integrate into the quote-unquote black society or the black group or the black category. For the most part, there is dynamics that exist that makes that more complex, I think, these days. And we've talked about it on previous programs in the past. When you introduce mixed race Latinos, and when you introduce Indians, Arabs, and Asians, and as those people mix, what does that look like and what does that mean? So I would keep question marks on all those things because they do the classifying, they will decide treatment, they will decide what that looks like.
Yeah.
But if you look like us or if you look similar to us, your children or your grandchildren or your great-grandchildren will naturally flow into us, no different than when Africans came over here in the 1700s, in the 1800s, and in the 1900s. They were all new. They was brought over here and they integrated into it. It'd be the same way now, no difference. You can chase your identity and be a Caribbean all you want to, or Afro this or this or that. It doesn't. It'll all fall and take care of itself. No different than the white Irish and the white Italian and the white Polish and the white this and the white. It will all meld itself in. And you got to give it time and have patience. I don't care about people yelling about nativism and FB this and this bullshit. Doesn't mean anything. The real system that runs this thing, it will all take care of it over time.
You guys that are like really still questioning her blackness, all you have to do on CNN right now, they got a whole story about her and how she grew up in Oakland and how her family got mixed in this now that and
it's over.
and how they transitioned into blackness. She even explains it when she first go into it that, hey, my mom told me you guys going to be young, gifted, and black. Her sister, by the way, is flaming.
Oof.
She is a flamethrower.
Smoke show.
Jeez.
Lord.
Lord,
DC,
Lord.
I'm gonna give you one on race for the TikTokers out there,
bro.
That thing is crazy. I'm gonna get it's crazy.
That brother got lucky, boy. He got him a flamethrower. He knew it, like, oh, I'll get you. She darker than Kamala too. She way darker.
Yep.
Yeah.
I would say this, DC. There's a hashtag on TikTok. It's called "When I Became Black." Just hashtag it.
Yeah.
And what I just said.
Yeah.
That we've been studying for 20 years almost now, which is how race operates under the Western Empire. If you understand that people have to become white and they have to become black. So the whole notion that people are just organically these things is obviously asinine.
That's true.
Retarded and backwards.
Absolutely.
Go and study race and let's move on to something else.
Yeah, and just look at her story. It's just right there on CNN. Y'all can see it out of her words. She's saying it herself. You guys don't have to be confused who she is, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, man, you got anything else to come on, Hammer? You guys go to CNN and look at her backstory if y'all want.
Yeah, I guess one last thing I'll fully close off is, man, look, at the end of the day, we'll see what happens, but I just don't understand. Look, my life has always been that you should always take every possibility. I don't understand why some folks are just saying she has a 0 chance. I mean, that's crazy. She has some chance, and I think that if she plays her cards, she can win. So that's my position. That doesn't make me a liberal, far leftist. I'm just being pragmatic. It is what it is.
It is what it is, man.
Right.
Thanks for coming up, man. We appreciate you coming on, man. Have a good one.
And shout out to all my black immigrants that just got here in New York City, in Chicago. I love you guys. I cannot wait till you become a part of our group and we bring in that fresh, new, clean DNA into our system. Hey, I'm not mad about it.
Watch out some of this 25%.
Get some of this English blood out.
Yo, you went.
You know what I'm saying? Get some of this. I dropped that for a second. Get some of this, like you said, get some of this British and this German blood up out of us. Absolutely. What do they say? What do the Europeans say? What they say? The patriots in America. What do they say? Freshen the. What did they say? Is it Lincoln who said that speech? Freshen up the blood. What's that phrase they always say?
I forget to say. I know what you're talking about.
Hello? You know the phrase, right? I can't think of the phrase.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, definitely need to get them over here, man. I want some of that East African DNA too. I ain't gonna hold it. I even take some of that. I consider Southeast. I told you before. I consider South Indians black. They just don't know it yet.
Right.
But, you can bring some of that DNA in here too as well.
I
want all that melanin.
It's obvious it's already here. So it is what it is, man.
Hey, it is what it is.
Fight the future, man. I was a big fan of the X-Files, and the main thing that they used to say was fight the future, but no matter how much they try to fight the future, guess what still came?
That's right.
The future. You can't fight it.
We don't live in the multiverse. I'm sorry, people. Thank the multiverse.
Man, this is just crazy, man. Some of the arguments, man. But yeah,
don't run from race. Race will give you clarity on how all this works at the end of the day. You got to know everything, of course, but that's essential. That's an essential vitamin right there, baby. You got to have that.
That is the background, the reason why it's here, the reason why the language is used, the reason why it's used to manage and control psychology of human beings. When you get people that would sit up here that was under the Jim Crow Act that still want to try to practice Jim Crow against other people that they deem to be other in this country 30 years later, that is fascinating to me. And you don't have to promise them anything. Just the fact of being able to mistreat. That's it.
Just the end of the street.
That's it. And then they're gonna take that away from you because then they're gonna slam the door on that and still let them in anyway. Then you're gonna be, then you're gonna be doubly mad. And the only people that you can attack are gonna look just like you.
DC, tell me how far of inception the black YouTube right wingers are gonna go in once if they kill MAGA. How deep you think how far down the inception you think they're going to go? Are they going to recognize it and transition out of it and keep it moving? Or are they going to triple and quadruple down and go even deeper down that little hole and get smaller and smaller and smaller? What you think?
Man, you can imagine that 2 month with transfer of power. Yeah. They're going to swing hard, man. I don't know where it's going to be. It's going to be rough, man. National security is going to be a nightmare during that time period.
Naturally, it's gonna be a nightmare. Bro.
Yeah, because you're not gonna know how many.
Where do you go? Where do you go?
There's gonna be so many different people that's gonna be so upset about this, man.
Not only upset, their whole careers. This is people's careers,
right? I know.
And you're radicalized on top of it being your career.
To them, this is the end of the country, by the way.
Yes, to them in their minds.
Think about it. Bridge. Think about the bridge.
That's crazy.
Obama, Biden, Harris.
Oof, that's crazy. I didn't expect it. I told you that years ago, right? I didn't see this for another 20 years.
And the thing is,
30 years. I was thinking 30, 40 years.
He did what Johnson couldn't do. Johnson had to quit because he knew it's like he wasn't gonna make it 4 years.
Yeah.
That's why people you need to study Lyndon Johnson. He knew. I run again. These white, they're gonna kill me.
They're gonna kill him. That's a fact. They're gonna kill him. Yep.
They're gonna make it a 72. That's an opinion. But that's an informed opinion. He knew.
Well-informed opinion.
I am not. He came on. I am not running again.
These people are crazy.
Nixon, you got it.
And by the way, they did it. And you know what?
We went into free fall. That's what I'm saying. We fell into this economic hole. You look at the history; it tells the story.
Yeah.
The opening up the markets. Falling into the hole economically, suppressing black people voting wise. Isolating us into the ghettos from the 1968 to 72 during that kind of unstable time period of trying to integrate black people in or deny us flexibility in the markets and stuff like that. Look back at those years. Look back at the years where they transitioned from the so-called civil rights president, which is Lyndon B. Johnson, and the reason why he didn't run, into 68 to 70, 71, I guess 71, 70. When Watergate
and don't forget the big thing was automation and dismantling the manufacturing base and all that stuff. Yeah,
all that stuff.
Gold standard, all that stuff. Yeah, retirement stuff, all of it, everything. Yeah, they dumped all that stuff, bro, all at the same time. It was crazy. And we really basically birthed a brand new economy.
Yeah.
Transition completely out of the other one and went into a
credit
whole new
cards out the just made up money, fake money,
made up, fake money.
But remember, you used to have the MasterCard. I remember smoking over paper, and you're like, "What the hell is that?" Like, oh, you got credit cards? You just credit. We give you credit. Don't really.
But like I said, racism, white supremacy, and globalization. Like I was telling you before, that don't change is that this is the first global empire. You understand that, right? Mm-hmm. And then you talk about that for a long time. What people don't understand is that we've never had 6 continents connected together.
Right.
This is a global empire. It's never existed, as far as we know of in history. So you don't understand any of it when anyone tries to make comments about this particular thing, right? Because there is no example of it. Is it? The last time I checked, it is not.
No.
So be very careful with these fake Nostradamuses out here talking nonsense. Not even close on the scale. Yeah. It's not even close, bro.
Yeah.
And they had 2,500 years to get it moving. By the way.
Yeah, and we
long time.
Yeah, we're clearly in a global world. Like
you're out your league to even think that you can comprehend some of this stuff. To be honest, it's hilarious to me. It's hilarious.
When you could do video,
especially
think about
it.
We used to pay what? $1.50 for global calls, and when you could do video calls just on the internet phone, you just think about how fast that had changed.
Come on, bro.
Just people that are old enough, you just got to grasp how things are and how we can normalize things so fast that you don't even realize, like, damn,
nope,
that's crazy.
Yeah, you don't get it.
Not buying records anymore to basically having unlimited. You got a Spotify account, you have an unlimited supply of all the records now. You can listen to them at your leisure, at your disposal. You have that kind of culture, and that's not just here. That's globally. That's global.
And guess what, DC? I keep asking people this too, though. Tell me who gonna mess it up? Who gonna get this up? Right? Because guess what? Just like no one's gonna leave America, no matter how mad they claim they get, no matter who's in charge, I'm gonna leave. You're not going nowhere, right? Nobody's
It's not
going
even
nowhere, right?
about.
For the
What
most
I'm
part,
saying,
right?
but it's not about America at
You're not
this
going nowhere.
point.
No. What I'm saying is this though. And guess what?
The bottle is out the bottle.
But the other thing is this though. People around the world, y'all ain't going nowhere either. It sounds good.
Right.
it sound good. But like I keep telling you, where you going, to the Badlands? Where you going? It's the same concept, bro. It could be an individual in America who wants to take America for granted, or it could be some country out there that's talking nonsense but ain't going nowhere.
So the whole mantra,
because you can go if you want to, but you're not going nowhere.
Think about it. The whole mantra of "Make America Great Again" is a failing mantra on its own. It failed
for sure.
in the language.
Yeah, facts.
You can't make something great again when those things that made whatever that was great again are no longer basically present in this particular time period.
Doesn't exist, bruh. It doesn't exist. It's so funny. I ain't gonna lie to you. It's messed up though, because you're cheating people's lives, giving them a storyline that does not exist anymore. It doesn't exist.
And the frustration turns internally. It turns within the group, and that's so it's a win-win either way. It wins for the liberal because then now they can still be looked upon as the benign saviors that they are. That's what I'm saying. So you still taking the eye away from the people the group that you need to deal with, are the people that's basically allowing you to be in, but you need to deal with them first. You can't have these agitators from the outside that's not going to help you anyway. Don't waste your time with them. That's all.
No, facts.
That's how I look at it.
Yeah. And
anyway, man.
All right, let's get it. Good. Let's close it out.
All right.
This is Paradox.
And this is DC. Until next time, peace.